walkway.
And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Obviously, we have the press conference that just took place where they announced they're going to, they told the preliminary investigations, they showed their work, they announced what the actual what the actual charges were for Tyler
approximately 15 minutes
Robinson, and that's still going on.
Mr. Kirk
you know what?
Answering a question about mass shootings by transgender.
We'll get to that in a second.
When a gunshot rang
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just dive right into it.
Mr. Kirk in the
no
neck.
personal news, chat.
He slumped to the ground almost immediately. The bullet's trajectory passed closely to several other individuals beside Mr. Kirk, including the questioner. This chat deserved the live stream broadcast of the special report. Kirk. Children were visible near Mr. Kirk's stage when he was shot. Mr. Kirk was rushed
we got
to a
genocide
nearby
coverage today as well. Don't worry.
Declared deceased. The medical examiner's report is still pending.
Some of the news perverts are going to freak out.
Surveillance. So at the moment of the shot, a UVU police officer was watching the crowd from an elevated vantage point. As soon as he heard the shot, he began to scan the area for threats. Believing the shot came from a rifle because of its sound, he looked for potential sniper positions. He noted a roof area approximately 160 yards away from Mr. Kirk as a potential shooting position and rushed there to look for evidence. The suspected shooting position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. To access the suspected location, a person must climb over a railing and then drop to the roof only slightly below. The UV officer climbed over the railing and down onto the roof. He then walked to the suspected shooting position and confirmed a clear shooting corridor between the position and Mr. Kirk's seat. He also noticed markings in the gravel rooftop, consistent with a sniper having lain on the roof, impressions in the gravel potentially left by the elbows, knees, and feet of a person in a prone shooting position. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing cross the railing from the public walkway and drop onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area the UVU officer recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position.
Bro? Where's the gun?
After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and ran across the roof to the northeast. This discovery led to an intensive review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect.
Why the early tweet? What the hell? No, I'm just going right into it.
The following. At approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect entered campus from the north.
Other
he is seen wearing a black shirt with an American flag in the center.
Do they have more camera footage that they're just not revealing? I don't understand this part.
Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down.
Why are you live so early today? This is when I'm live.
His head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants.
What?
This unusual gait continues.
How is he bending then?
The suspect is
How is he bending here then?
Off the open walkway and onto the roof.
How is he bending his leg then? View. That makes no sense.
A camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof to the suspected shooting position. Immediately after the shot was fired, a camera captures the suspect running across the roof carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down from the roof. He appears to drop the item he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of campus. Expanded crime scene investigation. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shootings. No shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. Each round in the rifle contained an etched inscription as follows. The fired cartridge was etched, "No Tyson."
When he was bringing it up secret style, it was wrapped in his pants. After he was running away with it, it was wrapped in a towel. Still doesn't make sense how it was in his pants, though.
It was, again, not spent. The last 3 were not spent, were not fired.
Notices your bulge, ooh,
"Hey, fascist,"
and also
catch with arrow symbols. The third cartridge, "Oh, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, chow, chow." The fourth cartridge, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." The rifle, ammunition rounds, and towel.
You
were
could
sent
go to
for
jail if
forensic
you laugh at that.
processing. DNA consistent with defendant was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle.
I guess we're all gay now.
The fired
Maybe he
cartridge
was
casing,
woke.
2 of the 3
He made
unfired
everybody gay.
cartridges,
It's like when
and
I
the
trick you
towel.
into reading the Shahada.
Law enforcement was unable to immediately locate the shooter, so they published photos of the shooter from the UVU surveillance cameras and asked for the public's help to identify him. Meanwhile, law enforcement continued to try to identify the shooter through other means. The Washington County investigation. On the evening of September 11th, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler James Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated that the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home homesick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed. Is it really illegal to laugh?
I don't know anymore. No, man, I'm joking.
He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle.
Man. I don't know.
Robinson did not respond.
Guys, you have to remember something like, yeah, this guy killed somebody, but like for the way that like American politics works nowadays, when you're just like, I don't think we should actually assassinate gay people broadly, or like, I don't think we should kill trans people, that's considered woke. Okay. So that's a pretty wide spectrum of people. that you could consider woke. So in that regard, yes, if woke means you demonstrate like basic humanity, right? Even though this person did something that's obviously a severe violation of the social contract, inhumane, right? Ended someone's life. Like when they're talking about woke, they just mean like person who doesn't want to literally fucking lynch random people that don't look like them. That's it. That's what they're talking about. So yes, by that standard, pretty much everybody's kind of fucking woke.
To police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that
Talk to
were
an actual
related to
ex-Mormon
what he
leftist
did.
who can explain this to you. None of this is
Robinson
confusing to me.
replied
No,
that he had disposed of the
come on.
clothes in different areas.
I'm one of the only
roommate.
people on the internet on the
Police
left that didn't immediately
interviewed
run to the.
Robinson's
This is
roommate,
definitely a Groyper narrative.
biological Mel, who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting. And
Like when
and
I
he
say
did
this guy
provide
was
those
woke, by the way, I don't
messages
mean
to
he's like a
police.
fucking card-carrying
On
Antifa
September
DSA
10th,
guy.
2025,
I just mean he doesn't
the
think
roommate
trans people
received
should
a
be
text
killed.
message from
Okay?
Robinson
That's
which
what I
said,
mean. Like,
"Drop
make
what
no
you're
mistake,
doing.
their
Look
assessment
under
of
that
quote-unquote woke is
The
so
roommate
expansive
looked under the
that it
keyboard
fits
and
the
found a
narrative
note
for
that
every
stated,
single human being,
quote,
pretty
"I
much.
had the
Okay?
opportunity to take out
I just
Charlie
didn't
Kirk,
run with the
and I'm
he's
going to
definitely a
take it."
Groyper stuff. You know what I
Police found
mean?
a photograph of this
But
note.
we still don't know. I'll make
following
the assessment in a
exchange
little bit.
Text exchange then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson: "I am still okay, my love, but am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." Roommate: "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson:
Tyler Robinson was a bit of an L roommate, not gonna lie.
Roommate: "I thought they caught the person." Robinson: "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle
literally
from my
talking about
drop
the
point
incompetence of
shortly
the
after,
Cops.
but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Roommate: "Why?" Robinson: "Why did I do it?" Roommate: "Yeah." Robinson: "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence."
Low-key, he's
Going
not
to
wrong.
attempt to
Like, if you
retrieve
grab
it
the
again.
rifle,
Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate: "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson: "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to
this is
chance
giving
it."
real Hamas fighters on the radio
Robinson
recordings released by
again: "I'm
Israel.
wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK if it's had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right. I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine, IDK. I think that was a $2K scope. Wink, wink. Robinson again, delete this exchange. Again, Robinson, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me, RN, not answering. Robinson, since Trump got
we do have a crisis in violence in this country, but honestly, we have a crisis in literacy too. Like, this is a 4.0 GPA kid. And even then, he was so fried where he was just like consistently communicating in memes, dude. How is that possible? Like, I've seen like white supremacist school shooters who literally write manifestos, and you look at it and you're like, oh my God, this is not the major point, but like, I cannot comprehend how bad you are at fucking writing something legible. But this guy is not like that. He's like a 4.0 guy. What the fuck?
The search for Robinson's residence. Police executed a search warrant on Robinson's residence. During that search, police discovered a shell casing with etchings like the etchings found on the shells in the rifle.
I guess he's just like, this is him just doing
Police also found several target boards
or a
with bullet
possible
holes
lover or
in
something. I don't
Robinson's
know.
home. Now, as I stated at the beginning, when I read those allegations, these are allegations. And like the evidence set forth in this statement, those allegations, what you've heard from the media, even from state and federal officials, has not been tested in the crucible of a jury trial. I understand the public's desire to know the facts. My own family members have pressed me for information. Why are we reluctant to share the details of the investigation itself and comment on the case? Because I want to ensure a fair and impartial trial. I became a prosecutor because of my love for the ideals of this great country and the principles embedded in our Constitution. The free exchange of ideas and opinions is critical to this great American experiment, but so too are the protections afforded to the accused found in the Fifth and Sixth Amendments. The right against self-incrimination, the right to a speedy and public trial, the right to the effective assistance of counsel, the right to confront one's accusers, and the right to compel the attendance of witnesses. And perhaps most importantly, under our Constitution, the accused is presumed innocent until we, the state, prove to an impartial jury of defendant's peers his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That jury cannot rely on our allegations, on what they hear in the news, or on what they hear from a public official. The jury is the sole trier of fact, and they will ultimately determine those facts based on evidence a trial judge has determined is admissible. Again, as prosecutors, we bear the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But make no mistake, we welcome this burden. I'd like to now introduce my trial team.
Bro, they flooded this investigation big time with Cash Patel too.
This is a veteran and expert team. Of
I do feel like a competent defense attorney will make mincemeat out of a lot of the process discovery.
One of my two chief deputies, Ryan McBride.
If the jury is boomer, he may walk. Well, I think they're fearful of having like this is one of the few instances where you got like a bunch of Mormons in this jury. They're not. I don't know how they're going to feel about like a young Mormon with an incredible future ahead of him, like cut short by an act of vengeance or something. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Prosecutors.
Because, like, yeah, there's a lot of people on TikTok that are, he's going to jail regardless, yes. But there's a lot of people on TikTok that are just like talking about like, you've done it. You really pissed us off now or some shit like that. But I'm not so certain that like everyone is as hopped up on the Charlie Kirk was our MLK shit that you see online.
The criminal information are merely the first steps in the criminal justice process. Today at 3 p.m., the defendant will appear.
Dude,
before
it's
a
the
judge
same
in the
tribalism
Utah
that you saw
Fourth
from the
District
right
Court
when they recognized that this was this wasn't like the normal profile of like a septum ring wearing you know, transgender Antifa guy. When they were like, what the fuck, he's from a good family? Oh no. And then they significantly de-escalated their rhetoric. Like, that's the same mentality you will hear from a local boomer jury in Utah.
In custody are held virtually.
Like, if he was brown, it's the death penalty for sure, right? Do you understand what I mean?
X account.
If he's brown, it's the death penalty for sure. If he's trans, it's the death penalty for sure. It's the death penalty for all trans after that.
He will be entitled to a preliminary hearing. At that hearing, the state will be required to show probable
You're
cause.
sleeping on the anti-gay hate in Mormon world? No, for sure. They look at him as like.
The purpose of the preliminary hearing.
I don't know like the mindset of like boomer Mormons enough, but I can totally see them looking at the situation and being like, he was led astray by evil, you know.
If a judge finds probable cause,
but you know, he can still be
for trial and
he can still find salvation. I don't know. Do Mormons do that stuff?
At that hearing, a judge will again inform defendant of the charges against him and require him to enter a plea to each charge. The next step following the arraignment
I feel like
is an
everybody does
opportunity
that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's just like a very American analysis of Christianity. No matter what like sect you find yourself in, I feel like a lot of Americans have that narrative.
This amount of interest across our nation.
The messages just revealed that the roommate/girlfriend had no idea what was going on.
Information is understandable. But it bears reiterating that this
and also cooperating with the authorities instantly,
consistent with our Constitution, not the court of public opinion. Thus, we will only discuss the case with the press occasionally. It will not be a day-to-day or even week-to-week occurrence. But we will only do so in a manner as not to jeopardize the fair trial process. Before I conclude, I want to express my appreciation for the tireless work of our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers. They have an extremely difficult, dangerous, and often thankless job. I'm proud to acknowledge the exceptional work they do every day, and particularly their work on this case. It was truly a marvel to witness. Their skilled work and dedication have brought us to this point.
Enough. The dude's dad fucking gave him up. You didn't do anything. Bro, these guys literally make it seem like they did Minority Report every time, bro. It's, dude, so much of like the FBI's terror apprehension unironically is just like getting some autistic 17-year-old Muslim kid online to be like, hey, want to find some Tannerite at this drop site? And then catching them and being like, we thwarted yet another insane Islamic terrorism incident, right? Like, it's just like, and it's the same here. They literally didn't do shit, bro. They didn't do dick. They barely found like 3 photos of the dude, of the potential suspect, walking up the goddamn stairs to be like, we did it. We did it, boys. I don't understand.
Just really fast, if you could identify yourself and what organization. From CEF, thank you.
Okay.
Free Israel, though, for real? Yeah, Free Israel from Zionism.
They are still looking into it. It's an undergoing investigation.
So we got a possibility.
They haven't ruled that out.
Ed Lavanero with CNN, the text message that you exchanged with your roommate, you give us attention. Did that happen over several hours?
They were looking in the bushes. Yes,
I
that's
don't
true.
have that
They did.
information.
They did look in the bushes and they found the fucking weapon. That's true. They did do that.
Did you hear it all from the Trump administration or Governor Cox's administration?
Just realize how fucking scary the repercussions would be if, for example, he was in your Discord server or was a fan of yours. Like, people would just use that to be like, oh, Islam's radicalizing young men into killing people. Yes, 100% they would do that. They're already doing that. They've been saying that regardless of the shooter's profile. It's been interesting because, like, one, I was one of the only fucking left commentary people that just straight up immediately said, I don't think this dude's a groyper. I explained the background of why people think he's a groyper, but I said, I don't think he's a groyper. I think he's just like somewhat of an apolitical guy that is like liberal adjacent because he has like tolerance for like some level of tolerance for like gay and trans people, right? Like, which of course by right-wing standards means you are the wokest trantifa. You're trans antifa. You're basically transgender yourself if you think that like trans people shouldn't be killed, right? So like from their assessment, they just keep trying to angle this as like you know, this is wokeness. This is wokeness unfolding. But in reality, just, you know, apolitical centrist overall conservative family, basically on his journey of I guess radicalizing towards feeling empathetic to other people.
ABC News Time would like to know, how did this possibly interface with any federal charges?
So
That's up to the feds. They have different charges, and they're reviewing the evidence.
Steven
and
Crowder said he was in the
after they
ACP
review
Discord.
The evidence in the law, they could file charges, but I'm not
Okay,
privy to
dude.
exactly what they're looking at.
I know the ACP boys love LARPing. Okay, they're big LARPs. They love LARPing, but that's such a funny thing to fucking
Again,
like
I'm
ACP.
not
I don't think has motion like
answering
that.
question.
ACP wiped their Discord. Everybody wipes their Discord, dumbass. I wipe my Discord all the time too. They get raided.
it's
Everybody gets raided, hate raided by fucking groypers and neo-Nazis and shit. ACP's 11-person Discord. That'd be crazy.
And is he cooperating since he's been taken into custody?
Ultimately, a judge will determine that at trial.
And cooperation, has he spoken at all? Has he been cooperative? Since he's heard the-
Again, I'm not going to comment on that.
I think that any statement
ACP is the American Communist Party. I'm not even going to get into it right now. Okay. That's-
Time online that some say radicalized him.
I am not aware of that information. It's, again, still under investigation.
And has he expressed any remorse so far about this attack?
I am not going to comment on that.
Is he continuing to not cooperate?
I am not going to comment on that.
Mr. Gray, the FBI director has been way out in front in terms of presenting evidence to the public. Your team has been very circumspect, very measured in what they bring out. Does that hamper your investigation and go into this?
Well, as attorneys, we typically like to control that information to preserve an impartial jury and a fair trial.
Also, yeah, ACP is not exactly known for being
Excuse
pro-trans,
me? I don't have that information.
which is pretty funny. They're MAGA communists, buddy.
What the family said is what I provided.
Do you anticipate that the defense will try to get this trial moved out of Utah County, and how will you respond to that?
I'm gonna do the fucking
That the defense will
Ken
be from
Klippenstein,
Utah
Ken
County?
Liegenstein post in a second to develop a better
I
psychographic profile
couldn't
of the shooter,
predict
the
what they're
alleged
gonna
shooter. Right wingers love to have relationship with trans women. What are you talking about? Yo, I never said that they don't.
Coincidence?
That will be for a jury to decide.
Mr. Gray, are you confident that the roommate had no part of this attack whatsoever?
Again, I'm not going to comment on the evidence.
But the evidence so far, does it show any involvement?
Again, I'm not going to comment on other than the facts that or the evidence that we've gathered so far.
The DNA here in the press conference jeopardized his right to a fair trial.
I don't believe so. This is part of a public document that we have to file as we file a criminal information. We have to file a probable cause statement. That's a public document, and so we're comfortable with that.
Are his parents and the roommate still cooperating?
I'm not going to comment on that either.
The FBI has said that this suspect had a hatred of Kirk. What else can you share about that?
I can't share any more than what I've already said.
This was an incredibly precise shot. Do you have any evidence that he went places to practice or have tracked his movements before the shooting that's given you insight into how he prepared?
The evidence that I'm willing to share is what I just read in our statement, and it's in the
Gentlemen, I'm
information.
afraid we're going to have to cut it off there.
Okay.
Did you consult Eric and Kirk about seeking the death penalty?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
There you have it, Jeff Gray, Utah County.
Bro.
Laying out
Did we learn anything new here? Like the preliminary investigation, beyond, like the only thing that we learned is the secret messages between him and the roommate, right? Masapal to Mike. Okay, calm down. And it feels like they basically admitted that the roommate had no idea what was going on. This dude just kind of did it on his own, and then basically revealed to the roommate who was cooperating with law enforcement, by the way. And he called the roommate love, as it my love, and that probably implies that they are in a relationship, right? Family says he leans left, but once again, that assessment implies, and I don't have any reason to believe that that's not true. Okay. I'm just simply stating, when a MAGA conservative in Utah says you lean left or you're becoming a leftist, you're like radicalizing or whatever, they just mean you don't think gay people should be killed. Okay. Remember, they were like, Charlie Kirk is a wonderful moderate. Charlie Kirk is on the record being like, the Bible says gay people should be stoned to death. So like, obviously from that assessment, if you think like Charlie Kirk is a moderate figurehead akin to like an MLK style person, then yeah, you're going to think this guy who tells you like, maybe we shouldn't actually kill trans people and gay people. They are our friends and it's okay. Like they're going to look at that and be like, this is the wokest person on the planet. This person is basically a fucking communist socialist transgender now. Okay. He literally said he can't comment on anything. How are you going to go out there and present what you call evidence and claim as fact, but then pretend you can't comment further and literally say anything? Tyler Robinson was the voter that Kamala Harris targeted with a Liz Cheney endorsement. Yeah, low key, Tyler Robinson, at least like the politics that they have demonstrated, with the exception of like dating a transgender person, because that I feel like is definitely, I wouldn't consider that to be like the normal position, like the normative position. Like that's not the overwhelming majority of Americans for sure. But beyond that, like, if you just look at his politics, from what we understand, from what we have seen, Hassan, they're all chasers. No, I know. There's a lot of people who like, there's a lot of people who are chasers and whatnot. That's not what I'm talking about, right? Like, but someone, basically my point is his politics are all over the place in the sense that like, he's just like apolitical for the most part, but also doesn't think like gay and trans people are evil, which is one of the most like, that's like half the fucking conservatives that are not online and they're not on Twitter, like half the people that voted for Donald Trump, if you ask them like, do you think gay people are evil? They'd be like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? The not the 30% base that's like firmly committed to the movement, but like there's a lot of people who feel this way as well. This isn't to say that this guy wasn't fucking this guy wasn't someone who could be profiled as like lib left kind of like a lib left kind of person, right? But yeah, Ken Leakenstein, exclusive. Leak message from Charlie Kirk assassin. Accused shooter's politics is not what the government and media say. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this. I obtained this and other Discord chats. I've decided to publish. The legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. I just saw the video. Holy shit. RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, usernames are redacted because I know what his username is. This is not what his username is. I have his Discord username. This is not it. Anyway, it's not Zealous Monkey 55095. He changed it. Okay. Ken changed it for this article. Wait, what? He's saying this is the username? Wait, what the fuck? He has multiple. I have 2 Discord usernames. This is not the one I had. Wait, I'm going to text him. Hold on. What the frick? Hold on. That's strange. Server based. I know he had multiple usernames. There's another in the article. You had his username for Hoscord? I don't have, he wasn't in Hoscord, you fucking idiot. I'm texting Ken. Anyway. So Ken has one of the usernames, he says, and it's possible the New York Times is a different one, or all these other outlets have different usernames. Anyway, hey guys, I have bad news for y'all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing and liberals portray him as right-wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremist, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun. As I reported yesterday, the country's practically ready to go to war. It's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating. A friend of Robinson since middle school told me, the childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his, to corroborate their relationship. I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to the investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account, brimming with praise for Tyler, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with an openness on LGBT issues. But his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every other or even most issues, his friends say. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, the friend said, referring to the right to bear arms. The friend described, which again, that doesn't mean that this person is not like a leftist either, for the record. These kinds of things don't immediately reveal your position, okay? Just so you understand. The friend described Robinson as a fairly typical of a young man from his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. To all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and Helldivers 2, loved to fish, and loved the camp, the friend said. It didn't really seem like that's all he was about. Helldivers 2, Into the Unjust Deep Dive, one step closer to finding the DRG dwarves. The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet cases from the shooting, "Hey Fascist Catch," though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. The three arrows, initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa, is also a reference to the Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's can confirm Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search of posts for Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up with just one hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment inquiry. The Biden one came on a day after the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of. Who's winning the election? You would know, one of his friends asked Tyler Robinson. Biden is in the lead electoral votes-wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. Who is probably going to win? He says, I'm not sure. When will we know? Not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. He says, K. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers where Discord chats were hosted was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other saying, check the news. He said, yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He was a really smart guy, but super hard to read, stone cold poker face, and you could always never be confident assuming anything. When I asked if he opened up to anyone, the friend replied, as far as we knew, he was open. As far as we knew, he was opened up. What does that even mean? Despite his verbal reticence, Robinson was not a loner, according to his friends. Unlike the stereotypical outcast shooter driven to violence. Oh, they're saying he was opened up. Like that's all they knew. They thought they knew him. He was apparently amiable and well liked. Everyone who knew him liked him. Remember when I said that even on a cursory glance of the shooter's like profile, he doesn't actually fit the bill in the same way that like Luigi Mangione doesn't fit the bill of stereotypical shooters demonstrating antisocial personality disordered behavior, loners, alienated, isolated from friends and family, sometimes finding themselves deep in the precipice of like online radicalization through like Discord servers all the way to Telegram and stuff like that. This guy straight up is just like as normal as you can be, which by the way, I think is this right here, the fact that this shooter is as normal as you can get and someone who, as a matter of fact, had a bright future, as someone would say, right? That is unique when you look at the rest of the school shooters, mass shooters, people engaging in like any sort of violence like this. And I think that's reflective of the times changing. Like it's more so, yes, as the shadow says, an indictment on the state of affairs, right? Because you got weirdos doing violence. Obviously, there are things that we can legislate to try and limit the amount of ultra violence that we experience on a daily basis. But when you got like a radical, centrist, apolitical guy with a bright future ahead, all of a sudden when they're doing stuff like this, and if it's like even with Luigi as well, like people who are well liked, people who have a social life, all of a sudden when that happens, like that is interesting. Anyway, regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. A Discord post from another friend posted the day after the shooting reads, while Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Yeah, like if this was like an Antifa Discord server and the way that these guys are presenting it, they'd be like, fuck you. God isn't real. There'd be like 8 people in there yelling about how even you invoking the name of God triggers me because I'm an atheist. And then they would like all yell at the person and probably find a new, they'd be like, we need a new splinter Discord group away from these freaks, you know? I think this is a pattern with white cis shooters lately. Middle class experience, hardship, realize it's affecting their marginalized friends most, and not being able to process it is the IRL version of just found out about racism. That shit sucks. I mean, there's not really any other evidence of this. This is the first of its kind. I wouldn't even say that that's the same with like Luigi Mangione, because Luigi Mangione obviously was like impacted, harmed by healthcare, like the privatization of healthcare. He was impacted personally. And then that is the reason why he allegedly planned the shooting of UHC CEO Brian Thompson. Okay. Hey, everyone. If you have not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above, it true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless. The last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty differing views on politics, the friend said, of the Discord post. We all just exist as friends and just play stuff. Cat memes, weather updates, home improvement, and the odd Garfield reference populate Robinson's post. I'm going to eep pretty soon. Very eepy, he said in one post. An intentionally silly misspelling of the word sleep, a common Gen Z convention. He was bedbug inspector. Another John Arbuckle appears. It says gullible on the ceiling. Cat memes. Screenshot of another Discord chat where Robinson went by the username Bedbudge Inspector. Spring in New Hampshire. Spring in southern Utah. Had to replace a monitor that was on a wall mount. The top two mounting points needed to have a standoff, but the person who did the initial install didn't have them, so they just stacked like 8 washers to make a connection. Lol. I know the feeling. The federal government, the Washington crowd, and corporate media based in Washington and New York see the country in wholly partisan terms. Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue, old media versus social media, liberal versus conservative, right versus left, straight versus gay, and on. Charlie Kirk's assassination in Utah should remind us of the actual diversity of the nation and of the cost of polarization that demonizes the other side. No one in Robinson's group is cheering or justifying the murder in any of the messages I reviewed. They're just struggling to understand what their friend did. But Washington has become obsessed with the Discord chat, convinced it's some kind of headquarters for the murder and cauldron of radicalization and conspiracy. Today, FBI Director Patel vowed to investigate anyone and everyone in that Discord chat. Yeah, this is also another unfortunate byproduct of having like extremely offline boomers or online boomers that are online in the worst ways possible because they like their only understanding is like Facebook posts or whatever. Trying to investigate this and trying to find like why this took place, right? And they obviously are completely unequipped to do so. And therefore, like, it's crazy how mild this dude's Discord profile is. Okay? It is insane. I cannot comprehend it. Like, unless he was living a double life as like some kind of political radical, like the act that he took, the act that he engaged in is so radical that when you look at his fucking Discord profile, it gives me whiplash. Like, this is the most like normal fucking guy that did such an abnormal thing. What I see is a bunch of young people shocked, horrified, and searching for answers like the rest of the country. Yeah, remember what I talked about with like spontaneous murder, the stabbing that took place on the subway against the Ukrainian refugee. Like, that's a really terrifying thing for a lot of people because like it's truly, utterly senseless. It doesn't have any sort of like logical reasoning behind it. Like, there's no logical through line, right? This is not a justification of that, obviously, but there's no logical through line to the actions of the killer in that situation. So like, it terrifies people because it's truly and utterly unpredictable, and therefore there's not even any sort of like there's no security standard that you can apply in that circumstance. And this kind of feels like that in the way that like if there was at least some sort of like logical through line here with respect to this person's actions, like, or his radicalization, there's at least something you can point to about where like how he arrived at this position, right? How he arrived at this position. But there is nothing, it seems, at least from what we have seen from his profile, that indicates that, right? If you want the new messages in writing, they show it at page 8 on the indictment. Yeah, we'll take a look at the indictment. Obviously, this is what we wanted to see. Notices bulge ovo. That's the letters on the casings. The roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. I suspect that, I mean, this is the girlfriend who is trans. That's the reason why they're saying a biological male. This is also another one of those problems with like not correctly classifying things for political purposes that make it a little bit confusing. So you have to like read between the lines, I assume. What's the evidence this person is trans? Other people have stated this. Like they look through the person's Reddit profile. Like they were in a lot of DIY HRT subreddits, things of that nature. Like things that you wouldn't. I don't think things you would do unless you were not. Some people are saying, okay, it's. Before the roommate segment, they talked about how his family confronted him. Yeah. Look, here. Robinson's mother stated the following to the police. On September 11th, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was home. He was at home sick and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her father. The suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members. So, like, one thing you have to understand is, like, put yourself in the mindset of, like, a Mormon mom in fucking Utah, okay? When you, from their perspective, like, Tyler Robinson became woke. Okay, all of a sudden, they think like he got radicalized into being woke, which is again like a fairly normal position to be like, yeah, I don't, you know, I think it's fine. I'm pro gay and pro trans rights. Like it doesn't matter to me. It's not that big of a fucking deal. So that is like the reason why that's being presented as woke is because the right want to make the most normal position that one can have, which is to not just like have unlimited hatred in your heart for trans and gay people. They want to present that as like a woke position. It's not a woke position. It's just like a normal position. That's it. Like there's not. Anyway. Of course, for a Mormon MAGA family, probably not, right? How is having sex with a trans girl not woke? I mean, it's like asking me, how is having sex with a black girl not woke? Okay. Depending on which family you're talking about, they could consider that to be woke. Okay. That's my point. Do you not understand? Also, there are mad chasers that are right wing as well. Alex Jones is a fucking chaser. Nick Fuentes is a chaser. What are we talking about? There's hella fucking right wing people that are chasers too. So it doesn't even like give you a consistent ideological profile in that regard. Also, this is Gen Z. Mad Gen Z is gay, bisexual, pansexual, whatever the fuck, okay? So from that standard, even the most right-wing motherfuckers on the Gen Z side are woke, okay? But they're not. Anyway. This goes back to the insane standard that I was applying here, though. Okay. Yeah, I get called woke for dating a white person as a Muslim, Lamau. Nick isn't a chaser. He's just gay. Sorry, I fucked it up. He's not a chaser. He just into cat boys and went on a date with a cat boy because he's gay. Yeah. Now it's woke to fuck a woman. We may now fuck men. Exactly. It's woke, dude. It's woke. How are you gonna? Ew, dude. You're gonna fuck a pussy? Gross. You're gonna what? Be around a woman? That is woke, dog. Real men fuck men. Anyway. Yeah, that's gay as hell to have sex with a woman. Yuck. Gross. Be a real man. Fuck men only. All right. Anyway, where were we? Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be pro-gay, dated. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. Now, this doesn't make a lot of sense because, like, it seems like Tyler Robinson was also sheltering their family from this information. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle the police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. However, Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson, and Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there's too much evil and the guy Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who was a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all the evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The family friend also asked Robinson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robinson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. So then we get into the roommate, but the parents' suspicion is that the roommate is trans, right? Which still, which of course corresponds to like all of the assessments made by other people about the roommate's Reddit profile, which was, definitely the profile of someone who was in the process of engaging in gender confirmation, transitioning, right? DIY HRT subreddits, things of that nature, from what I understand, according to Liv Agar's assessment. So then we get to the roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male, a trans woman, who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to the police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. Oh, that's how they found the note. So that's not even a fucking manifesto. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right? I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they've moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain it, losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge you vu on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Robinson, delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you, says the roommate. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Bro assassinated Charlie Kirk, but was still scared of what his dad has to say. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That gives you a little bit of the mindset of this person who, like Like that in and of itself kind of feels like this dude is not this radical Antifa fucking super soldier type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't think it all the way through in a way. Bro, he literally fucking clear. Dude, he has no OPSEC whatsoever. All of this obviously is like zero OPSEC. Not only that, but he planned it in a week, which sounds insane. Like in 1 week, he was like, oh shit, Charlie Kirk's coming to my neighborhood. That's terrifying. Low key. Not even low key. That is high key terrifying that like someone could just like find out that a public speaker who is a political commentator is coming to your neighborhood, and it takes 1 week for them to basically decide, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna plan it out and basically almost get away with it too. Like it's crazy. I guess it was also understandable that he was afraid of his dad, because the reality of the matter is the gun, if he had actually gotten the gun, he could have probably told his dad like, oh no, I have the gun right here. You know what I mean? So considering that his family turned him in, he wasn't wrong to be worried about that part. It wasn't even his neighborhood. It was like 200 plus miles away. I know. But like their state. From my perspective, I will say this much. I do a lot of events. I'm outside all the time. I'm around other people all the time. I'm in public all the time. I go to fucking chaotic situations. I go to fucking rallies and shit. And the only time where I feel a sense of danger is when I'm in like red states. The only time I've had like any fucked interactions while doing like IRL streams, for example, have been in red states, whether it be Nevada or whether it be Texas, even in blue areas in red states, right? Because of that reason, people do drive hundreds of miles to do like fuck shit, right? So count 6 is him telling his roommate to listen to her rights and ask for a lawyer. Yeah. So his prefrontal cortex won't be fully developed for 2 more years. Planning, decision-making, self-awareness, risk assessment. The people in blue states are too high to be driving that far for anything. I mean, it can happen anywhere. I'm just like, I'm looking at a game of chance here, okay? Witness tampering pertains to Robinson's statement to his roommate, telling the roommate, if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. I don't know if that's technically witness tampering. Deleting the text message exchange is witness tampering, but saying stay silent and you know, call a lawyer, that's not witness. Is that witness tampering? The deletion of the text message, like the demands for deletion of the text message does make sense as witness tampering. That is absolutely witness tampering. But yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the charges and you look at all the evidence that has been presented thus far, I don't know how the fucking right wingers are going to operate here, but like the trans person is like low key a hero in this story, like one of the good people in the story, even from the right wing assessment, right? So that hasn't stopped people from obviously saying like this is Trantifa. But so he wasn't a groiper. I told you, I don't think that it was too early to make an assessment. I mean, you can still be like a lover with a trans person and be groiper, but like there isn't enough here to suggest that he's a groiper. Okay. That's why I told you, like, it's important to make honest assessments no matter what, even if it's like, even if there's a prevailing narrative. And I think for a lot of people, it won't even matter. I think for a lot of people, they will go along with, depending on their partisan framework here, depending on what they were, what they were predisposed to believe. You have no idea if the boyfriend was involved or not, Lamau. Wait, what? The boyfriend? You mean the trans girlfriend? I mean, the evidence that we just read shows that not only was this person cooperating with law enforcement, but like the evidence itself that they have on hand shows that they were not fucking involved. I love this guy, man. I love conservatives. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. Dudes would just be like, nah. It can't be the white boy that did it. Must have been the trans person. Must have been the trans person somehow. You know, yeah, but the left does the same thing. What do you mean? Guys, stop doing vague posting. Just say what you fucking mean, please, okay? It's okay. You can say what you mean, even if it's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Trust me, there are plenty of stupid things that people say in this chat, okay? Sorry, but I don't believe their evidence. Okay, fine, fair. ACP? Was he an ACP member, Jackson, Hinkle, and Haas? No, I don't think he was an ACP member. I don't think this dude is even like, anything but, this dude didn't even vote for the Democrats, man. The fuck are we talking about? He's not like, it shouldn't be that hard for men. If you're in this community, I understand why. If you're in this community, I understand why it's so difficult for you to, what is this? Okay. It's hard for you to comprehend if you're in a fucking highly politicized community such as this one, for you to go, there is no way this person has like no decipherable political tendency, no ideological tendency, no ideological leaning. I know, okay? I understand that because you are insanely political. But what you have to realize is the overwhelming majority of people in this country do not have the same kind of perspective that you do, okay? They don't know anything. They don't care about anything. There is nothing that's like decipherable from the perspective of like political radicalization, even though what he did is unique in the sense that you would expect the profile, the ideological profile, to be very clear. Okay? It genuinely seems like this dude was a straight up, just a bisexual, chronically online politics normie who decided to do the unthinkable after figuring out that the figurehead for anti-LGBT was coming to a state. Yes. But even from that perspective, like it still doesn't make sense because the final act here is the act that you would expect from someone who is a radical, right? So one must ask the question, how we got to a position where like an apolitical dude who's just a gamer who like traffics in memes and whatnot could do such a radical act, like take someone's life, right? And that's the reason why I said, judging by what I knew at the time when I wrote the New York Times op-ed, looking at the shooter's profile where I clearly stated to all of you and many people in this community fucking got mad at me as well, that this doesn't have the makings of like a hyper radicalized, groiper or anything like that when those narratives were being flung around. The reason why I said that is because I know the shooter profiles of people that get radicalized in different parts of the internet. I know the profile of someone who could potentially be a left-wing shooter and what they would do and what they would say in this process. Okay? This is why my initial assessment was one that stated, look, as I said, Tyler Robinson Kirk's alleged shooter came from a Mormon family, both law enforcement and military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of memes posted on casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is very important to understand as well. We're talking about like the Groyper angle. Feel like you don't do this unless you're in some right-wing nihilistic brain-rotted spaces. Yeah, I saw that as well. He was talking about like the Gopnik posting. I don't know how to weigh that over the Chow Bella, though. Like, that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Groypers usually hail previous shooters and have way more aggressive slogans they use to signal. Are you saying that a normal guy just did it? That's terrifying. Yeah, no, yes. What is Gopnik posting? Like he was doing a Slav squat. And it's not even a normal guy that did it. Okay? It's not even a normal guy that did it. It's also like what's normal about him? It's good stock in the way that conservatives would say. This person comes from a close family, has relationships with people, is not alienated, is not isolated, has not demonstrated antisocial personality disorders, okay, is in constant contact with other people, 4.0 GPA, Mormon family, okay? That is the reason why a lot of right-wingers, when they saw that background, immediately went, oh, shit. This doesn't fucking fit the profile of like anything that we've seen. Oppressive conservative family plus gun culture plus nihilistic on the value of life. Yeah, it's like it feels like it's like a situation where like you shoot a high profile conservative public speaker because you're fucking bored. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even think he did it for the memes necessarily. I understand why all of the law enforcement, regardless of their fucking biases, regardless of the fact that they're trying to present this as like a clear-cut indication, a clear-cut instance of like, Antifa-style radicalized violence or anything. But like when you look at the background, the evidence that we have so far of the shooter's background, it does make sense as to why one could look at that and say he is like, quote unquote, woke or of the lib left variety. And the reason why I say that is because depending on how biased you are, depending on how right wing you are, depending on like from the perspective of a Utah Mormon family, yes, like if you have a trans roommate that you're romantically involved in, that's the most woke you can be. There's the most woke person on the planet from their perspective, you know? Some hate cannot be negotiated, will absolutely be used to demonize trans ideology. I mean, I think that's a constant no matter what. And yes, I did go through Ken Klippenstein's profile. Thoughts on him being maybe one of those nihilist accelerationism guys? No, I don't think so. No. I told you that, like, not a Groyper, not super radical, which is so crazy to say because the act in and of itself is radical. But The reason why I say it doesn't seem like that is because those guys can't shut the fuck up about their politics, both on the left and the right, okay? Some of you on the left are in here. You can never stop talking about how you're actually a Maoist third worldist and everyone is actually a part of the fucking imperial core, America, using Maoist standard English. And on the right, it's even more fucking annoying. If you're like of the far right tendency, you literally will never shut the fuck up. Look at the Minneapolis shooter that went into the church. Everyone was like, that's a trans Antifa person. Fuck no, he wasn't. You want to know why I know he wasn't a fucking trans Antifa person? He had hung out with like the AK guy on YouTube. He literally fucking wrote high profile far right figures' names on his gear. Like he was very clearly a nihilist, accelerationist, esoteric, neo-Nazi style shooter, many of which exist in society, many of which have actually engaged in fucking acts of ultra violence over and over and over again. Doesn't matter if the media fucking claims that they're actually leftists or whatever, right? Same with the recent Colorado shooter that actually shot up his school, literally as Charlie Kirk had been shot at Utah. How is this a radical act? He is at best a lib. Sorry, I'm just confused by the terminology. The reason why I say it's a radical act is because killing someone is a radical act, okay? Devoid of political background. It's just you shoot someone and you kill someone. That's a radical fucking act. What do you mean? He shot someone, one shot, straight to the cartord, like straight to the fucking neck. That's as radical as it's gonna get. Okay, it doesn't get more radical than that. It's a high-profile political assassination. Is more personal than political, like Luigi, an intelligent normie. His description is almost Sigma from his friends with a single cause after falling in love with his roommate. Labels don't do the investigation any good. Sorry for the politics frogs. Yeah, I mean, why does his ideology matter? Even if he's a principled leftist, it doesn't justify national crackdown of the left? Of course not. Of course not. Of course it doesn't fucking justify that. Stop trying to be specific anatomically. Okay, shut up. I always say it wrong. It's carotid, right? Carotid artery. Carotid. Carotid. Carotid artery. English is my second language. Shut the fuck up. Carotid. Anyway, whatever. That doesn't matter. Let's get back to it. Charlie Kirk suspect appeared to confess to murder on Discord, sources say. Here's the
of developments
additional
in the
reporting
investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination. CBS News has confirmed a Washington Post report that the suspect, Tyler Robinson, appeared to confess in an online group chat just before his arrest. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance stepped in to host an episode of Kirk's podcast, urging Trump supporters to report and call out anyone celebrating Kirk's death. Carter Evans is covering all this from the courthouse in Utah. Carter, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. The alleged shooter is expected to make a virtual appearance in court from jail when those charges are filed today. And as a possible preview of what's to come, a probable cause affidavit listed aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice as reasons for his arrest last week.
There was evidence. DNA evidence.
FBI Director Kash Patel said Monday DNA evidence found on a screwdriver at the scene of the shooting and on a towel wrapped around the alleged murder weapon had now been linked to the suspect. Patel added his agency is reviewing the alleged gunman's online activity and cell phone data.
He had a text message exchange, the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
Why didn't that person say something?
I think you were saying that there's no evidence that the shooter is woke unless you can see that being pro-gay is woke. Yes. And that is the case for many people on the right, especially in this administration, because this administration is so fucking brain broken that they think like Mitt Romney is a pussy. You know what I mean? like the modern Republican movement, or at least like the National Republican Party, and the way that they communicate certain issues implies that like if you're fucking pro-gay or pro-trans, you are woke. You are literally Antifa. You're trans Antifa. You're Trantifa. Okay, that's the way they see it. That's precisely the way. That's precisely the reason why they're designing this as a story about left radicalization, a story about left radicalization and a shooter engaging in this like incredibly leftist act of super violence. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, trends de Antifa, like Trendaragua.
You know, our investigation is ongoing. That's a great question.
A Discord spokesman and 2 law enforcement sources told CBS News an account appearing to belong to the suspect claimed responsibility for the shooting in a group chat around 2 hours before his arrest last Thursday, writing in part, quote, "It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this." The messages were first reported by the Washington Post. Discord has said it hasn't found any evidence that the suspect planned Kirk's assassination on the platform. While no motive has been identified, the FBI director said the suspect's family and friends told investigators he subscribed to a left-wing ideology.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet.
Posting is
this part was also, again, super nutty. This part is as big as a story as the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and yet liberals seemingly are fucking falling asleep at the wheel once again, whether it be the Ezra Kleins of the world at the New York Times, or people who are authoring articles in liberal institutions and mainstream liberal institutions, or whether it be the Democratic Party broadly. This is an abject lie. The notion that like left radicalization has become increasingly more violent year over year, this is a real problem, is fucking so insane, especially because there is an unprecedented amount of right-wing political violence in this goddamn country. There is so much evidence to this reality. There's evidence from independent studies that have been conducted. There's evidence from the Department of Justice itself that conducted its own investigation that showed once again that white supremacists, white nationalists, white far-right anti-government extremists are responsible for the large share of crimes, political crimes, and domestic violence incidents, like domestic terror incidents in this country. Okay. The only thing they can hold on to is this notion that Democrats and liberals broadly have a higher percentage of acceptance for political violence as opposed to the right. And I described to you why that is the case, because of the way that we perceive violence in this country. We perceive violence as not violence directed by the state towards marginalized groups, but instead someone engaging in the act of resistance against those violent structures. That is the reason why people who are on the liberal side can sometimes say, yeah, like there's a level of political violence that can happen in the process that that I wouldn't worry about, I wouldn't have an issue with. Whereas Republicans don't ever have to dream of a world where they have to engage in anti-state violence, because the state itself, in a liberal capitalist dystopia, is always reflecting on their violent desires anyway. It's already designed around doing harm and doing violence to these out groups, whether they be undocumented, whether they be trans, whether they be fucking black or brown people. That's violence in and of itself, but that's not perceived as violence broadly. Understand? Will you ever have an opinion? Will you ever have another opinion, even if it doesn't fit your agenda? Wait, what? What the fuck what is this demand? What does that even mean? Why won't you change your entire worldview that's built around empathy? Why do you want me to be inconsistent? I demand you become inconsistent and lose sight of your moral compass. Hey, bro, have you tried just mixing up your opinions for a fresh look? Yeah. He said, bro, come on stream one of these days and start chirping like a MAGA guy, you know? Like, if you wanted to present me as a dishonest actor, okay, even though I wasn't live, like my opinions early on were known about the shooter's possible ideological tendencies. And it seems like my speculation reviewing all of the readily available information at the time came true, that he wasn't a Groyper. I didn't lean into that narrative, even though that narrative took root and a lot of liberals actually ran with it and a lot of leftists actually ran with it as well. And they ran with it so much that even the Republican side actually agreed on that front to a certain degree. And they actually scaled back their demands for civil war quite a bit. Of course, the administration didn't stop, the administration didn't scale back. They were just like, we don't give a fuck what the shooter's profile is. We're still going to fucking go after the left.
Friends podcast late Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance vowed to prevent what he called festering violence on the far left. And appearing as a guest, President Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, argued Kirk's death was the result of an organized campaign of terrorist networks, though he offered no evidence to support that claim.
We are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people.
Now, for now, investigators say the suspected shooter is believed to have acted alone, and we're expecting to learn more about that later today in court. Also today, FBI Director Kash Patel is expected to face questions about his agency's handling of the case when he testifies on Capitol Hill. Nate?
Carter, thank you.
We begin with Garrett Tenney live at the Utah County Jail in Spanish Fort with all the breaking details on this investigation. Hi, Garrett.
Carly, good morning to you. We have learned that the suspect told at least several individuals that he was planning to assassinate Charlie Kirk. In one of those instances, it was in a note he left for his romantic partner. In another, it was a text message to a separate individual. Neither person has been charged, but they could be down the road as the investigation continues. Here,
like, Another narrative that's like flinging around online that I also did not subscribe to is the notion that this was like an Israel hit, right? The reason why I said that, it was most likely not Israel, even though I fucking hate Israel. I'm the #1 hater of Israel, right? The reason why I said that is because like it just didn't make sense that Charlie Kirk was like about to turn on Israel any moment now, right? That narrative is huge, just not in your bubble. No, it's in my bubble too. What are you talking about? No, I know. It's a massive narrative. It's one that is like far-reaching. It's one that people believe on, I would say, like the anti-Zionist side that isn't anti-Semitic. Like the critics of Israel side have also grabbed onto this narrative. It's also a narrative that many far-right figures and like right-wing figures also believe as well. That's definitely something that a lot of people are grabbing onto. What about the right wing saying he turned down $150 million from Ackman? That part is probably true. I mean, Charlie Kirk was funded by Israel. Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA was funded by pro-Israel groups and pro-Israel donors. That is absolutely correct. And I would never in a million years say that like when you are getting funded by Israel that you're not going to get some fucking arrogant, entitled ass phone calls from some of the most annoying dipshits on the fucking planet for even daring to have like comic Dave Smith on stage at a Turning Point USA event. None of that means that Charlie Kirk was going to publicly turn on Israel, though, because Charlie Kirk was always going to stand by Donald Trump. A lot of people just don't understand that. And people on the right don't understand that. People on the right don't actually believe that that I guess Donald Trump is super pro-Israel for some fucking weird reason, because it's like a cult, even if they themselves are anti-Israel. You know? Devil's advocate, because I agree, but couldn't you just argue that Israel might not have wanted to risk the chance that he could turn even if he didn't intend to? No. Like, when Israel, I mean, look, as someone who has been pursued, okay, by the state of Israel, I have a lot of up close and personal relationship with the matter. And let me tell you, when Israel wants to fuck with you, especially if you're a political commentary person on the left, especially if you're like a visible public person in the Western world, okay, then you just making shit up. No, I'm telling you exactly how it works. There are a network of sophisticated propaganda and influence peddling operations that Israel can, on a whim, decide to deploy against you. It's more so bot farms and reputation smearing, okay? There are a million different things that they could do before they arrive at, you know, this assassination. But that also, once again, does not make sense, because that also, once again, does not make quite a bit of sense, because like the notion that Charlie Kirk was going to publicly turn on Israel is ridiculous. Your uncle Jank on TYT thinks because he was turning against Israel too. Yes, a lot of people think that, and I don't know where they're coming from with this. I mean, I understand. I have no reason to believe that the gray zone reporting is incorrect. It has been confirmed by Candace Owens as well. The notion that like that Charlie Kirk, here's the Israel narrative. We covered it extensively yesterday, but I'll give you a quick summarization. Okay. Gray Zone reported, Blumenthal at Gray Zone reported that Charlie Kirk had a secret Hamptons meeting with Bill Ackman and two of the Babylon Bee guys. Okay. There were some other people that were also there. That meeting took place in the Hamptons, and the meeting was about, oh, and Tucker Carlson too, sorry. I think Tucker Carlson was also there potentially. But that meeting took place, and the context of the meeting was twofold. One, first, we're going to give you money. We're going to give you more money, but we want something in return. And two, when Charlie Kirk refused to take the money and felt like he was pressured, felt like he was being blackmailed, okay, they turned around and stated, they basically like had a mean conversation, right? They had a mean conversation with Charlie Kirk. They were probably very short with him, very arrogant. That's just classic. If you've ever had a conversation with someone who's super pro-Israel, whether they're American or Israeli, you get that vibe. They behave in this incredibly entitled, incredibly arrogant manner that is impossible to contend with if you are just like encountering the issue as an outsider for the first time, where you're like, what the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation, right? So do I believe that Charlie Kirk went and had like a bunch of mean conversations with pro-Israel envoys because he dared to sidestep even a little bit from the unshakable pro-Israel position that he is supposed to maintain? Because Israel, when they give you money, they demand a return on that investment. And that demand is unconditional loyalty, okay? Unconditional loyalty to Israel. So the very fact that he had Dave Smith on the Turning Point Conference, the very fact that he had Tucker Carlson on the Turning Point Conference was enough for these pro-Israel groups to fucking lose their minds and be like, what the fuck are you doing? How dare you have these guys on your conference. Like, how dare you give them any fucking breathing room, any space whatsoever? I believe all of that. I believe all of that. And Charlie Kirk's own public statements when he was talking to Charlie Kirk's very own public statements when he was talking to what's her face, the lady, Megyn Kelly, also shows that he was very frustrated. He was pissed off that, like, regardless of his public facing unconditional loyalty to Israel, these motherfuckers were yelling at him for managing the messaging to the best of his ability, trying to keep the party's base together, because that's what Turning Point USA does, right? That's what his goal was. His goal was to at least maintain some semblance of credibility by recognizing the discontent, especially amongst Gen Z Republicans, and make it seem as though TPUSA at least had like room for more discourse on this issue in an effort not to lose them to the likes of, for example, people who are very anti-Israel and also anti-Semitic, like the Groypers. Okay? All of that stuff can be true while Charlie Kirk would still not turn on Israel publicly. And the reason why I say that is because Charlie Kirk is a regime guy. Okay? Charlie Kirk is Donald Trump's very own propaganda minister. Okay? And therefore, as Donald Trump's propaganda minister, as long as Donald Trump wasn't going to turn on Israel, Charlie was never going to turn on Israel publicly either. Okay? It's that simple.
Here's FBI Director Kash Patel describing one of those messages last night on Hannity.
We've collected information where, through witness interviews from the FBI and local law enforcement, that he essentially
Why is it so crazy to think his best friend was literally saying he started to have a change of heart? Remember that one interview your uncle did with that Saga guy? Yes. I do remember that. Guys, I am very tuned in. Okay? I am very tapped into this shit. I am telling you. Someone like Charlie Kirk, their own personal convictions or their own personal distaste does not matter with respect to their public output, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is a great example of this. He leaned into the Jeffrey Epstein stuff with the Bill Clinton connection for a very long time, okay? And then when he got the boss call, this is how he responded.
Talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly, I'm done talking.
Charlie Kirk in the past had talked about Jeffrey Epstein potentially being connected to Mossad, for example. A lot of people keep pointing to that, to say, oh, he was starting to go on his journey, a change of heart. An honest change of heart on Israel for a guy like Charlie Kirk doesn't mean that his output was going to change, his public output was going to change. I can totally see him refusing to take $150 million from Bill A. Packman, specifically because he doesn't want that level of control over Turning Point USA. I can totally see him being frustrated by the demands that Zionist groups were making to Charlie Kirk about how he gets to manage his pro-Israel slant, okay? Especially at this point where he has like enough evidence of his success in terms of communicating on these sorts of issues. So obviously, from his perspective, he's like, what the fuck do you mean? I know what I'm doing. You guys have a real bad, messaging problem. Just don't fucking interfere in my affairs. Like when I saw the Megyn Kelly conversation that he had, it almost felt like he was angry because they were just like fucking attacking him relentlessly because he understood the discontent that a lot of Gen Z Republicans felt towards Israel and how that was actually hemorrhaging support away from Trump even and putting them at the mercy of the likes of Nick Fuentes, who he obviously saw as a major villain, who he obviously saw as a real threat to what he was trying to do, right? Well, the reason why I keep bringing back the Jeffrey Epstein thing is to show you that regardless of Charlie Kirk's personal opinions, regardless of his distaste for Israeli envoys or demands Zionists were making from him, it doesn't change his public persona and his public output one bit, because he is ride or die for the admin. He is ride or die for Trump. Unless Trump was going to turn on Israel, Charlie Kirk was not going to turn on Israel on his own.
Admitted. After the shooting and assassination of Charlie Kirk, the suspect admitted to it. But I will say what was found in terms of information, a text message exchange where the suspect specifically stated that he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do that. And when he was asked why, he said some hatred cannot be negotiated with.
The alleged assassin was an avid gamer and very active on Discord, which is a popular messaging platform used by a lot of gamers. We've learned that shortly before the 22-year-old turned himself in, he confessed to assassinating Charlie Kirk in a group chat on Discord. In messages obtained by the Washington Post, he wrote, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've been all amazing. Thank you all for everything." We also know just hours before those messages, in a different chat group, the alleged assassin was joking with friends who said he looked really similar to the man the FBI was searching for. Here's Kash Patel on Fox and Friends describing how those chat groups are factoring into this investigation.
Oh my God.
People think we can just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. And there are scores of people in this Discord chat room. But we have to effectuate legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained.
The accused killer is expected to be formally charged today, and those charges are expected to include aggravated murder, which does bring the possibility of the death penalty. And in Utah, that can either be by lethal injection or by firing squad. Carly?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Garrett Tenney, live for us in Spanish Fork, Utah. Garrett, we will be watching. Thank you so much. Let's bring in former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. Chris, thanks for joining us. We learned a whole lot yesterday, and almost all of it had to do with this alleged assassin's digital footprint, messages that he sent beforehand saying that he was going to commit this crime, and apparently messages that he sent afterwards admitting to it. So how are investigators going to be using these messages to build their case?
Well, it'll be a very important part of their case. I mean, this is shaping up to be a very, very strong case. You have all the forensic evidence that's been piling up. You have these statements in the gaming chat room, if you will. The FBI has been gathering all this evidence in, as well as the other investigative agencies. And it really...
There's something so crazy about having to listen to fucking boomers talk about an issue that we all know a lot better than they do. Like the way that they're describing this stuff, you would think is like this incredibly scary thing, you know? Oh, they're doing talks in the chat rooms, gaming chat rooms, you know? George Zinn, elderly rabble rouser who falsely claimed he shot Charlie Kirk, is hit with child pornography charges. Oh my God. I don't know what the fuck to say no more, man. What evidence did he send his plans before the killing? Oh, there is no evidence that he sent his plans before the killing. The only thing that they have is that he wrote a note and hid it under the keyboard of his roommate / partner, and then told them in a private conversation that was revealed in the preliminary investigation to check under the keyboard, which implies that they had no fucking clue what was going on. Are you going to be at ArabCon 2025? No, I will not be.
It does paint a picture. So you knit all that together for a prosecution, and there just aren't a whole lot of defenses to this type of evidence. What I think Kesh Patel was correct. What people wonder why the FBI in these chat rooms monitoring things that are going on. It's just not that easy. They need.
Yeah, they are. The problem here isn't whether or not this dude was like a leftist or not. Even if this dude was like, I'm right wing and I'm a neo-Nazi and I shot Charlie Kirk because I'm a neo-Nazi, the administration was still going to go along with this person is a radical far left individual, and that's the reason why we have to dismantle the Democratic Party. Like, that's what they're doing. That's what they're going with. That's what they said before they knew anything about the shooter. So, convincing my left-wing former close friends on Facebook that Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi or a fascist is completely futile because I can't even convince them I'm not a Nazi or fascist, and many have known me since early grade school. Yeah, I wonder why.
Need a tip or a lead from a member of the chat room or a member of the public that's had access, because they can't just go willy-nilly surfing through all these social media sites and chat rooms and gaming sites. There are DOJ guidelines and FBI guidelines and constitutional guidelines that prohibit that.
But Chris, now that we have those guidelines and those requirements met, the FBI is combing through the digital footprint, not just of the alleged assassin, but those with whom he communicated. So, Chris.
Yeah, see, they didn't get enough. All of this stuff is because they didn't get enough. I'm telling you right now, they are doing at the right-wing media outlets are looking at the situation and seeing exactly what we're all seeing, which is not enough evidence for like the trans Antifa narrative, right? Which is why they're trying to build this media profile that these Discord group chats were not just like a bunch of fucking Mormon gamers in Utah that have nothing to do with it, but instead we're actually secretly planning out a hit. These are like gay furries and transgender Antifa soldiers that were ultra militant, And the reason why they're trying to build this narrative, obviously, is the exact same reason why like Elon Musk and every other fucking right-wing person, including Nick Fuentes and all of these like groypers online, have been actively demanding that the administration muzzle any and every left or liberal figure that's out there. It's because they want to use Charlie Kirk's death as an opportunity to dismantle and destroy any sort of political dissidence that could take place in the country. Okay? But because they don't have enough evidence, to present this as like a radical Antifa thing, which, by the way, even if he was a radical Antifa thing, the notion that the administration should be able to tackle all left organizing is still insane, for the record. I need you to understand. Like, that's completely unacceptable. That's completely fucking ridiculous. Like, even if the shooter was just straight up like a Maoist third worldist or like a DSA guy, the fuck do you mean you're going to dismantle every person with an opinion where, you should let trans people live? I think you're being crazy. You're being violent. Like, that's insane, right? That's fascism. But it's clear to me that is their goal. And it's clear to me that it doesn't matter if there's enough evidence to suggest that. They're just going to present it as such and continue going along with this narrative. And the worst thing that could have possibly happened to the national right-wing movement on this is the initial response from the right that scaled back when they found out he was from good stock as a white kid from Utah from a good right-wing MAGA family, and then the subsequent investigations into what a groyper actually is. Because those narratives took hold. Those narratives took hold, and it actually had lasting impact. A lot of people believe that now.
To me, the real question at this point is what charges could this possible extended network face if they are found to have radicalized Tyler Robinson into killing Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, it opens up the possibility of a conspiracy type of charge. That's going to be very difficult. This type of charge is very difficult if it's encouragement or passive, just listening to the information and not reporting it to law enforcement. That's a tough one. But that's something that I'm sure they're looking at very hard. If it's after the fact and they didn't say anything, that's one thing. Maybe accessory after the fact. If they were privy to pre-planning and information that would have helped them help law enforcement intervene and prevent this, then it starts to get a little bit stronger. So I think it remains to be seen here. It could be a stretch, but let's see what happens. I think they have a better chance of doing that type of case in federal court.
So one of the charges he is currently facing, it could change later today, but one of the charges he was arrested on is aggravated murder. And you heard Garrett say that does meet the criteria for the death penalty in Utah. Do you see that is where this case is going?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been mentioned in press conferences. It's been, the governor made it a specific point to mention that. And I think that's one of the reasons that, the state charge is much stronger, is they want to leave that death penalty on the table. There is a federal death penalty, but it's a little bit more difficult. So, and Utah has had executions in the not too recent past. So it's up there for and I would not be surprised at all to see the death penalty enhancement in the indictment itself.
And some notes on what people can expect later today. FBI Director Kash Patel set to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's going to obviously face questions on this probe. There's also going to be an appearance by this suspect, 5 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be virtually streamed from the Utah County Jail. There's also going to be a press conference held at 2 p.m. Eastern time to talk about the charges filed in this case. So we will be watching all of it as it unfolds.
Or wait, no, not this. There's another court hearing that will be televised as well. Did you see they're going to give TikTok in part to Oracle, so the Ellison family might end up owning TikTok, CNN, and CBS? One Trump-aligned billionaire family could end up controlling CBS News, CNN, and TikTok. 3 categories of social legacy media outlets. Legacy owners becoming friendlier with Trump. Meta, WAPO, Los Angeles Times. Sold to Trump-allied owners, CBS, soon maybe TikTok and CNN. Facing massive lawsuits from Trump, New York Times, and Wall Street Journal. It's so ironic that one of the few outlets that is not like directly compromised by Donald Trump is unironically a far-right billionaire who actively has been the strongest advocate for Donald Trump. Rupert Murdoch is not a sufficient Trump loyalist by Trump's own standards, and now he stands alone alongside the New York Times. Both of these outlets are also hyper pro-Israel, for the record. Okay? That's another thing. That's another thing that you have to remember. These initiatives in terms of like both mainstream and independent outlets becoming super, super fucking pro-Israel and pro-Trump in general, is unfolding in front of our eyes. Larry Ellison and Larry Ellison's son are now going to be owning the, like, I would say, 33% of all American media, both independent and also legacy publishers? That's crazy. Is Larry Ellison a competent billionaire, or is he like Elon Musk? He is a competent billionaire. Yes, he is a CIA billionaire. He is the most competent billionaire. It's more terrifying that he gets to control TikTok. Are you kidding me? None of these guys are good. I would go so far as to say Larry Ellison might even be worse somehow. Well, probably not. Yeah, Mark Andreessen is on this too. He's the CEO of Oracle, which is considered the most evil company in tech, which is saying something. So even those who are seen as critical of Donald Trump, even outlets that are seen as critical of Donald Trump, one is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who owns fucking Fox News, who is perhaps most responsible in terms of mainstream media outlets in the United States of America for Donald Trump's rise to power. And the other is the New York Times. Again, lightly critical of Donald Trump at times, because they do engage, and at least when it comes to domestic affairs, like they engage in decent news coverage from time to time, but also still very much pro-Israel anyway. Oh. Remember when the Dems helped pass the TikTok ban after it was dead in the water because people were saying mean things about Israel? Yes, I do remember. I do remember that. Fantastic stuff from the Democrats. Once again, another instance of liberal capitulation to far-right reactionary authoritarian initiatives that will end up hurting them in the fucking long run. I don't know about the TikTok deal. The TikTok deal is looking like a complete surrender by the admin, and it may even be illegal. If true, the U.S. will let Beijing determine what appears on the news feeds of 180 million U.S. TikTok users. Not quite America first. Even the advisors to the deal are renouncing it. It's the ultimate taco trade, said one U.S. advisor. Oh, that's a Financial Times. That's the pink tint of the Financial Times, which means I will take this reporting. I will take this reporting sincerely. This is probably the closest you are going to arrive at the truth. Out of all the major publications, once again, as leftists, as Marxists, as socialists, we say Financial Times is probably one of the best. Okay? It's the ultimate taco trade, said one U.S. advisor close to the deal, referring to the acronym Trump always chickens out. After all this, China keeps the algorithm. Beijing has said the U.S. spinoff of TikTok to be sold to American investors in a deal orchestrated by President Donald Trump will use parent company ByteDance's Chinese algorithm. Wang Jingtao, deputy head of China's powerful cybersecurity regulator, told reporters on Monday night that U.S. and Chinese officials had agreed to a framework that included licensing the algorithm and other intellectual property rights. I don't know if it's a bad deal overall. I don't see that. I think that person is fear mongering a little bit. Yes, I'm white Chinese. That's why I pronounced that Chinese person's name very well, because I'm white Chinese. Let's see. Let's do a paywall remover and try to see if we can get it. Okay, we got it. Beijing has said the U.S. spinoff of TikTok to be sold to American investors in a deal orchestrated by President Donald Trump will use parent company ByteDance's Chinese algorithm. Wang Jingtao, a deputy head of China's powerful cybersecurity regulator, on Monday said the U.S. and Chinese officials had agreed to a framework that included licensing the algorithm and other intellectual property rights. He said ByteDance would entrust the operation of TikTok's U.S. user data and content security without elaborating. So this kind of looks like the same. This means that there will be a backdoor to like all of the user data. But they will still control the algorithm. But I will say that the U.S. TikTok regulators have already conceded on a bunch of stuff on the Israel issue. Right? There's already like a pro-Israel person that was tasked with combating anti-Semitism on the platform. So not sure how free the Chinese algorithms are going to look like. For context, Oracle already operates all of China's U.S. data stored in Texas, so it would not be surprising if Oracle were the biggest buyer in the U.S. markets. Yeah. Trump, who was expected to finalize the deal when he speaks to China's President Xi Jinping on Friday, has again extended the deadline for the U.S. app to be divested from its Chinese owner. The U.S. president on Tuesday issued an executive order moving the date to mid-December, allowing time to negotiate and implement an agreement for greater U.S. control of the app. TikTok's powerful recommendation algorithm has been at the heart of a geopolitical tug-of-war over the short video app since the first Trump administration, when Beijing unveiled export controls on algorithms to thwart a forced sale of the app. The artificial intelligence algorithm underpins the app's prized ability to serve up addictive videos tailored to individual users, but has also raised fears among national security hawks that it could be manipulated to push Chinese propaganda or polarizing material to users. I wish that was the case. If that was the case, I'd be the biggest fucking political voice in the United States of America. That is the reality. Very clearly, they are either oblivious to what they have here, or they're just playing ball with the admin. Like, one of the smartest things that the Chinese government did very clearly was tweak the algorithm in favor of Charlie Kirk videos. Donald Trump literally gave a stay of execution to TikTok for that reason. Okay? That's what happened. They tweaked the algo to boost right-wing sentiment on the application. And that's precisely what took place leading up to the election. And that's the reason why at least Trump thought Charlie Kirk was like so impactful in securing a larger percent of the Gen Z vote than ever before for Donald Trump. That is something that they deliberately did. Okay? That means they were willing to play ball in order to continue having TikTok be somewhat controlled, the algorithms on TikTok be somewhat controlled by the Chinese government. U.S. officials have insisted any deal must ensure TikTok's recommendation algorithm is fully severed from ByteDance, warning continued cooperation could allow Beijing to maintain influence over content seen by Americans. It remains unclear to what extent TikTok's Chinese parent would retain control over the algorithm in the U.S. part of a licensing deal. An Asia-based investor of ByteDance said the new U.S. TikTok entity would use at least part of the Chinese algorithm, but train it in the U.S. on American user data. Beijing's bottom line is a licensing deal, said the investor. Beijing wants to be seen as exporting Chinese technology to the U.S. and the world. It's the ultimate taco trade, said one U.S. advisor close to the deal, referring to the acronym Trump always chickens out. After all this, China keeps the algorithm. American and Chinese officials reached a framework agreement on Monday after 2 days of talks in Madrid to hammer out a deal that would keep the Chinese-owned app online in the U.S. The Trump administration has repeatedly intervened to keep TikTok available, despite U.S. law that required ByteDance to divest its American operations of the app or face a nationwide ban. Newsom is meeting the moment. Okay, whatever. China's two top trade negotiators, Vice Premier He Lifeng and Deputy Commerce Minister Li Chenggang, indicated Beijing would approve the export of the TikTok's algorithm. Separately, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the spun-off app would be controlled by American investors but preserve some Chinese characteristics. Another person familiar with the matter said Chinese characteristics. They're going to preserve socialism with Chinese characteristics. Another person familiar with the matter said TikTok had been developing a standalone U.S. app in anticipation of a deal, but was keen to ensure that content generated by American users will still be available to users in the rest of the world, app and vice versa. Ahead of the previous April deadline, the White House was close to an agreement that would have spun off U.S. TikTok into a company receiving new investment, potentially diluting the stakes of Chinese investors. Under the terms of that deal, investors, including Andreessen Horowitz and Silver Lake, would have owned about half of TikTok's U.S. business, while large existing investors, including General Atlantic, Susquehanna, and KKR, would have held about 30% of the new entity. As a part of that deal, Oracle, which already stores the personal data of American users on its U.S. cloud servers, would have taken a small holding in the new business and also been responsible for securing U.S. apps data. Trump on Tuesday said his government had been talking to a group of very big companies that want to buy TikTok. People briefed on the matter said the broad consortium of about a dozen Wall Street investors from April had narrowed significantly after some such as Blackstone pulled out. Some new large investors are in talks to join the group. Hold on. Hold on one second. Analysts have said the algorithm must be fully operated by the U.S. entity to meet the requirements of the divest or ban law signed by the then President Joe Biden last year that would preclude a licensing deal with ByteDance. But the law allows U.S. presidents to determine if ByteDance is fully divested from TikTok, giving Trump the power to approve the deal. So, not exactly sure what level of control they will have over the American-facing side of the application. Having said that, however, TikTok was already clearly interested in tweaking the algorithm to favor Donald Trump or whoever is in power in an effort to make sure that they don't actually get fucking clapped, including but not limited to having new regulators take control over, certain aspects of the content moderation in an effort to combat anti-Semitism, which I think we all know what that means. That means anti-Israel statements, anti-Israel sentiments. So and we already covered this yesterday, but on the same day, Sludge revealed the Democratic PR firm SKDK is under contract with Israel's foreign ministry to run a bot farm on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and more to flood the zone with pro-Israel messaging. Netanyahu claimed countries like Qatar and China invest huge sums to influence Western media with anti-Israel agenda using bots, AI, and publications. You open your phone and you're bombarded, especially on TikTok, is far more powerful than traditional media. Yeah, Hasbarists have decided, and pro-Israel people have decided that, like, they're going to release counter narratives and flood the zone, as they have already, and it still doesn't change the reality on the ground. So obviously, I don't know how impactful this will be, but once again, we talked about this already, but SKDK, a leading Democrat PR firm closely tied to Biden advisors and Senator Chuck Schumer's circle, has signed a $600,000 contract to run a bot-based program for Israel's foreign ministry. Filed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, the plan aims to flood the zone with pro-Israel content across TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and more, likely using automation to boost reach. The deal also tasks SKDK with training Israeli spokespeople, testing influencer campaigns, and lobbying outlets like the BBC, CNN, Fox, and AP for favorable coverage. Parent company Stagwell, founded by the longtime Likud ally Mark Penn, is also deploying GOP affiliate Targeted Victory to work on Israel's messaging. Full story below. How is that legal? What do you mean? Excuse me, sir, if Israel is doing it, what the fuck? Oh, God, I don't want to see Drew Pavlov. Excuse me, sir, but if Israel is doing it, it's all legal, okay? Hello? Nice. Not one, but two former Biden spokespeople are now registered under FARA as foreign agents for Israel. It doesn't matter that Democrats lost votes over Gaza. They have a nice cushy job for holding the line. Amazing the kinds of people who get elevated to the top of this party. Vedant Patel and Sabrina Singh. Recent hired SKDK, joined post 2024. Former chief deputy press secretary at the Pentagon, managing defense communications. Vedant Patel, vice president at SKDK, former principal deputy spokesperson and acting spokesperson for the State Department. You know these names because you saw them lie about Israel all the fucking time under the Biden administration. We are going to see an unprecedented wave of information control, censorship, deplatforming on naysayers of Israel and Zionism. It's coming. It's already kind of been here, but we had the golden era of the wild, wild west of the internet. And it's very obvious that these fucking boomers have realized that, you know, there is a danger present here when people have independent thought that deviates away from the official State Department narratives. And it is precisely the reason why they want to stamp it out to the best of their ability. That is where we're at. Will it be simple smears, bot campaigns, and flooding the zone with counter narratives? Or will it extend beyond, under the Trump administration, tackling political dissidents as a legal matter? I think it's going to be both. Guys, please stop sending me the More Perfect Union Bernie link. I know, okay? I'm aware. They literally sent it to me personally as well to watch. Oh my God, I know. Bernie Sanders went into deep Trump country to win them over. I know. I got it. We'll get to it. Jesus fucking Christ. This also goes back to what I was talking about. There's a new UN investigation that came out today that was released. And this investigation shows that Israel's committing a genocide. It's official. The United Nations Commission of Inquiry concludes Israel's committing a genocide. The UN body calls on nations to stop sending weapons to Israel, ensure people within their jurisdiction aren't aiding or inciting the genocide, and hold those who are accountable. Okay? Virtually every institution in the world knows what's happening. They know you're mad, and they're worried about what might happen to Western confidence and democracy if these governments continue to suppress the protests rather than stop Israel's genocide. Okay? The limitations to dissent, the aggressive posturing from these governments is only causing people to hate Israel more. Yes, the UN report also determined that the Gaza Holocaust Foundation, the GHF, billed as Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is explicit evidence of genocidal intent, being utilized as a straight-up tool of genocide by both the belligerent parties, the United States of America and Israel. Okay? This UN one is the big one. It's an independent commission and has been working on this case for over a year now. It's probably the most thorough review ever done on the subject. Where will you stream if Twitch caves to all the BS and bans you? I don't know. Probably YouTube. I have more fears than, I have more concern beyond deplatforming at this point. I think you have to understand. Is this the nail in the coffin for Israel? Not necessarily. And the reason why it's not the final nail in the coffin for Israel is because America, the big dog, America, the big dog, is obviously attached to the hip to Israel and has consistently offered it tremendous support. Elon is targeting Pestany now. Oh, yeah, I saw that as well. Isn't that interesting that Sex Pestany, who has said unlimited violence, has threatened me with death threats, is now getting a taste of his own medicine after utilizing right-wing groups and right-wing content creators for years and years to actively try to get me deplatformed. He is now getting shafted by the very same right-wing forces that he has expertly used to his advantage to try and unsuccessfully deplatform me. Yeah. His community worked with fascists all the fucking time. He has called for my death personally, and also he has engaged in incredibly violent language and continues to do so. Okay? And now the chickens are coming home to roost for him. Will this cause his community to reconsider these allegiances? Probably not. We'll cover that in a second. Let's get back to the Israel stuff, okay? Like the clip compilations that right-wingers were using to call for my death, call for my deportation, call for my deplatforming, including from Elon Musk, was unironically crafted by his community. Like, they are the ones who scour the internet. They are the ones who are in here all the fucking time, looking for any opportunity as an advantage. And now that exact same toxicity is hitting him as well. Maybe this will cause them to reconsider their allegiances with a lot of these right-wing institutions and a lot of these right-wing people in general, because they think that these right-wing people can be used against those they've perceived as ideological enemies only because of his own personal spite. They won't. They hate you more. We'll see. Anyway. We'll go through the UN report, but before we get there, Rubio says visa revocations for foreigners are underway. Brian Mast pulled back on the passport thing that they were entertaining, where they even talked about potentially introducing a provision in a bill where they could get Marco Rubio to take away American citizens' U.S. passports away from them if they weren't sufficiently pro-Israel. That was a real thing that they were entertaining, and then they quietly revoked it, quietly pulled it back. Having said that, however, obviously when it comes to visa revocations, they're still going along with it because the State Department has tremendous power over people coming into the country, like offering them visas, allowing them to get visas, or not allowing them to get visas, or even taking away their visas. Like they are entertaining visa revocations, and this is just an entry point into a broader. This is an entry point into a broader attack on the First Amendment. Okay, the First Amendment protects citizens and non-citizens alike. Make no mistake, regardless of whatever some dumb fuck tells you online. The First Amendment is for everyone on U.S. soil, okay? Citizens and non-citizens alike, documented and undocumented non-citizens alike. The passport revocations was an extension on this, but they got a little too enthusiastic and had to scale it back instantly. Having said that, however, they are still going along with visa revocations. Let's take a look.
The business of inviting people to visit our country who are going to be involved in negative and destructive behavior. Okay, so why should, if I invite someone, if we invite someone to visit the United States of America as a student, as a tourist, as whatever, then they have a different, the standard they should be held to is very high. We shouldn't be bringing people into this country. We should not be giving visas to people who are going to come to the United States and do things like celebrate the murder, the execution, the assassination of a political figure. We should not.
Yeah. At first it was for Israel. Now they're saying it's for Charlie Kirk. Tomorrow it could be saying Marco Rubio's ears are too large. Okay? Once you develop the standard that visa revocations for tourists, for people coming into the country, once you set the standard for non-citizens like this, you can expand on it, okay? Don't say he will hear me. I know he will hear me. I intend for him to hear me. He's got big old ears like Dumbo, okay? I know. Motherfucker's got satellites slammed to the side of his cheeks, okay? This stuff is so crazy. But yeah, as I was saying, Brian Mast removed the provision that would allow Rubio to take any American passport away for criticizing Israel. The new version doesn't have it. Okay, they took it out.
And if they're already here, we should be revoking their visa.
So the passports for U.S. passport revocation for U.S. citizens is now gone. Having said that, they're still doing it to people that are coming into the country. Okay? And what is frustrating about this is that there's a lot of appetite for it. They can get you to agree to dangerous erosions of the First Amendment by simply stating that you're doing this to non-citizens and they don't deserve it. They have a different standard for rights. Why do you think Mass did that? Because I think they got a little heavy-handed. It's the same as it is the same as when they tried to do this like new FEMA provision where they were like, you can't get any FEMA help if you've criticized Israel or if you wanted to do BDS or whatever. And then people saw that and were like, what the fuck? What the hell are you saying? And then they had to strike that. This is boundary testing through and through. So do you, fool. Wait, what? What do I? What do you mean, so do I? Why do they hate cancel culture? They want to be cancel culture. They do not hate cancel culture. They want to be cancel culture. Of course. They don't hate DEI or what they consider to be DEI, which is a bastardization anyway. They want that fake version, what they've designed as DEI, to be for their people, for Republicans, for white guys. It's always the same. It's always the same. They don't care about cancel culture. They just want to do cancel culture. They claim that cancel culture has been done to them. They don't care about the First Amendment. They never have, and they never will. They just did not want people to even criticize them. And now, considering that that is the ultimate goal here, they're open with their ambition. That's it.
And then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after the...
Like, people who are like, hate speech is not real, shut the fuck up, whatever, are now chirping as though like saying Charlie Kirk wasn't a good person is hate speech. That's insane, okay? Not only is that not hate speech, but hate speech is still protected regardless by every fucking, every understanding of it, okay? In the United States of America, the government cannot intervene and silence people's opinions and political participation. This is the government doing just that. It's doubly fucked because not only is it not hate speech, okay, Charlie Kirk or right-wing political figures or Donald Trump's favorite fucking YouTuber is not a protected class. Okay? It's so stupid. What an insane thing to claim.
These groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action.
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
What do you think Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
We'd probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So
a form of hate speech. Pretty much only direct threats that could be considered actionable, as well as remarks meant to incite public chaos, are exceptions of the First Amendment. Yes. She elaborated on Twitter after people yelled at her. Hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. It's a crime for far too long. We've watched the radical left normalize threats, calls for assassinations, and cheer on political violence. That era is over. Under 18 U.S.C. is a federal crime to transmit any communication containing any threat to kidnap any person or any threat to injure the person or another. Likewise, 18 U.S.C., those other provisions, make it a felony to threaten public officials, members of Congress, or their families. You cannot call for someone's murder. You cannot swat a member of Congress. You cannot dox a conservative family and think it will be brushed off as free speech. These acts are punishable crimes, and every single threat will be met with the full force of law. This is true, except they don't even fucking prosecute that. I like that she openly said, though, that like the protections are only limited to people that do this to Republicans and conservatives, which is the case. Okay, if conservatives do it to liberals, leftists, people they consider to be political dissidents, then that's fine. That's clearly fine. It is clear this violent rhetoric is designed to silence others from voicing conservative ideals. We would never be silenced, not our families, not our freedoms, and never for Charlie. His legacy will not be erased by fear or intimidation. Mashia says, freelance reporter for BBC, Mashia says, hi, Attorney General Pam Bondi. Can you please clarify, based on the statement, which of the following statements are crimes? We have to beat the hell out of the radical left lunatics, Donald Trump. Just kill him, when referencing homeless people, Brian Kilmeade. We should be posting protesters' exact names and addresses online. Dox the people, Greg Gutfeld, over at Fox News. They are at war with us. We are going to avenge Charlie Kirk's death. Jesse Waters at Fox News. But of course, people are, conservatives are after demanding that people get doxxed or fired for not sufficiently grieving Charlie Kirk. They are now turning around and yelling at Pam Bondi now. But yeah, Attorney General Pam Bondi's clip went viral. Mehdi Hassan and many others said, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. Swalwell called her out for refusing to do anything about direct threats against his family. Yeah, I know. This is like, guys, if you are even remotely on the left flank, you have already experienced all of this, and you know the government doesn't do anything about it. And it's not like the government under the liberal leadership was doing anything about it either. Okay? There's never been an instance, there has never been an instance where this is like, this has ever been used to protect people on the left flank of American politics, no matter how fucking centrist or liberal they might be. Took 3 days after the CNN interview for Mace to tell her colleague to go back to Africa. Yeah. Go back to Somalia. Your values are not compatible with our American values. Enough is enough. Love America or leave. This is after there are calls being made to deport Ilhan Omar. Nancy Mace is also trying to censure Ilhan Omar. Again, fun fact, Nancy Mace is trying to censure me over comments I never said. Her res does not contain a single quote from me because she couldn't find any. Unlike her, I have routinely condemned political violence, no matter the political ideology. This is all an attempt to push a false story so she can fundraise and boost her run for governor. DOJ employee here, they are coming for you, Hassan. Thanks, Sigma Grindsets. My brave whistleblower in the Department of Justice. Can't believe you banned this brave whistleblower of the Department of Justice. No shot? No, that's not. This person is not. I know it's not the Department of Justice, or maybe they are, but I know that there are attempts behind the scenes where people carefully comb through every single thing that I have said over the course of the past 10 years to try and find anything that they could weaponize against me. As far as like calling for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they couldn't find it. They could not find anything, which is why they went with like dumbass shit like me talking in metaphors about members, or not even members of Congress, me utilizing metaphors when talking about like what Democrats should be doing on the debate stage in terms of like being more vicious, being more aggressive in their posture. Okay? Ironically enough, it's something that people have actually attacked Trump on the liberal side, and I have actually defended the intentions of Donald Trump when talking about certain things in the past. Yes, saying Democrats need to be more cutthroat in debates was seen as me saying Democrats need to literally, not figuratively, literally go out and like use a knife to to slice people's throats, things of that nature. Okay? I've seen it a lot online, just rewriting your roads to the point where it's its own new thing that you never said to make you sound evil. So, Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. They're going to clip that now, though. So dangerous. It's not, but it doesn't matter. We live in increasingly online times. Okay? Obviously, there were people that Charlie Kirk himself, if they are holding him up as a deity and as the gold standard for like how Republicans should be operating, Charlie Kirk himself did not think that I was a troll or someone who actually wished him harm, so much so that not only was I around him physically on debate stages at the DNC, but also he was willing to debate me. So clearly, he didn't see it that way either. Having said that, that's not going to stop the Republicans that are actively trying to do everything in their physical power to get the government to prosecute me. RG Vaggie, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. So I know for a fact that there are initiatives by right-wing groups right now to try and engage in this kind of deplatforming because they don't really give a shit about Charlie Kirk. They just want to fucking silence political dissent. But here's Matt Walsh after spending the last couple of days being the largest advocate for cancel culture and the largest advocate for free speech erosion, turning around and attacking Pam Bondi. Bondi says, if you want to go and print posts with Charlie's picture for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. We have right now our civil rights unit looking at that. Matt Walsh says, get rid of her today. This is insane. Conservatives have fought for decades for the right to refuse service to anyone. We won that fight. Now Pam Bondi wants to roll it back for no reason. The employee who didn't print the flyer was already fired by his employer. This stuff is being handled successfully through free speech and free markets. This is totally gratuitous and pointless. We need the Attorney General focused on bringing down the left-wing terror cells, not prosecuting Office Depot for God's sake. It's just such a remarkable change here. Like he is literally saying like, this is a silly fucking fight. You should be using your prosecutorial tools to literally stamp out any sort of left-wing opposition to the administration instead. He's not mad because she's doing too much. He's mad because she's not doing enough. Okay? Am I agreeing with him? Do you agree that the Attorney General needs to focus on bringing down the left-wing terror cells? Because if you don't agree with that, then you don't agree with Matt Walsh. Walmart employee here. A customer said they don't like you. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the update. Anyway, we have the Utah County Jail. Tyler Robinson is expected to appear in court shortly. We are awaiting. But basically, Attorney General Pam Bondi is saying that it is a civil rights matter to refuse service to someone if they are conservative, even though the Republican initiative on this front that went all the way to the Supreme Court was that you can refuse to make a cake for a gay couple at a bakery if you feel like you're homophobic. That's your right. That's your constitutionally protected right as a Christian. Anyway. Donald Trump also has said numerous things that proclaim that he doesn't necessarily care about free speech at all, and he is totally willing to prosecute people on being annoying to him directly.
And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, oh, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against the criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive. And they
Is he talking about Medea Benjamin, my queen, my goat? Yeah. How often is it ever a paid person? I don't know. Do you feel like you need to be paid to protest this administration and its numerous violations of your civil liberties? Oh, no, he's not talking about Rico Code Pink. He's talking about people confront Donald Trump at a D.C. restaurant. He smiles at the camera as they chant, "Free D.C., free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time." Oh, these are Code Pink gals. Okay, of course. Medea, my queen, my goat, the ultimate infiltrator. I think one of the craziest things is that this is how close you can get to a fucking president. Like, that actually is wild. I remember seeing this at the time and thinking, damn, that is like this is a guy who had an assassination attempt on him, multiple. And he's just out here walking around.
Let's go. Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. Let's go.
Anyway, that's what he was talking about as far as like going after protesters. Okay. Where is the other thing that I was going to look at?
Be seated.
Oh. Utah County Jail is about to be live. It is live.
Good afternoon. My name is Judge Graff. I will be handling the first appearance calendar today. At the conclusion of the hearing, for the first case, the court will take a recess and remind all those who are scheduled for the first appearance calendar to log back in 15 minutes after the court has taken a recess. As a general note, no electronic usage is allowed unless pre-approved. Any disruptions will be removed. To the jail, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson. I'm Judge Graff. Mr. Skortis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. You're probably already aware of my presence or why I'm here, but if not, I am not entering an appearance. I'm not counsel on this case. I'm working with the county to get counsel assigned, but we need you to allow for the appointment of counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Skortis. I want to go through the qualifications for indigency, but that is my intent, Mr. Skortis.
Very well.
And I thank you for being here. So, Mr. Robinson, you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the court can appoint an attorney to represent you. I have reviewed your declaration of financial status and find that you are indigent. I'm provisionally appointing a Rule 8 qualified attorney to represent you on your case, Mr. Robinson. Along with their filing of their appearance of counsel, the assigned attorneys must file declarations with the court that outline their qualifications under Rule 8 and Rule 8C, under Rule 8B and Rule 8C for counsel appointment in a case where death may be a sentencing option. I'm ordering that those declarations be filed prior to the next hearing date, which is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. Mr. Robinson, I also wish to inform you of your right against self-incrimination. Anything that you say in court today could be used against you, and we want to protect your constitutional rights. Mr. Robinson, at this time, you will remain in custody without bail. Mr. Skordas, is there any other points that you wish to address?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Turning to the state.
Yes, Your Honor. Chad Grunander for the state. I'm also joined, and they're listed as attendees, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, and Chris Ballard. We are the trial team on this case. I do have a few points I'd like to bring up with Your Honor. We have filed a pretrial protective order on behalf of Erica Kirk. We would ask the court to review that. It should be in your queue, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk. Is there any other business that we need to address today, counsel?
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file. Lastly, I would just indicate to the court and to, at this point, Mr. Robinson, that we are prepared to collect all of the discovery in this matter and get that turned over to the defense as soon as possible. Rule 16 requires us to provide what we have relied on in charging the information and bringing these charges within 5 days once it's requested. So that'll be prepared to disseminate to the defense as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Mr. Robinson, what I also want to do is you have the right to have the charges read that you stand charged of, and I wish to read those to you at this time. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, for count 1, aggravated murder, a capital felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-5-202, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty or pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years that may be for life. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider as an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent criminal offense in the presence of a child. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-11-210 sub 2 and 3C, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson discharged a firearm in the direction of Charlie Kirk, knowing or having reason to believe that Charlie Kirk may be endangered by the discharge of the firearm, and that the act caused serious bodily injury to Charlie Kirk. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child, aggravating factor. The sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent offense in the presence of a child. Count 3, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson, with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or pursuant to any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, conceal or remove the firearm used to shoot Charlie Kirk, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or a first-degree felony. Count 4, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, with an intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, destroyed, concealed, or removed the clothing he wore during the shooting, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or first-degree felony. Count 5, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant.
Please read this for Chad, who has no idea what's going on. He is a lawyer that is about to be appointed. They're currently reading the charges. They will appoint him a lawyer after reading the charges. Someone also explain what he's wearing. I don't know. Is that like a fucking stabbing vest or something?
Use or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony, information, a document, or an item to wit, directing his roommate to delete
like a suicide
incriminating text
prevention vest?
messages. Count 6, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, or intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony or information, to wit, directing his roommate to stay silent if the police questioned the roommate. Count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.10 sub 2 and 76-3-203.14 sub 3A little double I, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, committed criminal homicide in the physical presence of a child younger than 14 years of age, with knowledge that a child was present that may have been seen or heard the commission of the criminal homicide. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. That concludes reading of the information. Mr. Robinson, this case is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. It will be a waiver hearing, and I will be the judge assigned to this case. Mr. Robinson, I invite you to join us at that time. Is there anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor, we'll have counsel appointed by then. Thank you.
Mr. Gurander, anything further?
One item, just for clarification, Your Honor, the hearing on the 29th, is that in person or WebEx?
Thank you. That is a great question. It will be via WebEx.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. I want to thank all parties for being here, and this concludes this hearing at this time. Court is in recess.
All right.
Standing by. James, that will not be in person, if I heard correctly, though.
Yeah, by WebEx, as that was, Gillian. That will be a virtual hearing. Interesting, the first time we have seen moving pictures since the arrest of Tyler.
Yes, I covered the roommate text messages. Yes,
wearing a bulletproof vest. Didn't show any emotion, really. Nodded an understanding when he was addressed directly by the judge, but was giving nothing beyond that. There has been a filing of an intent to seek the death penalty in all of this. That's the aim of prosecutors, Gillian. There was a news conference earlier on. We know a few things that we didn't before, details of the manhunt, the surrender, and there are clues behind motivation. Robinson's parents were told, well, they recognize him from images released by the FBI. His dad thought the description of the rifle matched one given to his son as a gift. So both parents tried to contact him. His dad was asking for a photo of the rifle, but Robinson didn't respond. Eventually, they made contact with him. When they did, he implied, we're told, that he planned to take his own life. They convinced him to come home. He said he couldn't go to jail, just wanted to end it, but they subsequently convinced him to turn himself in with the help of a family friend. Robinson's mother, she's told investigators that he had become more political, more to the left, and he was more pro-gay, she said, and trans rights oriented. She said he'd been dating his roommate, a male who is transitioning to female. When they asked his parents why he did it, a question asked of their son, he replied that there is too much evil in Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate, he told them. On the day of the shooting, Gillian, the roommate received a text from Robinson, and that said, drop what you're doing and look under my keyboard. There was a note there that read, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. He sent another text saying, shouldn't be long until I can come home, my love. And he wrote, to be honest, I had to keep this secret.
That is so crazy because it almost feels like it's mathematically devised to implicate
shortly after
your trans partner to make it seem as though they could have potentially known about this ahead of time.
I had enough of this hatred.
Like the text messages obviously show that the trans partner had no fucking clue. The back and forth shows that. The very fact that the trans partner has been collaborating with the authorities, cooperating with the authorities from the beginning.
Second state visit as U.S. president.
But it is such an insane way to operate.
Will be welcomed. Sky's Rhiannon Mills has been taking a look at the final preparations there and has this report.
Like on the one hand, being like, "Oh, I'm doing this because Charlie Kirk hates trans people," but then also on the other hand, being like, hey, by the way, I'm implicating you in this fucking murder plan that I put together. It's so crazy. Like you're just post hoc creating a situation where you're like post hoc making an accessory to crime, and it's the worst possible way to do it because like if he had actually potentially told this person about his interest in assassinating Charlie Kirk ahead of time, then maybe they could have went to law enforcement and stopped it from happening. Do you understand? So like there's obviously in the back of his mind, there was obviously this like potential discontent from the trans partner in general. And that's the reason why he hid the fucking note. Which is crazy. It's really weird to do such an effective setup to get away clean and then leave all these little clues to incriminate yourself too. Yeah. Is it over? Was he really left wing and we're taking this massive L right now? Crazy how it all takes is one person on like the 1,000 right wingers who've done similar atrocities. First of all, nothing is over. What do you mean? We're all taking this L right now. Like, did anything happen to a million in the aftermath of 1,000 high profile far right mass shootings where people specifically say, I love insert whatever fucking right wing guy from Tim Pool all the way to Ben Shapiro? Did the federal government crack down on dissemination of information from the right, even when they themselves in their own Department of Justice investigations concluded that far-right anti-government extremism was responsible for the large share of domestic terror incidents on U.S. soil, or even the large share of political violence on U.S. soil as well? No, of course not. That's not how this works, okay? That's not how this works at all. And it shouldn't work that way regardless, but it does not matter. The administration is still going to do their very best to turn this into a left radicalization leading to like unlimited violence situation, because it corresponds to the narrative that they were designing already. They already have been doing this in the aftermath of every high profile shooting incident, in the aftermath of every mass shooting. The government keeps saying this was a leftist, and the media keeps also responding to that narrative and highlighting that narrative. Minneapolis is one of the best examples of this. Either they just don't even cover it at all, like with the case with the Colorado shooter, okay, where the Colorado shooter that shot up his school and critically injured two schoolmates. An hour after Charlie Kirk was shot at UVU, it got very little coverage in the media, very little coverage in mainstream news. He was a far-right figure. That's precisely the reason why it got very little coverage in the media. And another high-profile incident at the Catholic school in Minneapolis was also blamed on transgender Antifa leftists. The shooter was not transgender. It was possibly a detransitioner, okay? But regardless, the shooter was far-right, a far-right white supremacist. And yet, they still fucking claim that that shooter was a leftist. That dude literally posted names of prominent white nationalist, white supremacist terrorists all over his gear. All over his gear. A telltale sign that this person was a fucking psycho Nazi, neo-Nazi. But it didn't stop people from lying about the shooter's profile and their background. This, to me, means that the truth doesn't matter at all to this administration. It just never mattered. And it does not matter. Candace Owens is also live with 200,000 live concurrent viewers. What the fuck?
I'm going to take it. The structure, that is weird. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Okay. That's just structurally, that's not proper English, okay? It's either I have, okay, or I had, past tense. Again, not clear. Police found a photograph of this note and the following text exchange.
250K now? It still
After
says
reading that
208,000 for me.
The roommate texts Tyler
in 20
and he says,
minutes.
"What? You're joking, right?" Robinson writes, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in a REM for a little while longer yet." Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still.
Oh, you mean with us?
To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you.
The thing
roommate
that's like
replies,
kind of weird about this back and forth with the roommate, by the way, is that it basically,
the roommate replies,
why is this so, like, why is this such a large revelation? Like, he basically cops to it and admits it and says everything that an investigator would want to get out of this back and forth correspondence, like detailing how he like hid the gun. He wanted to circle back and get the gun.
Robinson says, why did I do it? Roommate says, yeah. Robinson says,
like, it's the most insane text message chain I've ever seen. I'm not going to say it's like fake, it's made up or anything like that.
retrieve it again. Hopefully they have.
But it's just a very weird pattern of speech. Maybe he was just a fucking weird guy.
Roommate says, how long have you been planning this? Robinson says, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, referring to the rifle, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hopefully they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. What? You're worried about explaining losing the rifle to your father, not worried that you left the rifle and therefore it's obviously going to be found out. Like the only thing that you left was the the murder weapon.
I mean, that makes sense because turns out his dad was the one who suspected him of being the shooter, and the rifle was a component of his suspicion, and therefore that's not the suspicious part. The suspicious part here is that he's just like detailing exactly what investigators would want to tie him to the crime. And the subsequent attempts of like clearing his name.
Check under quickly and see, and I took care of it, and he's where? And now he's giving him an accounting of exactly what's taken place, which means if this is right after and they're still in lockdown, he's what? Monitoring the situation? Because this is going to give us a timeline, whether they tell us when these messages happened or not. The fact that he already knows that they grabbed some crazy old dude and that they also interrogated someone in similar clothing, we're going to be able to go back and plot exactly when that happened, or at least when the public was informed, because this whole correspondence is very strange to me. It's very strange to me. He then is even more explicit, talk about trying to cover your tracks, but then explicitly texting everything to your lover. He says, the only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a meme. If I see notices bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Okay, so if this is our guy, oh, we're not done, let's finish. That really sucks, he's gotta leave it. And then he says, judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I think that was a $2,000 scope. And then he does a winky face. And then he tells him, delete this exchange. And then Robinson says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. So his dad's calling him. Okay, well, the dad, this is interesting. When is this text chain taking place? Okay, because we just heard that, the dad, they figured it out the next day. They're making it sound like this all happened back to back. Is this happening over 2 days? Why not tell us this instantly so I can work it into my timeline? Okay, are these messages day one? And then what? They had no correspondence at all until he jumps right back in and says, my dad's calling me. Where were you when your dad called you? You guys live together. Why are you texting at all? Why didn't this kid immediately call? If they're in lockdown and he needs to go back and get his rifle, right? This kid could have, and I'm speaking about Lance, could have contacted immediately.
Yeah, it is awfully convenient that this text message back and forth literally plugs all of the narrative holes that we had that the investigation could not address. That, and also the fact that the George Zinn guy has CP.
Robinson says, well, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson says, I'm going to turn myself in.
Why can't you have this level of live production
value?
value? You've been doing this for nearly a decade and it's still ass. The fuck are you talking about? What's wrong with you? First of all, this is a pre-produced show that she puts together for like an hour. I'm live for 8 hours, sometimes 9 hours. And a big part of what I do is also back and forth correspondence with loudmouths such as yourself. Okay? She does not do chat interactions. She has a producer that changes camera angles.
What'd you say?
Around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above, if you look really closely.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're cherry picking certain exchanges. So that my dad is super MAGA just comes out of nowhere because they picked it from a totally different part of the conversation.
Yeah, these messages are clearly doctored, is what I would say. They're doctored. Now, they could decide why they're doing that. Tyler's being forthcoming. We're protecting him in some capacity. I find that to be unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. I want every single text message. I want timestamps. It is conspicuous that you are not telling us when this was sent, because it sounds like it's when the campus is on lockdown and he's got to go back and he's got to clean up. And then all of a sudden we're in the next day when his dad is getting clued in after the picture's been released. They're not telling us that. Okay? And you have a right to be a little bit uncomfortable about that, because I'm a lot of bit uncomfortable about that. We need full answers. Further to that point, I have found this strange from the beginning that for whatever reason, we're not hearing too much about this Lance guy other than like he's been extremely cooperative. He's handed over his messages. I'm not implying that Lance was involved. I am implying that it's weird that we're not hearing more about him, right? You're telling me he lived with the guy. You're telling me us now that he's been texting with the guy about his plans. They're in love. Is nobody interested in learning more about this character? Okay, so Tyler's people are saying Tyler's a good kid. People around Tyler, classmates, are telling me he's a good kid. So I go into our tips box, and it turns out that actually Lance Twiggs' family has tried to reach out to me over the weekend. Obviously, I was in a very aggrieved state, and I was not prepared to even accept
240,000 viewers.
that Charlie Kirk was not on this earth, okay? And I realized that they're saying to me, like, we want to speak with you. And there's more than one family member that has reached out because we trust you and we don't trust the media. Good by me. They are, it sounds to me, a very good family. They're absolutely horrified by what has happened. And they are similarly perplexed by there not being more out there about the person he was living with, especially because what they told me, and I can tell you this exclusively, is that the house that Tyler Robinson was living in with Lance is owned by them. Tyler Robinson is paying rent to them. Okay, so they know Lance, obviously, and I'm going to cushion this with allegedly. It isn't allegedly that this is his family members telling me these details, but it is definitely, allegedly what they say until we can hear both sides. Okay, I'm going to pull this up because I took notes regarding Lance because I want to know everything. Okay. Lance, they told us, went to live with his relatives, so no longer in the house with his mother and father. Again, allegedly. His parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time when they kicked him out, that wasn't exactly what they are saying legal for them to have done that. But again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say that he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking. That Christmas, approximately 3 years ago, he almost overdosed. He drank a bottle of vodka. They are telling me that they were there. They were present for this. And fear began to spread about whether or not even the family would be able to take care of him because of issues that he was having.
Is this
graduates high
a new unique?
Essentially,
is this a new unique statement where it's not only Israel, but it's also transgender Israel? Israel did transgender. It's Trantifa, but also pro-Israel. Like, why the fuck? If your argument is Israel assassinated your best friend, then what difference does it make if the person who is, I guess, the fall guy, the patsy or whatever, is dating a trans person?
That was just transitioning. There's like nothing problematic. There's no prodding. They don't buy the story. Okay. Lance's family is telling me that they are not buying the current story and that they feel that more people are involved. First and foremost, they say that a lot of information should be able to be discerned by his devices because he was, according to them, deep web. Okay. This is the person that is deep on the internet. They said that he was quite reclusive, that he was always on his devices, that he's always on the web, and that there should be more information that comes from there. Okay. He turned 22, they told me, back in August, and that he was, as I said, very into this dark web stuff. I asked what he was doing for work. Like, how are they?
They're fucking boomers, so they're probably like, yeah, that's right. Deep web. Oh, never mind. There's people joking about it. And they told me that he was doing some plumbing work with somebody else in the family. How is there nobody in the chat, by the way?
Tyler and him had been living together for at least
250,000 people watching on YouTube, and there is no fucking, like, the chat speed is so slow for the 250K. Like, my chat is way fucking faster. How is that even possible? I guess boomers don't really, they just have it on the TV. They don't really comment as much. But even then, it would like, even when you look at like the consistent, even if you looked at like the like different patterns, right? Like subscriptions and stuff like that, you would see that there would be a lot more people subscribing. There would be a lot more people donating, right? Like, look, I'll give you an example. There's only 53,000 people in here as opposed to her chat, right? Use your Twitch Prime to subscribe right now, or you can gift a sub as well to others. 53,358 people, okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Yeah, I put it on live chat, not top chat. Like, look at that. That's 53,000. YouTube doesn't have Twitch benefits. I know, but there would be a lot more. There would be a lot more people donating, like top chats and shit like that, for 257,000 people watching.
Twig's family doesn't feel good about what we're hearing. And we've got Decoy Boy, who's apparently involved in some deep internet stuff, I would say. It's a fair way to describe it. Decoy Boy. Okay, George Zinn. There's more people involved. That's what I'm going to say to you guys. There is very clearly more people involved, okay? This feels to me like a conspiracy. And am I emotionally invested in this? Yes. Somebody said something to, oh, you're unstable. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I have been destabilized by watching Charlie Kirk catch a bullet in his neck. and then being gaslit and told nothing to see here. We've got people all around him that are telling little lies. I don't like this, okay? This doesn't feel clean to me. I need timestamps. If you're going to be transparent, be transparent. I'm not saying that you're being dishonest, that you have these text messages. I am saying that I need them in my timeline, okay? And it is just weird that you're giving exact times about certain things, and then suddenly you're like, you know what, we don't need to be so exact anymore, and we can just extrapolate what we need to tell the public a certain narrative, okay? We, the public, don't need a narrative. We need every single plausible detail. If we are ever going to regain any trust in the authorities, post-Epstein world, okay? We're living in a post-Epstein world. It doesn't fly with us. That's not it, you guys. I have more to tell you. I am going to, I guess, at first, let's get through some ads, and we're going to get into Bill Ackman.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. No ads involved, as you know. And no reason to subscribe if you don't want to, but it's totally voluntary if you would like to. Okay. That situationship must have been crazy. I'm not even going to get into this. Okay. Walmart employee here again, keeping the Walmart to Hassan census going. Another customer said they liked you this time. Thank you, Walmart employee. During the interview, by the way, updates on the George Zinn situation. I have to look this up. I have to look this quote up. If it's actually from a fucking article, that is the most insane thing. Oh my God. Remember that one guy who was like, I did it and I'll do it again. Kill me. His name is George Zinn. He's like a known kook on campus. Okay. He's like a known crazy person. The first person that they apprehended, the first person that they focused on while the shooter was fleeing. Okay. Well, it turns out the insanity doesn't end there. The man who was arrested at the scene shortly following the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk tried to help the suspected shooter escape by faking a confession, authorities announced Tuesday. Shortly after Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University, George Zinn, 71, yelled that he shot the conservative activist, according to Utah County Sheriff's Office. Zinn was then taken into custody by Utah Valley University police, but was not cooperative with the authorities and did not want to talk to investigators. He was eventually released. Zinn began to have a medical issue and was transported to a local hospital, Utah County Sheriff's Office said in a news release Tuesday. While at the hospital, Zinn did freely state that he was not the shooter, but yelled he was to hinder law enforcement response. During the interview, the agents asked to look at Zinn's phone, and Zinn agreed to let them. Listen to this part. Zinn told the agents that he uses his phone to view and abuse child sexual abuse material, and there may be some images on his phone, law enforcement said. Those agents did see several images on the phone of prepubescent girls scantily dressed. What the fuck? Zinn was one of the two people law enforcement detained Wednesday after the killing of Kirk. Neither were involved in a deadly shooting. I don't know what to fucking say. What the fuck is going on? I've never heard someone behave like this. It was already strange that this motherfucker was like, I did it, arrest me, kill me, okay? And then when arrested, he was like, I did that so that you would let the shooter get away. And then after that, he was like, you know, talking about how he has CSAM on his phone, bro. What kind of timing are motherfuckers at Utah on? Nah, this article goes into more insane shit. Salt Lake Tribune. Older man arrested after Charlie Kirk shooting had child sex abuse material on his phone, investigators say. George Zinn, 71, told authorities he yelled that he was the shooter to allow the actual suspect to flee. What more insane things could there be? I actually don't know what is more insane than telling law enforcement that, like, you have CSAM on your phone. I genuinely don't know what could be more insane. Zinn also shared the images with other individuals. Zinn was released from the hospital on Monday and was then taken to Utah County Jail, where he's currently being held under suspicion of felony obstruction of justice and 4 counts of felony sexual exploitation of minor, according to arrest documents. He has not been formally charged. There is no information that Zinn actually colluded with the shooter at this time, investigators said. Video of Zinn's arrest spread quickly on social media. "How dare you," one spectator yelled repeatedly. Near the end of the video, one uniformed officer could be heard saying, "He said he shot him, but I don't know." Zinn has been a Utah gadfly, regularly attending protests, Republican political functions, and film screenings. He's been arrested multiple times, typically on suspicion of misdemeanors, often trespassing. In 2013, he was charged in connection with threatening to place bombs at Salt Lake City Marathon finish line. Zinn took a plea deal and received a sentence on probation, but was ultimately ordered to jail for 1 year with credit for time served after not meeting the conditions of his probation. I don't know if I would call that a gadfly, bro. I don't know what I would call that, but gadfly, I feel like is like quite the interesting. I mean, it's just like not indicative of the menace, maybe psycho, pedophile, clearly. Like, I just don't understand it. Public menace, Mormon menace. Anyway, let's get back to this.
People that he was having at his conferences. I know for a fact. So if you'd like to dispute that, Josh Hammer, and release your text messages and pretend that you were just chill and supportive and thumbs up, cool. I welcome you on this platform, okay? You are allowed to literally sit next to me and say, that isn't reality, and here's how it all went down. When I was the greatest supporter and I never cared about who he had, even though I got destroyed in debate by Dave Smith on his stage, I was cool with that. I love free speech. It's amazing, okay? I'm offering you my platform to do that. I'm not here. I'm not in the business of smearing, okay? I need answers, and I don't like the fact that people are telling small lies and they're misrepresenting things, okay? Now, as I have said multiple times, what I am uncovering here is a response to what I feel was a severe misrepresentation by BB and his echo here in America, of which I would say Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon are part of that echo, okay? I am in no way attacking that narrative and associating it with the events that took place on Utah's campus, but I don't like little lies. So let's attack this lead up, okay? Let's attack this lead up because there's no reason for BB to have lied, as I've said many times. We talked about Bill Ackman a lot yesterday. I talked about Bibi Netanyahu, the phone call, the do you want to come to Israel kind of trip kind of thing that to...
I Shower said, debate me, bro. Clearly not an anarchist, okay? He said he showers is in his username.
Perfectly sensible questions. I kind of got these invites from people like, once you speak to this person, you'll see things. Anyways, Bill Ackman responds to yesterday's episode, okay? And I have it. Hold on. I printed this out. Let me find it. Okay. Here it is. It's actually right here in front of me. There are two ways to describe his response. I would describe it either as a CVS receipt. You buy one item. Next thing you know, you're holding 27 pages. You don't know why. I don't understand. I bought one chapstick and here we are. You can also describe it as like an online recipe, you know, something looks good. You see an online recipe. Oh, I want to make that. You want to know how to make latkes. But first, homemade chef Ackman has to tell you about how this recipe reminds him of his bubby's house and that Hanukkah they spent in Israel and all the kids love it. And you're like, bro, just how many cups of shredded potato? Please, please, just give us the ingredients. This is his tweet. I printed his tweet out on 2 pages. Okay. I don't know. You got to bring back the word count. The Twitter was not meant for this. Okay. And because I will not be teaching a seminar or this semester on Ackman's 955 word response, I'll just provide you here with the highlights. Okay. So he sets it up that he's a victim of something that never happened. Everybody watched my episode yesterday. Okay. I never said the sentence, Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie Kirk. That never happened. But of course, he's doing the typical, like, the Israeli brand thing is I'm a victim. And let me tell you why I'm a victim. So he just sets it up. And I don't know why he's putting these things in parentheses of Charlie's supposed evolving stance. Okay, we can watch clips of that in a little bit. It's not supposed. And saying it's supposed doesn't make it so.
It kind of blows my mind that people tune into this. I'm not going to lie. It's like obviously having 250,000 people watching this live stream makes it somewhat newsworthy because it's obviously a part of like the current culture. Like this is something that people are tuning into a lot more than they're tuning into like Ben Shapiro, a lot more than they're tuning into Steven Crowder. Like this is the new wave of right-wing content creators out there. It's Candace Owens. It's Tucker Carlson. It's, whether we like to admit it or not, Nick Fuentes. Obviously, I mean, many of those, especially if you're on like Rumble or whatever on those websites, like it's heavily botted, but still, right? There is a lot of genuine interest in this kind of commentary. And those guys have actually actively moved away from people who are pro-Israel.
He gets so detailed.
Okay.
He even has this sentence here where he wants us to know that it was.
But Brett Cooper is another one. Nick owns you. I think Nick should maybe own his own property for once instead of living in his fucking parents' basement.
Punctuated by meals.
Nick doesn't own anything.
I don't care, Bill. I literally don't
Once again,
care at all what you.
there is of course an audience for fucking losers. Sexless losers, perverts, neo-Nazis, pedophiles. There's an audience for it because there's a lot of people like that on the internet. That's why there are a lot of people who we're talking about, and I wanted to cover this as well. There were a lot of people that I saw on my TikTok timeline being like, they made Sam Hyde cry, or so many fucking faillennials being like, oh shit, Milo Yiannopoulos is coming back. It's like, yeah, you liberals, y'all libtards don't know what you unleashed. It's like, you brought Milo Yiannopoulos back. And it's like, dude, both of those guys are fucking pedophile Nazis. What are you talking about? Okay? Like, it's just, what do you mean? Oh, you're bringing them back. Okay, sure. Like every single person that I just mentioned are neo-Nazi lunatics who also are pedophiles. These are your best guys? Really? Okay. Bro, being called a Nazi doesn't matter anymore, Lamau. I know.
Questions, that would be great. Like I said, it's interesting. You didn't even mention Bibi Netanyahu at all. You can stand up to him. And does anybody want to jump in and say, no, yeah, the letter Charlie wrote him in May was just like a glowing, he just was overcome with passion and said, I love Israel. You guys are amazing. You're beautiful. We're going to win this thing and you're perfect and doing nothing wrong. Love you, Bibi. I just find that weird that no one wants to address the substance of the claims here, whether or not maybe Bill himself has an opinion. Whether Bibi lied by serial omission when he mentioned his last correspondences with Charlie. Because I feel like if Charlie said, I don't want to go to Israel, maybe don't bring up, I just invited him, I guess if it was friendly and everything was great and he was just going to come out. And sadly, he won't be able to make it out here. And regarding, just the public here, if you're trying to decide what's real and what's fake, whether or not what we're telling you is real or fake, you can take Charlie in his own words. I mean, shout out to Village Crazy Lady on X. She's a great follow. She just reads Bill Ackman's diatribe and says, okay, she goes through the itinerary. Bill Ackman just confirmed that he hosted his meeting with Charlie on August 4th and 5th. Here's Charlie talking to Megyn Kelly the very next day on August 6th. Now, how do you think that meeting went down? Oh yeah, forgot to tell you that. That's the next day, okay? That is the next day that Charlie sits down and vents his frustration about how he is being treated. Take Charlie in his own words. And by the way, yesterday, we only showed one portion of what Charlie said to Megyn on that show. Go watch the full thing. Remember, he's with Bill, he's with Seth, he's in the Hamptons. Bill just confirmed that gratefully. And then suddenly he's overcome with a need to vent about the pressure that both he and Megyn are facing as people that have traditionally always supported Israel. Let's take Charlie in his own words. Take a listen.
My contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended.
Is it a conspiracy thing? Yes. There is a massive movement of people who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he was any moment now going to publicly turn on Israel. And they always point to like a total of like, I would say 2 minutes of content from a guy who did hour-long broadcasts defending Israel for years, which is so strange and ironic because these are some of his closest allies doing
my
this.
contention is they've begun to lose it. And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned here in America.
Yeah,
They've
they were annoyed.
Republicans, a little
Yes,
bit
of
with
course they're
Republicans,
fucking
but
annoyed with
completely
people
with the Democrat
who defend
Party and
Israel.
with independents.
People who
have
defend
shifted
Israel are fucking
mightily from
annoying.
At least double digits highs to
What do you
single-digit
mean? This
lows
doesn't
now
change anything.
when it comes to approval. And also with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event, whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine.
This
We
is
won't
just
call
a
you
piece
anti-Semitic
of
if you
their
criticize
own
Israel.
medicine. Like this is
Now,
literally
turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that, and I raise this as a pushback against my
Y'all have to stop
friends.
plugging your ears and closing your eyes at the
that
evidence right in
particular
front,
strain of
front
the
of
aisle
you.
to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on my
No, there's like
pushback
leftist
on
people who
anything
believe
related
this
to
too.
Israel.
People who just like hate Israel.
I'm so glad you
Okay,
brought this up.
I
and
fucking
would
hate
second that.
Israel.
Megyn, I think I have.
I have no reason. I have no reason to. Okay, just listen to what he's saying
on
first.
social media, to great, let's just say mockery and scorn at times. Because I believe it, right? I believe in the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy, and again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My life was changed in Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Same.
And however, Megyn, you're hitting on something very potent and important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie, you're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megyn, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was
this
just
seems
reading
like
before I got
he hates
on.
Israel,
Charlie,
man.
what are you doing? Like, why are you? What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here.
Yeah, bro, this is a dude who's literally saying, I'm your fucking ride or die. Why are you yelling at me? You should be more worried about how your PR looks. I'm quite literally trying to hold this goddamn coalition together while still defending Israel. That's the conversation that's taking place.
I was someone who spent my life, my political life, defending
God,
Israel.
right-wingers and their
didn't really mean
fucking
anything to me.
anti-Israel commentary just is so frustrating. Right-wingers and the way they talk about Israel is so fucking annoying because, like, it's either built upon she's convincing me. Okay, well,
They just line up like you're just it's like Agent Smith. Okay. It's like Agent Smith in the Matrix. How many can there be all saying the same thing? And then they gaslight you. They make you think you're crazy because they're like, why don't you understand why what you did is really wrong? I remember this. I remember the tweet. I said, no person, nobody, no nation anywhere in the world has a right to commit genocide. And I was suddenly being flooded with messages from people, Dave Rubin. I remember this. I was like, what did you mean by that? And they're
Like, part of me doesn't even want to fucking...
You can help me what? I said something that made sense. Like, this should not offend anybody. Nobody has... Genocide's not cool, right? Did something change? Where was I? It's when you tweeted it. And like, you could have been clearer. You should have added that Israel would never do that. I'm like, okay, you guys are being insane. This statement stands. I was referring to Brian Mast's remarks, but even if I wasn't,
I'm becoming
and I
Candace
just
Owens.
tweeted
Bill, thank you
genocide
for
is
showing me the
wrong,
light. Hold on, I'm gonna cover
right.
her statements in a
I
second.
can feel that energy. Okay. When you're not sure who your friends are, they're starting to gaslight you. They're making you think you're going crazy for having sensible positions. And there's no halfway house for this. Okay. I can tell you that. You're either going to take being kicked in the chest, okay, and told to get out. And then suddenly they're all communicating behind your back. And just where he talks about that article, something goes out and suddenly it's like, you know, what's going on? They're like trying to make you think you're going crazy because you're saying
I don't even think the assumption that this could be potentially Israel is always going to be anti-Semitic. Okay? Israel obviously has a tremendous amount of influence over American politics, both defended by Christian Zionists, American Jewish Zionists alike, people who are Israeli. There are a fuck ton of people who are pro-Israel in positions of power. Okay? Israel has also conducted high-profile assassinations without any scrutiny whatsoever. I just need you to understand something. Okay? I know all of these things. Okay? I know all of these things. I understand all of these things. One key part of this commentary fails to address the most consequential aspect of this story, which is whether or not Charlie Kirk would actually go against Trump's wishes. And on the Epstein front, there is evidence that Charlie Kirk abided by Trump's wishes, regardless of his own personal opinion on the matter. And part of the reason why I don't even want to fucking talk about this is because, like, you know, I guess it's like beneficial for me technically for people to think this was definitely Israel. All these right wingers being like, this was definitely Israel. I hate Israel. Okay. But I also can't let it go when something is just like a stupid narrative. I have to clear misinformation. I have to clear unreasonable suspicions.
Victims, but do you want to just come and maybe stay at my place for the weekend here in Israel? Like, that's the vibe that Bibi was rushing to present to the media. So why didn't you do Charlie Kirk's show? I'll leave it as a question for you guys. Common sense. Common sense, okay? I don't like small lies. And remember, Bibi started this. I am responding to his shamelessness. Shameless misrepresentation of what Charlie was going through and what Charlie was saying. Because, and I want to be clear, to me right now, it feels, and I'm using a corporate term here, a bit like a hostile takeover, okay?
It's
Charlie
misplaced anti-Israel sentiment because it's just a dumb premise, to be honest.
Charlie and Charlie's honest
it's not even.
idea.
It's both a dumb premise and also one that still corresponds to like the way Israel operates. So it's so fucking stupid. It makes me so mad that people like arrive. It's like a math problem, okay? They arrive at the right answer, but when you demand they show the work shows something completely insane, okay? And it pisses me off endlessly that right-wingers and just like regular ass Americans, it's not even like a left-right situation. Like everybody's on fuck Israel o'clock, but like if you don't arrive at fuck Israel o'clock through the appropriate like anti-genocide, anti-fascist perspective, then you might be super fucking predisposed to Israel-style shit happening in the United States of America, you know, ethno-supremacist arguments being made by a fascist administration, and you might be perfectly open to that. Do you not understand what my frustration is? On the one hand, I don't want people I don't want people to not recognize the genocide and not be anti-Israel. I think that it's good that there are a fuck ton of people, but it's still dangerous in the long term if people are not anti-Israel because Israel is a fascist state. Okay? Don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. No, this is the same. This is the same as like people. Truth is more important than anything else. Okay? The truth is more important than anything else. Arriving at a conclusion through misinformation is dangerous in the long run.
Hear that the response to me asking
the reason why I say this, especially as it pertains to Israel, is because like then you're basically saying Nick Fuentes is a beacon of truth, or is a good thing. It's good that there's a Nick Fuentes style figure out there who is anti-Semitic and also anti-Zionist, right? The reason why I take issue with that is because he's a fucking fascist, self-described fascist. The reason why I despise Israel is because Zionism is also a fascist ideology. I'm anti-wanton murder of human beings. I'm anti-ethno-religious supremacist ideologies. I don't want America to do Israel for white Christians, for example, here on U.S. soil. I don't know why this is so difficult for people to understand. And those guys are not your allies, and they will also inevitably turn on you anyway. So, right conclusion, wrong solution in this circumstance as well. Where if people arrive at this like fuck Israel attitude through a sequence of misinformation, they are more predisposed to believing in fascist narratives when it's happening at the domestic level. Do you understand? We can't ever have any fun. I know. It seems like something easy to understand. I don't know why people aren't getting it. Because people are desperate. And if you're desperate, you want to believe, you want to say, look, nothing seems to work. Okay? Nothing seems to fucking work. So I'll take it any way I can. I think that's part of the reason why. We know your stance. Let's listen to hers. I already have. I already covered it yesterday. She's just going over it
Bill
again.
Ackman that made an absurd amount of money while we were in COVID lockdowns and we couldn't work? Are you the same Bill Ackman who like turned that into like billions? I'm pretty sure you are. So maybe check yourself, okay? I'm so sick of this. Nobody can make money but us. By the way, the person that was in the Hamptons, other people that were at the Hamptons that are all talking about this said Bill Ackman got up and gave a presentation and told them that they shouldn't own property and they should give money to like, stocks. That's how they can be successful. They just want to rule over us all, don't they? Allegedly, that's what he said. Bill Ackman, you can reply. Did you tell people that they shouldn't own property when you gave your presentation on this now infamous meeting in the Hamptons, which wasn't publicized until I publicized it? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Are we allowed to do that? Or are you going to sue me? You're going to crush me? You're going to impoverish us all? Why are you guys like this is my question. Laura Loomer in too. This is like how Bill, I guess, wins the argument. They're like, Bill gave money. It's all about money all the time. Bill Ackman says he's offering $1 million to whoever any information he has regarding the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And then she attacks me yesterday and she's like, Bill Ackman gave $1 million, Candace. What did you give? What did you give? I don't know. 2 years of my effing life to Charlie? Helping him build things? Why is everything about money to you? Why do you think having money makes you a decent human being? Why are you so soulless? What is wrong with you? Do you understand that spiritually something is wrong with you? If your instinct, just so you guys know, regular people don't behave like that. I want you to know because you made me.
Okay. One other thing that I need to explain to you guys is like this is how people also get looped up in like Alex Jones conspiracies.
I have a disagreement. And
Okay.
I what I did.
If you say, well, Alex Jones was right about black helicopters, mass surveillance, people getting rounded up in camps, because technically he was right, but too early on that. That's how you also arrive at false conclusions about all this other shit.
Answer the questions, and I will publish the truth. The end. Read a couple of ads. I said I wasn't going to freak out today. I did. Freaked out a little bit right there at the end. I'm trying to calm down. First, going to remind you guys about Tax Network USA. I know I shouldn't read these ads. It's Bill Act. It's like a put ad.
Anyway, Comrade Candace, no, you guys are so fucking dumb. Oh my God. Anyway, I guess I'm of two minds on this because it's like, don't interrupt your enemy when they're infighting, you know? Explain it to us, damn. Wait, what? She's eating, not gonna lie. Explain it to us, damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have already. And I will continue to do so. Okay? As the number one hater of Israel, well, I guess technically number two, because Candace Owens did win Anti-Semite of the Year by StopAntisemitism.org, run by one woman, one crazy psychopathic ultra-Zionist living in Long Island. Candace Owens' takes on Israel revolve around this notion that Jews, not Zionism, not Zionists, but like Jews in general, the international Jewry is a monolithic force that is here to destabilize the Western world. Okay? This is not dissimilar to what the Nazis also believed, that international Jewry, by way of promoting moral degeneracy through the arts, through the colleges, and also the international Jewry, these rootless cosmopolitans, by way of an international socialist solidarity network, was trying to disrupt and destroy superior Western civilization. Okay? This is an incorrect assessment. This is not only obviously very harmful and made up, it led to a lot of violence, specifically the Holocaust. Okay? But this kind of faulty assessment leads people into believing that the enemy is Jews as a whole and not international capital. These people do not correspond to any kind of ethnic or religious creed. If there is something as close to a monolithic force, that is the force of international capital. Okay? That's it. Ethnic associations, nationalistic associations do not mean anything. What matters most is profits. What matters most is continuing to churn out super profits. That's it. There are no allegiances, and every single thing that liberal capitalist governments do is done at the behest of ensuring that profit margins continue to expand. But given technological innovation, streamlining the productive process, automation, profit rates have a tendency to decline. Okay? So these guys look for newer and different ways in which they can continue increasing profit margins. One way to do that is by basically enslaving the global South. Your enemy are not your neighbors. Your enemy are not Jews. Your enemy is not random undocumented migrants. Okay? That's it. people who have the same class position as you have the same class interests as you, whether they recognize it or not. And fascists routinely disrupt this way of thinking. This is how they behave at the behest of capital. It is not only an unnecessary distraction, but it is one that has, at least historically, led to unlimited violence. So just as the Trump administration says, it's actually the Guatemalan migrants that are fucking up your life, or it's the transgenders that are ruining your life, and then they hyper-focus on these people, these subgroups, and turn them into enemies because they're much easier to discard. People are much happier with discarding these groups because they are not a part of it and they can be conditioned into hating them. Fascists will turn around and say the ultimate enemy, specifically anti-Semitic fascists, neo-Nazis and the like, will say the ultimate enemy are the Jews. Now, of course, unlike the Guatemalan undocumented migrant or the transgender person, Jews in the United States of America, at least right now, not the same throughout history, but at least in modernity, are not systematically disenfranchised. This is part of the reason why these people can take advantage of the unlimited enmity that Israel has caused, while simultaneously conflating all of its actions as actions being done at the behest of international Jewry and Judaism. Okay? The American fascist of a neo-Nazi variety and the American fascist of the Zionist variety end up handshaking when they say the exact same thing. Israel is doing this for Jews, and you are an anti-Semite if you actually criticize Israel. That is the woke version of dual loyalty. There is very little, with the exception of the hatred that Nick Fuentes has for Israel and Jewish people. There is very little difference in the starting premise between Nick Fuentes and Jake fucking Tapper. They both believe Israel represents and Zionism represents all Jews' interests. There is very little difference between Jake Tapper and someone like Ethan Klein, who is a liberal Zionist. They both, all of these people I'm describing, all say the same thing. One simply says this is a bad thing, and one says it's a good thing. That's it. It's wrong. So, just to pack this up one more time, I'm just going to refer to my GOAT, a man who also addressed this at the time of growing fascism. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin says anti-Semitism means spreading enmity towards the Jews. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was living its last days, it tried to incite ignorant workers and peasants against the Jews. The Tsarist police, in alliance with the landowners and the capitalists, organized pogroms against the Jews. The hate of the workers and peasants, the landowners and capitalists tried to divert against the Jews. In other countries, too, we often see the capitalists fomenting hatred against the Jews in order to blind the workers, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital. Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists is established, abysmal ignorance among the workers and the peasants. Only the most ignorant and downtrodden people can believe the lies and slander that are spread about the Jews. This is a survival of ancient feudal times, when the priests burned heretics at the stake, when the peasants lived in slavery, and when the people were crushed and inarticulate. This ancient feudal ignorance is passing away. The eyes of the people are being opened. It is not the Jews who are the enemies. It is not the Jews who are the enemies of the working people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews, there are working people, and they form the majority. They are our brothers who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. Among the Jews there are kulaks, exploiters and capitalists, just as there are among the Russians and among people of all nations. The capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Those who do not work are kept in power by the power and strength of capital. Rich Jews, like rich Russians, and the rich in all countries, are in alliance to oppress, crush, rob, and disunite the workers. Shame on accursed Tsarism, which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame on those who foment hatred towards the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. Long live the fraternal trust and fighting alliance of the workers of all nations in the struggle to overthrow capital. Do you now understand why it's fucking idiotic? No group of people are monolithic. If they were, Jews, especially in the United States of America, would be 100% invested in everything that Israel is doing, because Israel has tried. Israel has tried so fucking hard for so fucking long, for the past 80 years, to basically poison every single young American Jew's mind with unlimited support for Israel. That it's a incredibly important aspect of young American Jews' identity. Okay? If that was the case, there would be no discontent towards Israel by American Jews. It's so fucking stupid. Bro said this 100 years ago and we still haven't learned shit. Yeah, of course. Well, partially because he was seen as a threat to the international order and was presented as an enemy.
That's Phil.
This is why I consistently repeat that you have to understand exactly what the reason is. Like, if your hatred for Israel stems from enmity developed for Jews, if you consider Jews to be a monolithic force, if you do not believe in people's class positions, if you do not believe that people are subject to change their perspectives, if you feel like there is this intractable association that all Jews have towards the state of Israel, then you are going to be wrong. And not only are you wrong, but you are wrong in the same direction that Jake Tapper is wrong in. Okay? You are wrong in the same exact ways that Jake Tapper is wrong. Because he also believes that Israel is profoundly important for all Jews and must be protected. In the same exact way that Candace Owens believes Israel is profoundly important for Jews who are a monolithic force, and therefore it must be destroyed. Okay? Zionism is a fascist ideology. And just like people of all different backgrounds can find themselves in the throes of fascist ideology through dedicated social conditioning, people can find themselves in the throes of Zionism. Those people can be convinced, those people can change their minds. Okay? It's that simple. What makes Lenin and Hitler philosophically different from each other? Please let us know. I mean, this argument, this question, I don't know if you're asking in some sincere, cynical way, is one that I describe my personal worldview as one that is different from all of these motherfuckers that are on the right. I believe that people are a byproduct of nurture more than nature in its simplest terms, okay? People believe the things that they do and operate in the ways that they do, okay? Because they're conditioned to believe certain things. People are first and foremost slotted out through their class position. The overwhelming majority, if not damn near 99.9% of the population of the planet, albeit in reductive terms, can be slotted into the category of a worker, a wage laborer, someone who works for another. And then the 0.1% can be slotted into the capitalist, the bourgeois, one who actually has, one who actually does not need to work a wage labor job and can simply accumulate capital by virtue of having it prior. Okay? This class alignment is defended, and capital owners are defended under a capitalist system so that exploitation can continue. And in the process, as conditions worsen, material conditions worsen, when there is volatility and anger and resentment in the air, capital owners will devise new ways of dividing the population to make sure that they do not recognize their class position, but instead recognize other qualities that create points of division, create anger and animosity. Someone's national background, someone's ethnicity, someone's religion, someone's documentation or immigrant status, and even someone's gender identity, someone's sexual orientation. These things do not matter. They don't. They're what make us human beings. We're different from one another, but ultimately we're all human. We're all the same. But the capital owner focuses on that to foment dissent, to foment division amongst the working class. Fascism is the most accelerated version of this dissent, this division, not dissent, but this division. And by design, at least historically, and it's certainly happening now, it has been applied in times of dire need for the capital owner to restore some semblance of control and to ensure that the hierarchies that exist under capitalism do not change. That's it. When capitalism inevitably decays material conditions for the working class, and the working class experience tremendous discontent, fascism kicks in to restore the same hierarchies, to ensure that the capital owners who align themselves with fascists continue getting exactly what they've been getting out of the pre-existing capitalist order. Liberalism is failing. It is in decline. It is in crisis. This is why you are seeing fascism grow. That's it. Sounds woke to me, bro. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm woke. The problem is the overwhelming majority of the working class living in liberal capitalist countries like the United States of America or any number of different countries see themselves as capitalists as well. And they are fearful of this alternative. They're fearful of what they do not know. They think they've been taught to think that any other system, any other organization of the economy would present a real danger, would actually cause irreparable harm. So therefore, they see the comforts of fascism as a way to say, hey, there are some evil people around us, my neighbors, other workers from different backgrounds, they are my enemies. This allows capital owners to continue exploiting all of the workers in the ways that they see fit. Why is liberalism in crisis? What led to its failure? I mean, it was always slated to fail because it does not address the major contradiction, the struggle between these two classes. Okay? Anyway, speaking of liberalism in crisis, here's one last note on the, I'm still blocked by Nick Fuentes for saying he sounds like this. What is this?
Jones was the captain that hated the sea. Don't come over here, Mo, and stay away from me, Curly. I don't want you guys hitting me. A lot of times, people are wondering, Larry, whatever happened to you? Well, I died in 1975 of a stroke. And before that, we had a resurgence of our films. A lot.
I don't understand this. But yeah. Speaking of the crisis in liberalism, let's get back to one of the interesting conflicts that has arisen. As I was saying, one of the major defenders of liberalism, as you know, is sex pestiny, molestiny, child molestiny, also known as the streamer destiny. Now, for many, many years, through unlimited envy and anger and resentment, this person has decided that that I was the number one villain that was creating a real threat that might tackle American democracy. Okay? What's interesting about that, of course, is that in the process of designing me for his own cult-like community as the number one enemy, he basically took on positions that were diametrically opposite to mine, including but not limited to being a supporter of Israel and its genocide, right? But also aligning with a lot of people that wanted to kill me, including pedophile neo-Nazis such as Sam Hyde, and also pedophile neo-Nazis such as Nick Fuentes. He quite literally turned around and hung out with Nick Fuentes and propped him up when he was an irrelevant character, an irrelevant side character, He gave his phone number to all these other podcasts and whatnot. He didn't care because he is a debate mercenary, if you will. He didn't have any sort of real ideology. And while he was doing so, for years and years, he used this community to find whatever they could to negatively frame me, to present me in a false light through a somewhat sophisticated smear operation. This operation also obviously took new light and a renewed strength when he associated himself with Zionist groups in this country that are also just as fucking insane, but this time with a level of institutional, with a level of institutional control and influence. A big part of the clips that are flying are all around the internet right now about how violent I have been came from his community, right? They've been at this game for quite a while to limited success. It hasn't really worked at all, right? He's aligned with the likes of Ethan Klein. That backfired spectacularly on him. And members of his community have also aligned with far-right figures that have also ended up hurting them in the aftermath of their association. But now, one of the last allegiances that they had put together is also backfiring on them. Here's Loner Box and Dan Saltman, who spent a year branding me as a terrorist supporter over my Palestine advocacy and lobbied congressmen to take action against me, worrying about how those exact same congressmen now want to throw Destiny in jail. Let's take a look at this video.
So, like, congressmen are tweeting at the FBI, telling them to investigate Hassan and throw him in jail, and the same thing with Destiny.
That's kind of insane. Yeah.
It's not kind of insane. It's fucking
yeah.
nuts.
It's very insane. Yeah, it's very bad. It's very insane. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, it's not good.
They literally engaged in fascist censorship attempts when they thought it would eradicate the left. That it would eradicate my support, it would get me deplatformed. And now those exact same motherfuckers, including Elon Musk, who was recently retweeted, who recently retweeted Dan Stalkman for a clip compilation that Destiny's community had created, that Tectone posted. That very same Elon Musk is now saying Destiny should be arrested. Phil Labonte, if you just saw Destiny endorse political violence today, be advised that this is not a one-time thing and it's not new. Let him say what he wants, but then also pay the price under the law. Elon Musk, I don't think this jackass should be banned, but Amazon should stop paying him to incite murder. That's insane. Separately, incitement to murder and domestic terrorism is a felony crime. For that, he should go to prison. He can resume streaming when he has served his term. The chickens are coming home to fucking roost. They thought he got recently banned, by the way. Yeah, I saw this. He said, unreal, Elon Musk and other conservatives just got me banned from Twitch. My entire income is gone now. So much for the party of free speech, which, of course, happened a long time ago. Okay? And it's ironic because the reasons why he got banned, if conservatives knew, they would probably actually defend him. At the time, they may have. I don't even remember. But it was an endless torrent of not so liberal commentary that he was engaging with, whether it be attacking trans people, or whether it be demanding that white supremacists drive over Black Lives Matter protesters because he was worried that BLM protesters were actually going to ruin Joe Biden's chances of winning the 2020 election. Of course, Laura Loomer is one of the dumbest fucking morons out there and ate the bait and said, you should have thought about that before you decided to justify political violence. They're so stupid. And Representative Anna Paulina Luna said, I have forwarded this to the FBI for investigation. Inciting violence and murder. This guy's disturbed and unhinged, needs to be investigated.
Hash out the crime statistics? Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay. I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. God, it's going to be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual fucking, the most cucked, weak ass, fucking bullshit ass speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit. I'm going to make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
After spending years and years saying some of the most heinous, insane, unhinged shit over and over and over again, and routinely also, to be fair to him, giving it to the Republicans as well, including, but not limited to talking about the fucking firefighter that got shot behind Donald Trump in terms that really frustrated a lot of conservatives, and openly spending every waking moment spending every fucking waking moment becoming even more unhinged. Like when he went on the Piers Morgan show and said this, Destiny just said the quiet part out loud, this conservative says.
I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. I think that liberals need to wake.
And now Tim Pool is farming him as well. Liberal calls for the death of conservatives following the Charlie Kirk assassination. He did 20 minutes on this. And Donald Trump Jr. is posting about it, saying this is the mainstream of the Democrat Party. I don't even know what the fuck to say. These motherfuckers are literally using Destiny's Communities clips because they couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything recent of me saying anything that's even remotely advocating for violence or anything like that specifically. And I know they're looking. I know that right-wing groups are currently desperately looking for anything that they can tie me back to Charlie Kirk in a violent manner, right? And DGG basically gave him all of the shit that, you know, is readily available out there. All this like false framing, all this out of context shit. But then those very same forces that these guys often collaborated with are now coming after Destiny as well because he can't fucking be normal ever. He always gets in his own goddamn way. At least the energy is spent not trying to kill you. Oh, there's plenty of energy against me too. Let's be real. But yeah. Like the guts clip is really desperate that even Epstein's community didn't ever use it. Yeah, it's very obvious that I'm using metaphor in this situation. Do you think everything he said is covered by free speech? Yes, I do. I do. Not the death threats against you, though. What do you mean? No, ultimately, I think like everything that Destiny is trying to say here is obviously very clearly. Everything that he's saying here is incisive deliberately. But what he's very clearly trying to say is that like Donald Trump needs to fucking lower the temperature. Okay? That's what he's trying to say. That's it. Like, it's ridiculous for liberals to cave and capitulate to demands of lowering the temperature when the main figure in American politics, the goddamn president, is not doing so at all and is using this tragedy as an opportunity to fucking stamp out any sort of political dissent. Okay? Show this on stream so you take the unhinged hogs off your back. Yeah, okay, calm down. I don't care about this shit. Like, that's what he's implying.
Investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this.
Popular streamer Destiny refused to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, says you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed. On Piers Morgan, I won't condemn anything until Trump can go on air and say all of us need to calm down. On stream, you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so they look at their leadership to turn down the temperature. Yeah, I mean, we watched both of these clips. That's basically what he said, yes. And he said this recently, for the record. He said this recently. Why is he rage baiting? Because he is a nihilistic debate mercenary that doesn't give a fuck. He thinks you shouldn't be optics cucked, which of course in many circumstances implies that you can, as a white guy, say the N-word, for example, okay? Like it's totally irrelevant and unproductive ways in which he advocates for certain things. Like, it's just stupid. He's ultimately a fucking nihilistic edgelord. And as someone who is nearing 40 years old, he just runs around and is like, ooh, I'm saying bad words that you're not supposed to say. I'm saying bad things that you're not supposed to say. And he wears that as a fucking badge of honor. Yeah, he's the closest you can get to being a liberal groiper, literally. It's just very fucking stupid. It's also been an abject failure. His own son is a Nazi. His own son that he refused to fucking educate and refused to look after because he's too busy frolicking around trying to procure child sexual abuse material from random Discord e-girls. In the process of doing that shit, he literally created a Nazi son, a Groiper son. That's what happened. So it's an abject fucking failure. Give me a goddamn break. And now here we are.
What's the latest on the investigation? And do you believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone?
Well, it's an ongoing investigation, and right now he is in custody and charged with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to get into more details about other people at all, but we have him in custody for assassinating Charlie.
And do we have any direct evidence tying him to the shooting? We had the FBI director on this morning saying there was DNA evidence. What can you tell us about that?
There is DNA evidence. There is evidence tying him to the shooting. I'm not going to get into any details about that because now it will be a prosecution.
Was it appropriate for the FBI director to give those details?
Well, sure. They're the investigators and we're the prosecutors. But now it's a prosecution.
What is your latest understanding of his motive?
You know, I can't discuss the motive other than it was horrific, and it's really bone chilling that this happened to someone we all know. So many kids know, so many teenagers know, so many young adults know, in a crowd of 2,000 people who saw him get assassinated. It was truly horrific.
And the governor spoke about the governor spoke about a left-wing ideology as well as the FBI director. Is the evidence that you're seeing supporting that?
Well, I think it's been released what was printed on the bullets, on the bullet that killed Charlie, on the bullets in the gun. That's as much as I can say about it, other than it's still surreal that it happened.
Do you expect state charges to follow tomorrow? And what about federal charges?
Sure. So there are state charges that will be filed as well as federal charges. We're working hand in hand with the state in Utah, but I expect charges filed both state and federally. We do that often in violent cases, and we work together to ensure that he gets the maximum sentence under the law.
Everyone's pleased that this case seemed to get resolved relatively quickly. And the FBI director has received some praise for, directing that the photographs be released. But he's also received some criticism for his information about the two persons of interest early on. Do you think that criticism is fair? What do you have to say about it?
No, the FBI director has been working tirelessly. They got this photo out. This is great police work by the FBI, by the locals, working together. They got this photograph out. We figured someone would identify him based on that, and sure enough, they did. But also, the FBI is working hand in hand with ATF. They gave the gun to ATF. They analyzed the gun. They were working around the clock all night long to get the DNA off the gun and get the DNA analyzed. So it's been a big group effort. No, and everyone's done a great job, including Director Patel.
So he has your full confidence?
He has my full confidence, absolutely.
Vice President Vance and White House aide Stephen Miller were saying that the full weight.
What the fuck? Well, parents are responsible to a certain degree, but you can't shield your child from exogenic factors which contribute to development, especially once they're older. Still, this family is crazy. What are you talking about? This dude's brain was fucking poisoned by being in Destiny's Discord since he was like 5 years old. He just threw him into one of the worst fucking, we're not talking about I was talking about Destiny. I thought you were still talking about Destiny. You're talking about the shooter. I'm referring to Destiny's kid. I thought you were making an argument about me saying the Destiny's Child being a Nazi. As far as like exogenic factors works in this circumstance, the person is 22 years old. It's a little bit different than 14. Remember, I walked away after making that argument. All right, let's continue.
Should be used to target and investigate left-wing radical groups. Do you share that position?
Absolutely. We saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. He was assassinated speaking to college students peacefully, and he was assassinated. Anyone who commits such violence will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Look what almost happened to Governor Shapiro in the governor's mansion. His wife, his family, they were asleep upstairs and someone tried to light his house on fire. There are so many crimes of violence throughout this country. Doesn't matter who it is. We're going to come after you if you commit a violent crime.
But the president did say he believes it's mainly on the left-wing radicals. But as you mentioned, the governor's mansion being set afire.
Bro, it's crazy. This right here is so fucking crazy. Like every prominent media outlet should be attacking this statement. It's just completely made up. And as is the case with many things that the Republicans falsely claim, the exact opposite is the truth. You could say, listen, left, right doesn't matter. America's a very violent country, and I do agree with that. Okay? I agree with that. But if you're going to look at this on pure partisan lines, it's not even a question that right-wing political violence is the most common type of political violence. Mass shooters that fucking come out and openly say like, oh, I'm terrified of the Great Replacement. This is not my assessment. This is the assessment of the Department of fucking Justice, by the way. What are we talking about? Including gang violence. See, that's not, I know what you're trying to do here. Okay, I'm not going to eat the bait. It's just a factual inaccuracy. And it's such a basic thing that you can address. And yes, of course, the Department of Justice, under her fucking, under her watchful gaze, has deleted that study last week. Now 404 Media is actually covering it as well. So I'm glad that like more people are aware of it. This just came out today from 404 Media. We covered it before. I think it was a Jason Palladino scoop, if I'm not mistaken. DOJ deletes studies showing domestic terrorists are most often right-wing. Anyway, that chatter saying, oh, are you counting political gang violence? That person is referencing what Charlie Kirk said in his last breath.
We had the former Speaker of the House for the state of Minnesota killed along with her spouse. We had the state senator, wounded along with his wife. So it's clearly not just one side, is it?
No, and in the state speaker's house, I believe they said that they were supporters of Governor Walz. So it's people are all over the board, who are doing this. And don't forget, we had 2 Jewish young people gunned down just minutes away from where we are right now for anti-Semitism because somebody hated Jewish people so much that they gunned down 2 young people right here in D.C. I was at that horrific crime scene. It doesn't matter who it is. Yes, who killed Charlie? Left-wing.
I mean, one of them wasn't even Jewish. They were 2 people that work for the Israeli embassy. Are there any updates on this, by the way? Are there any updates on that case? Yeah, one was Christian Zionist. They both work for the state of Israel, the Israeli embassy.
Radicals, and they will be held accountable. So will anyone in this country who commits a violent crime against anyone. And
But like while that is objectively, make no mistake, that is something you can bracket off as left-wing political violence. Okay. The Minnesota lawmakers case is not. That person was far right. He killed Democrats. He had an assassination list of all the prominent Democrats, some of which, including Tim Walz, the governor, was on that fucking assassination hit list. And these motherfuckers just kept saying, nah, he's actually a woke lefty. So they just make shit up all the time. And no one seemingly ever turns around and says, this is unacceptable. This is not correct. Like she just said it. How are you going to let her lie like this, man? You're the fucking media. What are we doing?
Death penalty, thanks to Charlie people, because somebody, were supporters of Governor Walz. So it's
like, this is important. It's important to me. The truth is important. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You're just going to let her lie? Like the entire point is already bullshit. Like the idea that it's just fucking left-wing violence that's taking place in America. The only reason why they can keep up with this fucking narrative is if they keep lying without any pushback whatsoever. I cannot believe it. This is part of the reason why I almost don't want to fucking act like, I almost want to keep saying it's a MAGA Republican, like that, the way that people are saying it's a MAGA Republican that killed Charlie Kirk, like that is what the Republicans do. Obviously, I don't traffic in misinformation, so I'm always going to correct the record. But goddamn, dude, it's fucking crazy to me. The truth is all you need. That's all you need to do. Be truthful. Be honest. Holy fuck. Lying is so OP, we got to nerf it. Yes, lying is so unimaginably OP that even when Democrats or Democrat-leaning outlets fucking traffic in misinformation, baseless speculations about like the shooter being a Groyper neo-Nazi or the shooter being MAGA, that actually works. It's more successful than just saying the fucking truth. It turns out the way to defeat Republicans and their fucking narratives designed around lies is just to lie on the opposite direction.
People are all over the board, who are doing this. And don't forget, we had 2 Jewish young people gunned down against, thanks to Donald Trump, is on the table again.
So will you be applying the same standard to both sides?
Of course we will.
You just no follow-up, no course correction. God damn it, dude. This is the nation's top cop. You're just going to let her fucking just make shit up? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Any crime of violence will not be tolerated in this country by Donald Trump, by the Department of Justice, and hopefully not by state and local officials either.
And you can guarantee the American people you'll be operating based on the facts and the law?
We will always operate on the facts and the law. I think Charlie's case is so horrific because 2,000 plus young people were there, and it was captured on video in the middle of the day at a peaceful event in Arizona. It's almost surreal. I mean, I'm in Utah. It's surreal that it happened, that his body had to be brought by J.D. Vance back to Arizona. The whole thing is truly horrific, and
he was your friend.
He was my friend. He was so many of our friends. I mean,
where were you, and what was your reaction when you heard he had been injured?
It's interesting. I was on a plane coming home from an event I was doing with Bobby Kennedy, and Gates, who works with me, was shaking, and he showed me his phone, and I was looking at Bobby Kennedy, whose father was assassinated, and I think we were all in shock. We were all praying, and I said to Bobby, Bobby, how old were you when your dad was assassinated? And he said, I was 14. And Bobby was with him when he died, I think the next day in the hospital. But, Charlie left behind a beautiful wife, a brilliant wife, and 2 young kids. And that's what, when these insane, horrible people commit these acts of violence, I don't think they're thinking about, or they are thinking about, what they're going to hurt, who they're going to hurt. But Charlie's memory, they didn't silence Charlie. They created an army of young people who are going to go out there, and Charlie was extremely religious. Be religious, talk about God, not be scared to talk about their faith, talk about politics, have a healthy, decent conversation about it, which is what Charlie did as a gentleman. He took all sides of the argument. They thought they would silence him. It was the opposite. And I think Erica Kirk is going to be loud and strong and bold in the future as well.
General Bondi, you're seeing the daily threat information. You know about threats against members of Congress. You know about threats against judges. Do you have a responsibility, and do all people in government have a responsibility to dial it down and to make sure that the American people know that violence, wherever it comes from, will not be tolerated?
Violence shouldn't be tolerated wherever it comes from. And, seeing this horrific assassination, this is what should unite people. Yet, we saw a school board member in Virginia just today.
Immediately turn around and not dial it down, and also continue to foment deep partisan divides. Okay? First question that the fucking reporter asked, that's like, hey, are you going to also tone down the rhetoric? Because it kind of feels like the president's not doing that. And predictably, she goes, no, actually, I'm not going to do that. She goes, I'm going to do that, and then proceeds to do the opposite of that.
Online talking about how Charlie deserved this. I mean, horrific things. This is where our country should unite and come together. You know who was murdered? A Christian, a father, and a husband. That's who was assassinated this week. And we've got to band together now. We've got to come together as a country, or we're lost.
How difficult is it to separate the personal from the professional? You're the Attorney General of the entire country, yet this is your friend. I can't think of a recent case quite like that.
I think for so many of us, for so many of us, and I think for everyone who didn't even know Charlie personally, because they saw it and they felt like they knew him because he was so personal. For me, I've been in prosecutor mode since the second this happened, for all of us, for all of law enforcement, for Director Patel, for all of the agencies. But then you go home at night and you look up and you see his face on the TV screen and realize he's no longer with us, that Erica no longer has a husband, his kids no longer have a father. It's horrific. It's horrific, and I hope it wakes up America that we have got to unite and we can have a peaceful discussion about our differences.
Sad thing is, we live in a nation where twisted, toxic theology is poisoning the politics of this nation. Have you thought about the fact that this week in Utah, a white Christian got killed by a white Christian? And then the next day, HBCUs were under threat. Now, how did we get in it? I mean, that's called white on white crime. You came the wrong Sunday if you thought I'm sorry, I see y'all are real sophisticated and you look really good. I hope they warned you about me, okay? Because on this Sunday, we gonna keep it 100. On this Sunday, we gonna tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And so here they are. Here they are. In Utah. It's more of us in church than in Utah. We ain't got nothing to do with what they just did. A white Christian gets killed, murdered, not assassinated. We're going to tell the whole truth today. Martin King got assassinated. Malcolm X got assassinated. Medgar X got assassinated. Don't compare Kirk to King. Ain't no such comparison now. Let me hasten to say, I'm anti-political violence. Kirk should still be alive. I don't agree with with anything Kirk said. What Kirk said was dangerous. What Kirk said was racist, rooted in white supremacy, nasty, and hate-filled. But he still should be alive. He still should be playing with his kids. He still should be experiencing the love with his wife. He still should be experiencing life as he saw it. I don't want anybody, please hear me well, anybody to be victimized by political violence when I'm going to keep it above. Because one of the things that gets me, and we got some politicians in here, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to come for you if you ever say this. If you ever say, America, we better than this, you lying. You lying. We ain't better than this. America was born in political violence. America committed political violence during the slave trade. America committed political violence when black bodies hung as strange fruit on southern trees. America committed political violence against the Irish, against the Italians before they became white. America committed political violence when America passed Jim and Jane Crow laws. What do you think political violence was. Political violence when they bombed and massacred Black Wall Street, when they massacred Rosewood, when they massacred whites and blacks in Wilmington, North Carolina. Well, what do you think political violence is? Martin being killed, that's political violence. John Kennedy being killed, political violence. Robert Kennedy being killed, political violence. And you gonna say we better than this? No, you can't fix what you won't face until you look in the mirror and say this is a violent country that has done violence to too many people. We will never get our act together. It's time to repent, because if my people called by my name humble themselves and pray, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal the land. Come on, we better than this. No, we ain't.
I mean, yeah. It must feel awesome to work a room like this. Yeah. Black churches go crazy, bro. They go crazy.
Chris, I'm glad you asked me that question. It's a perfect timing, because with respect to Ken made a very good point about rejecting violence. I agree with Ken. The problem, of course, is that Ken's former boss, Donald Trump, pardoned a bunch of politically violent people earlier this year. He's even dangled pardons in front of the kidnappers.
So did Joe Biden.
The attempted, I'm not here to defend Joe Biden, but Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of political extremists who attacked the Capitol. And he's also, Chris, dangled pardons in front of the people who wanted to kidnap and maybe kill Gretchen Whitmer, like horrible political extremists. He's talked about pardoning them as well. So that's a real problem. And we need the president, as you said in your introduction, to really lead on this and use this killing of his friend to say, you know what, all of us tone it down. This is a president who's called his enemies scum, vermin, animals. You know, Chris, better than me what he's called his political enemies, including you. So that's what we need from the president. We're not getting it from the president. We're getting more kind of talk of pardons. The other issue which you asked about Charlie Kirk, look, I differ from you on this, Chris, and this is what we argued on Twitter. I think public figures are not private figures. I think public figures, when they die, of course we should be respectful to their families. I've said time and again that it breaks my heart to think about what his children are going through, what his widow is going through. It's horrific what happened to him. I can't even watch that video. I refuse to watch that video of what happened to him. But he's a public figure. I'm a public figure. Chris, you're a public figure. When we die, people are going to look at what we said and say, well, I agreed with him on this, I agreed with him on that. And the problem is Ken and the right are trying to almost deify him. What Ken just said is not true, that Charlie never called for violence, that Charlie was level. Charlie called for me to be deported from America because he didn't like a monologue I did on COVID. He called for Joe Biden to be executed by death penalty. We can go down the list. I know you don't want to hear. Let's not make this a Charlie Kirk rhetoric thing. But I don't know what else to say. When I hear Ken saying things that I think are untrue, then I have to respond. You know me, Chris, it's in my nature. I have to respond and say, well, that's not true. Here are the facts. Just last week, the day before he died, the day before he was brutally murdered, he said that Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. I don't think that's rhetoric that people should be emulating. I find.
Can you imagine any other fucking statement like this? Like, Jews are the sword that the left is using to slit the throat of America? I just think if Charlie had said that, just think. It's just such a fucking insane statement. Such an insanely bigoted statement. But of course, because it's the targets in this, the group that you're shitting on is Muslim, so nobody ever fucking turns around and goes, oh, that's a little fucked up, don't you think?
That deeply offensive. Obviously, it doesn't justify killing him. Nothing justifies killing him. But please don't tell me that he was a level-headed person who never insulted or abused anyone. That's just not true. He asked for people to post bail on the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi in his home, a violent extremist, Trump supporter, election denier, who attacked Paul Pelosi in his home, is now in prison for attempted murder. Charlie called for bail to be posted for him by an American hero. So that's the kind of rhetoric I don't think we need. Or emulate.
Mehdi, what is the difference? What is the difference between telling the truth and rationalizing the murder? That's why I talk about time, place, and manner. That when you say, look, this is unacceptable, but he said a lot of terrible things, it sounds like you're not as upset that he was murdered because he said those things.
With respect, Chris, that's not what I said. I said his murder is inexcusable. I've said that consistently, as have we all. But I was responding to Ken saying that Charlie was X, Y, Z. If Ken and the right, and Ken, I'm not picking on you, but the right in general, were not treating him like a new MLK. I'm seeing people saying he was a literal saint. He should have a statue put up in Congress. Chris, am I supposed to just let that go and not say, we probably shouldn't have a statue in Congress for a man who says Islam is a religion being used to slit the throat of the West, that Muslims like me are conquerors? This is the kind of stuff he said. Am I supposed to not respond to that political rhetoric?
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone. And you.
But Maddie, I agree with him. But Maddie, I agree with him. Anyway, we're doing the. We're talking about Gaza. Israel is now doing a ground invasion of Gaza City as the UN Commission has officially announced that a genocide is being committed. Okay. Also, Ta-Nehisi Coates, friend of the show, wrote an article about Charlie Kirk at Vanity Fair, and I kind of want to look at that later. Meanwhile, one other Israel note: Israeli occupation soldier who killed children and women in Gaza, Tal Shalev, is the new CNN senior journalist in Jerusalem's bureau. Nice. No biases there, bro. I mean, come on.
Through the night, Israel's air assault on Gaza City intensified still further as its ground forces readied to move in. By Israel's own estimates, as many as 650,000 Palestinians remain in the city. This morning, rescue efforts underway to recover survivors from new ruins. This block, home to dozens of people, hit at 1 a.m. Rescue workers find Mara al-Haddad trapped. Over 10 long hours, they work to free her leg. And at last, take her to hospital. She says she knows of 2 other girls who didn't get out. Other witnesses say more than 20 remain trapped. Israel says thousands of Hamas fighters remain in Gaza City. The defense minister, Israel Katz, today calling it Hamas's governing symbol, that its fall would prompt the fall of Hamas, and that if Hamas fought on, Gaza would be destroyed. As the biggest Israeli ground operation since the start of the war unfolds, a determination today from the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory that Israel is committing genocide. The Commission says it's found evidence of systematic and unprecedented killings, deliberate starvation, denial of health care, sexual and gender-based violence, and the direct targeting of children. Israel's foreign ministry immediately calling it distorted and false, saying the 3-member panel was working as a Hamas proxy, repeating Hamas lies. Genocide, as defined in the Convention of 1948, is the crime committed with the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The Commission says Israel has committed 4 such genocidal acts: killing members of the group through targeting civilians and the deliberate infliction of conditions of life that caused their deaths, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group through direct attacks against civilians, mistreatment of detainees, forced displacement, and environmental destruction, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, including blocking essential aid, food, water, electricity, and fuel, and finding that starvation had been used as a weapon, and imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group through the attack on Gaza's largest fertility clinic, reportedly destroying around 4,000 embryos. The Commission found that Israel had shown its intent, key to proving genocide, through statements from the Prime Minister, the then Defense Minister, and President at the start of the war, and that the way its military had prosecuted the conflict since was further circumstantial evidence of intent.
Therefore, the Commission concludes that the Israeli authorities and Israeli security forces have the genocidal intent to destroy, in whole or in part, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. The Commission finds that the Israeli political and military leaders are agents of the State of Israel. Therefore, their acts are attributable to the State of Israel. The Commission therefore concludes that the State of Israel bears responsibility for the failure to prevent genocide, for the commission of genocide, and for the failure to punish genocide against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
Coalition of the Willing? Coalition of the Willing? UN forces? Stopping Israel's unlimited death and destruction campaign? I hate when you eat into your mic when you stream about shit I care about because my misophonic ass can't bear to hear it. I think I've conclusively proven that you don't hear it at all. You just saw me eating and you wanted to claim that you can hear it. But you can't.
Israel's representative in Geneva called it a fake report driven in part by anti-Semitic bias.
Israel categorically rejects the libelous rant published today by this Commission of Inquiry. It spreads the malicious genocide narrative. I pose to you to read carefully this 72-page report and try and find the word Hamas. Hamas, it does not exist.
It's like determining whether or not the Nazis committed genocide upon Jews and many other groups and being like, why doesn't this report mention the nature of the Jews? Why doesn't this report mention the partisans? Doesn't mention the partisan violence? It's really fucked up. Get new material, man. It's all Hamas. It's all Hamas. Everything is Hamas. It's also crazy because I don't know if you guys know this, but the genocide is the crime of all crimes. So once it's determined that a country is actually doing genocide, it doesn't matter. Like even another genocide of the genocidaires is unwarranted. That's how significant of a crime it is, right? So there is no counter narrative once it is determined on its own grounds that Israel is committing a genocide, as the UN report has concluded, understandably, maybe a little late, but not even maybe a little late. It's definitely late, but it's the most comprehensive investigation thus far from an official international organization. This is very, very important. But once that declaration is made, it's over. At that point, you're simply defending genocide by going, what about this? What about that? You can say it's libel all day, every day, but it's fucking over. Now, obviously, this only seeks to expand the permission structure, and it's still up to all of us to consistently keep up the pressure to make our respective governments recalculate the cost of doing unlimited genocide to the Palestinians and being in this dual suicide cult with Israel. Okay? It literally means nothing. If your expectation is, oh, finally, the UN recognized it, and you just stop the awareness initiatives, you stop the direct action, you stop protesting, you stop frustrating your politicians at their town halls and whatnot, demanding sanctions, demanding boycotts, academic boycotts, cultural boycotts, sport boycotts, demanding every type of boycott that you can against the apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. Both of these things have been reality. Genocide has been a reality since October 8, 2023, and the apartheid state has been a reality since 1948. And now there is official confirmation from international organs of justice, NGOs, and even the United Nations for both the genocide and the apartheid. We are morally culpable. We are offering material support here in the Western world to Israel. Our administrations recognize what's going on. They recognize the discontent that is only blowing up amongst the population, human beings with a conscience. They cannot stand idly by and watch billions of tax dollars going to this state to continue killing people in broad daylight. The American government turning around and offering political cover to Israel as a belligerent. And yet, this recognition by the United Nations is nothing if the people don't act. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep the pressure. You have to demand very specific types of severance of ties from Israel. That's why I gave a lot of credit to, Javier Bardem and many others that have demanded cultural boycotts, for example, film boycotts. That's very important. You too can play a part in whatever part of the economy you exist in. Okay? Chatter said that the commission actually mentioned Hamas, but it does not matter. Genocide is a genocide. No ands, ifs, or buts.
Is some alien that attacked Israel on the 7th of October.
Today's conclusion by the UN Commission is not a judicial verdict. The International Court of Justice continues to hear South Africa's genocide case against Israel, with a ruling not expected for years. Might it, though, increase international pressure? The Israeli Prime Minister yesterday spoke of the need for self-reliance in the face of a growing siege, as he called it, against Israel, centered in Western Europe.
On God, he's going Jusha, bro. But this time, instead of Juche, Marxist-Leninist Jushaist principle, he's doing Jusha. Jewe. Jucha. That's right. It's North Korean style, dude. That's what he's doing. That's whack joke, bro. I know. I'm sorry for comparing the beautiful state of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to the criminal Zionist entity that is Israel. That was really fucked up. That was fucked up of me. A nation that was born out of being genocided by the allied forces of the world with unlimited firepower, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, can never be compared to a nation that is a crime from its inception. I apologize.
Last month, Germany announced restrictions on arms shipments to Israel. Today, its foreign minister reacting to the report.
What about the complications already pointed out? How was it against military orders that attacked the consulate, for example? How about it being far-right extremists taking advantage of the oppression dynamic, almost like you shouldn't have it? What? I'm confused by what you're saying. I'm a groyper and you went too far there. Sarcasm. Do you think Bernie will call it a genocide now? Who knows?
The incidents described in the report are extremely worrying. In armed conflicts, all parties are bound by international humanitarian law. In order to end the suffering in Gaza, we believe it is crucial, as we have repeatedly emphasized, that a ceasefire is finally reached.
But Israel's key ally holding out little hope of that. The U.S. Secretary of State swapping Israel for Qatar today, saying Hamas now had only days or weeks to accept Israel's terms and cease to exist. Few in Gaza expect anything other than Israel's promised invasion into Gaza City. Thousands more today thronging the coast road south as a military the UN Commission is now formally accused of carrying out a genocide intensifies its campaign. Well, joining us now is Nimer Sultani from the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, an expert in international law. What then is your assessment of this report from the UN Commission of Inquiry?
This report further solidifies the consensus amongst the international legal scholarship, amongst the human rights community, amongst genocide studies scholars, Holocaust studies scholars, that Israel has been committing a genocide since October 2023, that this is not a war, but a genocide. When you see the mass slaughter, when you see the massive and comprehensive destruction of everything from cemeteries to schools to mosques to healthcare system to water infrastructure, and when you add to that the starvation and the over 20,000 Palestinian children killed, the inevitable conclusion, according to the UN Commission of Inquiry, which is an independent commission, that this is a genocide. Israel has been committing a genocide in Gaza since October 2023.
What is the distinction here? Because there is an International Court of Justice case ongoing brought by South Africa against Israel, accusing Israel of genocide. This isn't a judicial finding or judgment, is it? As you say, it's a commission. So legally, what power does it have? What standing does it have?
This UN Commission inquiry becomes the first independent commission that also mentions that this is a genocide by Israel. And therefore, it solidifies the consensus and becomes a nail in the coffin of genocide denial. And this genocide denial has acted to delay action on behalf of states, to delay recognition of the genocide in media outlets, in academic institutions, and of course of government.
I mean, Israel points out or has said today that this is...
For the record, the reason why I get very frustrated with fascists and the way that they talk about how, like, Jews are doing this, Jews are doing that, it's all Jew, is because it actually takes away the responsibility from the parties that are completely involved in this. They have this nonsensical notion. They have this nonsensical notion that the United States of America, as a matter of fact, is not doing this voluntarily, but simply doing it because they have been mind controlled by the Jews to do so. This is not true. Okay? Even the American Jewish opinion on Israel is actually not that significant in this process. Sure, it doesn't hurt, especially when you want to use Jews as a marginalized population, as a way to say, oh, how dare you actually criticize Israel? You're being anti-Semitic. But the reality of the matter is, it is the American state that wants this to happen and absolutely keeps pushing for it to happen and does nothing to stop it and has all the power to stop it if it wanted to. Okay? Fascists, on the other hand, who have this false notion of Christian nationalism, in many instances where they believe that like Christian nationalism is going to take root in America, who are anti-Semitic in their conspiracies, do so in a way that abdicates responsibility away from the American government, Christian Zionism, and the like. It's completely ridiculous. This got 250,000 views.
Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. I really hope I'm not right about this. You've got to download this video, not just save it, but download this video because it's... Okay, so I thought I'll check out who owns the UN buildings.
What? Are you doing a fucking... Oh, God. 9/11? Israel did 9/11 conspiracy video? From Australian Felix? Really? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, brother. All right, let's continue.
A report that hasn't mentioned Hamas in any of its 72 pages, that Hamas and its fighters acted with genocidal intent on October the 7th. And it says that this is a report based on falsehoods by Hamas and is acting as a proxy for them. What's your response to that?
Obviously, this is false because in June 2024, the UN Commission of Inquiry produced 2 reports.
When you resort to fifth column style racism to explain why the EU hates your genocidal state, Netanyahu blames Muslim immigration for Europe's anti-Israel policies. Yep, that's right. I mean, low key, there's an argument you could make, just not in the direction that Benjamin Netanyahu thinks, which is that like there is a correct way to interpret this argument. Okay, that is, of course, that there are a lot of racist motherfuckers in Europe that go, okay, Israel's destabilizing the region and it's causing Muslims to come here. That is unironically the white nationalist anti-Israel argument. As a matter of fact, that is the isolationist argument from the far right. They literally go, stop interfering in these fucking places because then Muslims, scary Muslims, Muslims that we hate, end up coming to the fucking nation state, to the homeland. Of course, that's not what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying. Benjamin Netanyahu is claiming that there is a fifth column style Islamic Islamic invasion that has taken place quietly and silently that has made it so that these politicians are now all Muslim. They actually secretly said the Shahada, they will see the light of Allah, they will see Jannah, and that is the reason why, inshallah, they say the Zionist entity must fall. That's what he thinks. He's a fucking moron. Yeah, they're all doing secret Islam. They're all doing taqiyya. They're not even Sunni, as a matter of fact. All of these countries are now Shia. They're all Shia. The imamate is going to rise up. It's not the caliphate, but the imamate. Okay? Clearly.
It's one report about Israel's violations of international law till then, 120 pages, and another accompanying report of 60 pages of Palestinian violations of international law. So the UN Commission has been comprehensive in its treatment of international law.
You talk about the obligation on other international actors to respond to this. I mean, we have seen from Germany last month a restriction on some of the arms sales to Israel. It is responsible, estimated, for about 30% of military equipment sales to.
Oh, some restrictions. Nice, man. Nice.
To Israel. And as well as that, we've seen Benjamin Netanyahu himself yesterday talking about the need for Israel to be a super Sparta. He says that there is a burgeoning siege, especially in Western Europe, again.
For CNN's Brianna Galadria, the genocide of Palestinians with tens of thousands of people killed is besides the point. Her interview focused on how it affects Israel's international reputation, economy, stock market, and domestic policies. If you guys remember, Brianna Galadria was the CNN commentator that actually retweeted the numerous hit pieces that were written about me at Jewish Insider. So I think we know where she stands on the fucking issue. She's not the only one at CNN who is very obviously pro-Israel unconditionally and will routinely omit key details in an effort to make Israel's reputation look better by the American population.
Against Israel. I mean, do you see a shift in the international response, and do you see it potentially going forward from here?
The UN Commission is asking all states to stop all arms embargo, all arms sales to Israel, all arms trades with Israel, not only 30% or part of it. And what we have seen so far, timid actions by European states. So many European governments like the UK sanctioned what they call extreme ministers in the government. But if you look at the UN Commission report, it focuses on Netanyahu, it focuses on Gallant, it focuses on Herzog, which Starmer.
But in all honesty, immigrants don't assimilate well with the natives. Dog, your name is Microsoft Pizza. Do you know how many fucking assimilated immigrants have worked in that company? Do you know how many? You are in the United States of America, I assume. Okay? Anyone who is an American that says immigrants don't assimilate well with the natives, unless you are literally talking about events that transpired before and after 1776, you are a delusional fucking freak. Okay? What the fuck do you mean immigrants don't assimilate to natives? If you're an American, you have to understand, like, this is how this country was built and designed. And if you especially work at Microsoft, your CEO, I believe, is Indian. Is he not? I'm not racist. Okay, you're not racist. Then I guess you're just stupid and fearful and worried about a reality that does not exist. Only a very small amount? Like only a very small amount of racism? Is that what it is? Or only a very small amount of stupidity? Technically not wrong. The first immigrants did genocide the natives. I know. That's why I said the only time what he is saying is true is when this nation state was incepted, was created on the backs of unlimited genocide to the indigenous population, the actual natives. Everything past that point, and especially in contemporary American history, is literally everyone's an immigrant, dude. The fuck? What? What is this guy saying? Even jokes that are meant to delegitimize ethno-nationalism should be careful and vigilant about using the word Jew as a punchline, especially since you aren't Jewish. It seems like you're doing a righteous thing, attacking Israeli politicians through an illegitimate mean, using the word Jew as a pejorative. When the fuck did I do that? Do you mean when I said instead of Jusha, it's now Jewsha? Is that what you think? That's a pun. There's a double entendre. Jusha is the Marxist-Leninist principle of self-reliance for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is their guiding ideology. Benjamin Netanyahu himself is saying we must also apply the principle of self-reliance. As not using the word Jew as a pejorative. Here, I'll give you another joke, for example. Okay? This also pertains to how people clip others out of context and also make it seem as though no one is capable of making jokes. When one says, for example, Jews control the media in Israel, that is a joke. A joke that is supposed to make light of the false anti-Semitic conspiracy that Jews control the media. When you say Jews control the media in Israel, you're making a joke about Israel being a Jewish ethno-state, while also simultaneously making a joke about a very classic anti-Semitic canard. This is not a pejorative in any way, shape, or form, because it is not intended to attack Jewish people.
Have received only recent.
Are you teaching what a joke is? You might be new here, Damien Das, but I do this quite frequently, as a matter of fact. There are a lot of, this is a very anti-ableist broadcast, okay? Yes, I do that a lot. I do it all the time, actually, far more than I should, but I do it regardless.
But the UN Commission inquiry says he incited to genocide. And this UN Commission of Inquiry report is a damn...
No, it is anti-ableist. We don't do ableism. If you are, for example, too neurodivergent to understand jokes, if you have the type of autism that makes it very difficult for you to comprehend jokes, I will sit here and autistically describe the joke to you, as I do all the fucking time. So that's why I'm saying this is anti-ableist. This is also my third day of describing what a metaphor is and how it's utilized, considering that a lot of people who are political enemies of mine turn around and make it seem as though I am incapable of telling a joke or being hyperbolic or engaging in a metaphor. All right, let's keep going.
Indictment of the policy of the UK government, of the European Commission, of European states that have failed to act, that have continued to shield Israel from accountability, to granted impunity, and in fact have been complicit in Israel's crimes in Gaza.
Israel has announced its ground invasion into Gaza City. I mean, are we looking at the last phase of the Israeli operation now, and all this talk really is not going to be effective?
So the Israelis have been clear that they are seeking the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians from Gaza. The destruction of Gaza, that, you know, with all military units, they have now bulldozers that are destroying house after house after house. And this systematic destruction, as Netanyahu himself said in May 2025 in the Israeli Knesset, is intended for the Palestinians in Gaza not to be able to come back to their homes.
Well, they would say that they are destroying Hamas infrastructure.
It's not too little too late. Also, this fucking guy, man. Can someone in like Western media not always posture as a fucking mouthpiece for Zionism and Israel's genocide? Can we just not have that for one fucking day? Jesus Christ. Even today when the UN is like, no, it's pretty clear it's a genocide.
Structure ahead of their ground invasion to root out the last remaining thousands of Hamas fighters. And they have said that in the future, Palestinians will be allowed to return.
Well, if you are going to destroy the Palestinians entirely in the Gaza Strip in order to defeat Hamas, that's also genocide. There is no security rationale for the total destruction of the education system. There is no security rationale that can justify the total destruction of the healthcare system.
There's no security rationale to justify genocide. President Higgins suggests Israel should be excluded from the UN. My goat, my king. What an amazing person. Oh, also, there's some new Hosborough shit too, but before we get to that, Israeli responses are becoming so boring. Here's Chris Sidati, UN commissioner, on Israel's response to the commission's report concluding Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza.
The Israeli Foreign Ministry today decried a distorted and false report and said that 3 individuals, so referring to the Commission of Inquiry, 3 individuals serving as Hamas proxies notorious for their openly anti-Semitic positions. Could you please comment on that?
These reports should be taken seriously, but honestly, the Israeli responses are becoming so boring. You know, they say the same thing every time. They're producing the responses by ChatGPT these days, and they spend so much money in the Foreign Ministry on propaganda. You'd think that they would actually come up with something original. I would want them to engage with the evidence.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's unexpected. That is like, that's some shit I say. What the fuck? Not the commissioner of the Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and in Israel. Chris Sidati. Fucking hell. These responses are getting quite boring. Fucking hell. Get some new material.
But they never engage with the evidence. They put the report into ChatGPT, and then they put out the standard response. So no one takes it seriously, and Jamie, you shouldn't either.
The Israel.
Joking about Israel's response is a hallmark of Hamas. Chris Sidati is Hamas. Anyway, where was I? There was a more that I wanted to cover here on the Israel shit. There's this poll that I obviously want to look at as well. Washington Free Beacon came out with this like insane poll. Okay. Washington Free Beacon came out with this insane poll where they were trying to defend the argument, defend the principle that like young conservatives are still very much pro-Israel. Okay. Influencers like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes may be popular among young conservatives, but their anti-Israel views aren't. A Free Beacon Echelon Insights poll found. Of the 1,000 young conservatives and Trump voters surveyed, an overwhelming majority have a positive view of Israel and support Donald Trump's handling of the U.S.-Israel relationship. For all their fulminating against the Jewish state, 54% of Carlson's listeners and 58% of Owens' listeners have a favorable view of the Jewish state, suggesting that young people may be tuning in, but they aren't being persuaded. Now, this is unimaginable cope because the very same polls, when you look at the crosstabs, show that 56% of young conservatives agree with the statement that Israel is committing a genocide and that we're probably watching one of the sickest things that's ever happened. And by sick, it doesn't mean like cool, okay? Do you agree or disagree with the following statement made by comedian Theo Vaughn? It just feels to me like it's a genocide against the Palestinians that's happening while we're alive here in front of our eyes. I think we're watching probably one of the sickest things that's ever happened. Strongly / somewhat agree, 56%. Strongly / somewhat disagree, 27%. Some would agree, 37%. Does that look like a poll? Does that look like a poll that favors Israel for young conservatives? Israel support. How strongly, if at all, should the U.S. support Israel as an ally? Completely and mostly is at 53%. Rarely / never support, 29%. Come on, man. This poll was commissioned by Paul Singer's Daily Caller to include 2 questions to assess the authority / impact of Theo Vaughn. So you may see pro-Israel groups attempt to target his credibility. Note that Singer, a billionaire hedge funder, is not Christian, but funds pro-Israel Christian groups. What stands out to me from the results is a high percentage of unsure responses. Note the survey also tested messaging for Israel to use to target American conservatives, young American conservatives. You may hear some more often from Israel's advocates, some religious in nature, some not. Okay? They are literally testing out whatever. This is how it starts. This is how American far-right groups, think tanks, were able to craft a very successful anti-trans message, right? They went back to the drawing board and they figured out that if they associated trans people with like sports, an area where Americans have a firm commitment to meritocracy, and also children, an area that Americans want to protect, then you could actually get a lot of positive responses. So what they're doing right now is trying to figure out exactly what kind of messaging works to maintain support among young American conservatives, to ensure that the next generation of Americans are not all completely anti-Israel. They know that they have no way of generating support for young American Democrats, of course, and young American independents. If I mention USS Liberty incident here, would I be seen as a conspiracy, Andy? Wait, what? Why? That's a thing that happened. What the fuck? Like it's everyone admitted to it happening. That's not, what's the conspiracy? like that's not. Wait, what? Because I did it in Asmin's chat and they flamed me into the underworld? Here, let me explain why. Because they're fucking pro-Israel. They're anti-Semitic and they love Nick Fuentes, but also they're pro-Israel for the most part because they're pro-Donald Trump and Donald Trump is pro-Israel. That's the reason why. Also, they don't know anything. Why the fuck would you use that as a metric for anything, really? Oh my God, I can't believe it. The Asmongold community flamed you into the underworld for what? Recognizing a real thing that happened? Yeah, they're not only fascist, but they're not particularly smart either. Nick Fuentes used USS Liberty as a common talking point during his Groiper War. I know. USS Liberty is a real incident that took place where Israel just blew up an American naval vessel. We don't know the exact details as to why they did so, but to call into question whether or not the incident took place that killed, I think, 37 American Navy members is ridiculous. It did happen. Now, as far as why, the suspicion is that the naval carrier was spying on Israel, our allies, and Israel was attempting to initiate some military action that they did not want the Americans spying on them. And it was a clear day. Their flag was it was a surveillance vessel. Their flag was obviously right there, and Israel kept doing multiple rounds of bombing campaigns, and they did so. And then the American government, out of fears that this would literally separate America's allegiance with Israel, basically kept it a secret to the best of their ability, or rather, they just defended Israel pretty much. It's totally reasonable to assume it was a failed false flag attempt to drag America into war and blame anti-Israel force instead of Israel. No way to know for certain, though. Yes. So, oh yeah, their excuse was they thought it was an Egyptian ship. It was not. It very clearly was not. The Israelis did this too. Remember early in our coverage when Israelis saw the responses relating to October 7th sexual assaults were impactful on Americans, so they pushed that line so hard? Yeah. Do not let Tim Pool know you are talking about this. Yeah, well, Tim Pool's too busy talking about how Ukraine is the greatest enemy of America. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Israel constantly is focus testing, like what kind of messaging actually will hopefully allow Americans to maintain some kind of support, young Americans on the right to maintain some kind of support for Israel. But they're fucking cooked. If this is the best they got, they are cooked. It is, however, important to recognize what are some of the most successful messages that they can push. So, yeah. But ultimately, this is making it seem as though people, young conservatives still love Israel. And then their own poll shows they do not. Zoran Mamdani is +1 among self-described conservatives aged 18 to 34 in the new Free Beacon-sponsored poll. Mamdani, do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of the following groups or individuals who have been in the news lately? Extremely / somewhat very favorable, 19%. Very somewhat unfavorable, 18%. Anyway. It's insane that the Dems haven't figured out how big of an issue this was in the presidential race. No. It's not that they couldn't figure it out. It's not that they were deluded. It's not that they were blindsided. It's because They're paid not to figure it out. Please understand. They knew that people fucking hated what Israel was doing. And they said, we don't care. We want to make sure we still defend Israel's genocide. They lost the election because they loved how much Israel was annihilating Palestinian children. Please. That's it. That's it. They lost the election in part due to their loyalty to Israel. They lost the election in part due to the fact that they personally loved that Israel was destroying the Palestinian child population. Only Israel's allowed to spy on America, not the other way around. Oh, yeah, of course. Remember when Israel was caught placing Stingray device around the White House during Trump's first term? Did you read the passage in Boris Johnson's memoir where he said his security team found a surveillance device in his personal toilet after Netanyahu used it? Crazy. Yeah, this is also true. And this is the other thing that I was mentioning. Like, this kind of stuff happens all the time. Okay? And people look to it and go, oh my God, they just literally control the American government, because why the fuck is the American government letting this happen? Part of the reason why the American government lets this shit happen is because, one, sophisticated influence peddling operation, unlimited amounts of fucking money that they pump into all of the politicians, and also Zionist social conditioning from virtually every fucking influenced, every important institution out there. And lo and behold, if you partner that up with Christian Zionism, evangelical Christian Zionism, you arrive at Israel tackling the issue from every fucking angle they possibly can. And the only reason why they're allowed to do that, for as long as they've been able to do that, is because they are an incredibly important ally to American interests in the region. Okay? How should I continue watching your content now that YouTube is funding Israel? What do you mean, dude? The fuck? There is nothing. It's like saying, look, Israel's material support for every fucking outlet and every company that exists in the Western world is so pervasive that it quite literally is impossible to avoid. It's like saying, how can I avoid capitalism? Okay? How can I avoid exploitation? Okay? How can I engage in ethical consumption under capitalism? You can't. Oh yeah, the new meta is attacking you for being on Twitch/Amazon for the BDS. No, it's not a real thing, okay? You have to understand. It's not a real thing. That's not a real attack. No fucking pro-Palestinian advocate, no actual fucking Palestinian or Palestine advocate is saying, Hassan, one of the largest fucking advocates for Palestine in North America, why the fuck are you doing that advocacy on Amazon-owned platform Twitch? Okay? No one is actually saying that. It's people who are actually not on board with the cause that just want you to go away. That's it. Please stop listening to idiotic demands being made by people who are not on board with your cause. Oh my fucking Lord. Yes, the goal here is not to find an ethical means of distributing information. The goal here is simply to stop someone like myself from streaming. And it's a very stupid way to try and attempt to do so, but there are still people who I guess eat that bait. Okay. To whatever extent Kirk focused on Jews, he wanted to separate out Jews who went all in on woke from Jews who are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Kirk also says some anti-Semitic shit. Yeah, it's not surprising. Of course. But that kind of stuff doesn't matter. Because what matters is advocacy for Israel. That's it. You can be as anti-Semitic as you want to, as long as you're pro-Israel. Candace Owens is a great example of this. Candace Owens was incredibly anti-Semitic. But when she became anti-Israel, because she was pro-Israel, okay, Candace Owens was pro-Israel and anti-Semitic. When she worked at the Daily Wire, She was pro-Israel and anti-Semitic. By the end of her Daily Wire experience, the reason why she got fired from the Daily Wire was because she became anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. It's that simple.
I think that it's a very, very important document. And of course, the chair of that working group was the chair of the working group on Rwanda. And it explicitly states that 4 of the main actions...
Bro, why is this guy always hanging around animals, by the way? I mean, I love him. I love him. He is the GOAT. But it's always either his dog or I guess like whatever. Is that a horse? He's so sick. He's got a cute-ass dog, too.
As referred to in the 1948 Convention on Genocide, 4 are met. But it goes further and it suggests that the incitement to genocide has been present, and it specifically mentions those in high office who have used language to encourage and to incite genocide. I have to say, I have spoken so often about it, and when I'm coming to what is a celebration of the production of food in all its different ways, and when you think that all of the people killed yesterday and today, half of them were women and children. And I have to say, too, that I believe that the European Union will find it extraordinarily difficult to ever be a union in any sense again, when some of its...
He's at the National Plowing Championship, hence the horse. Okay, so here I want to return to Charlie Kirk for a second, because there are a lot of people out there who just keep saying like Charlie Kirk is a great dude, he had great takes or whatever. Here, let's take a look at one of those takes. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I keep hearing from fucking dumb fucks on my TikTok For You page about how, oh, you think Charlie Kirk's opinion on the gays was bad? Well, why don't you ask a Palestinian? And it's like, dude, let's take a look at this clip.
It's funny, I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't.
Damn, dude. Fucking sick.
When you mess with...
Maybe that's why Ethan cried. Oh, shit. You know, there were so many similarities between Charlie Kirk's rhetoric on Gaza and Israel and Ethan's rhetoric on Gaza and Israel. Oh, yeah, he did. He did cry. He cried. It's just interesting because he's, you know, when you compare his reaction to Charlie Kirk dying and his tears, very different than the way he reacted to Aaron Bushnell, who gave his life. When Aaron Bushnell killed himself in protest to Israel's genocide, he made fun of him. Just odd.
The bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Dude, that's so funny. Dude, that's hilarious, bro. That's crazy. Here's that comparison between his Bushnell and Kirk reactions.
What happened to Charlie Kirk this morning was horrific. I deeply, deeply, deeply condemn it in all possible terms. Anyone celebrating this in any way should be forever shamed. It's terrifying.
He's a champ at fucking burning love. I mean, and that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that bad sound bad?
Why are people mad at me? I want someone, please, to explain it. Explain why you're mad at me. Go ahead. I'm dying. Please.
Are people mad?
They're mad about my comments about Aaron Bushnell. Because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about all this shit every fucking day. And now all of a sudden you gotta get all bitched out. And what I said was he's really good at burning alive. You're a fucking hypocrite because I make these jokes about all different topics, about all different sensitive things, about all different groups of people, every fucking show. And then when it lightly brushes on your shoulder, you freak the fuck out and you bitch and you cry. Give me a fucking break. Look in the mirror, loser. You're the problem. You are the problem. I've gone out and I've said that everything y'all want to hear about there being a genocide and apartheid and the fucking warmonger.
It's interesting because he's been constantly complaining about how, alongside a chorus of far-right figureheads on the internet, about how violent I am in my rhetoric, how I traffic in violent rhetoric over and over and over again. And between me and him, there's only one person that has actually advocated to shoot Charlie Kirk, and it's not me. So there's that too. I don't even remember him saying that shit. Ethan Klein directly called for Charlie Kirk to be murdered, and now that it's happened, he's trying to deflect blame, but Ethan has a long history of promoting political violence. Will YouTube take action or decline his Israeli citizenship, make him immune to consequences? No, it has nothing to do with his fucking Israeli citizenship or whatever. It's just that he is right-wing. That's it.
Ambitions of the other side.
They're violent.
Let me say this.
It's terrifying. I mean, these people are dangerous and psychotic, and I think it's time to kill them.
No, Jesus.
Just trying to, a little blunt. I'm sorry, just a little blunt. We've got the guns. When do we use them? That's why we have them, right, Charlie? So there was a big protest outside that.
Anyway, who's the guy on the left? That's me. You ever feel embarrassed for being a co-host to this dude? Yes, absolutely. What kind of question is that?
I like that. I like that.
Where was I? So yeah. So you know it's fun.
No, I don't care about the fucking bomb the NRA clip that he did. Okay, I don't care. It's just the reason why I showed you that is because he's insincere, he's disingenuous, and not particularly intelligent when it comes to trying to deflect the attention away. But it doesn't really require much for people to. It doesn't require much for people to instantly forget about whatever the fuck he's doing or any number of different people are doing, as long as you can just say, well, Hassan. You know? Remember, chatters, people still associate with him after being revealed as pedo troll? Yeah, it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. All right. Fascinating look at the hold real Candace Owen has on young conservatives. More than 1 in 5 say they get their news from her, and more than half agree with her critique around the weaponization of anti-Semitism. When they are told it's Candace Owens making the argument, their support for the statement goes up. Look. Which of the following media figures do you get news about Israel from? Select all that apply. 27% Tucker Carlson, 21% Candace Owens, 11% Nick Fuentes, 29% Ben Shapiro, 24% Charlie Kirk, 35% Joe Rogan, 4% Ian Carroll, Daryl Cooper, Theo Vaughn, Jake Shields, Mark Levin, Dave Smith, someone else. Please specify none of these. This is the poll that that they released, the Washington Free Beacon revealed. About young American conservatives and their opinions on Israel and where they're getting their information from.
To begin with,
Yeah, it's just the conservative youth. It's not, guys, conservative youth. That's a conservative youth poll. Okay, calm down. It's not anything else. Okay, so this actually works against the conspiracy that Israel killed Kirk. If they were going to take out a right-wing content creator because they were too influential in moving conservatives off of support for Israel, they'd have others to go after like Owens. Yeah, I don't fucking agree with any of that shit. I don't. Like, do I think it's ridiculous to claim that Israel would? Do I think it's ridiculous to assume that Israel could potentially kill even a high-profile figure on U.S. soil? I don't think it's ridiculous at all. Okay, I don't think that that's even remotely ridiculous. Do I think that Charlie Kirk was going to turn on Israel any moment now? Yes, I think that's fucking ridiculous. I just showed you another clip of Charlie Kirk. That's not the role that Charlie Kirk plays. It's just like something that people are fantasizing about. And it's so funny because like sometimes I see that from people who will fucking yell at me for even having a conversation with the likes of Matt Duss. Okay? They'll be like, Matt Duss is an incredibly important figure in like liberal Zionism and like making sure that America stays committed to Israel. And then they turn around and go, any moment, the guy who kept fucking saying that the genocide is fake was gonna turn on the nation state of Israel. And it's like, how is that? Like, how can those two things be in your mind? At least if you're gonna hate fucking Matt Duss or me talking to Matt Duss, then, you know, don't come at me with this fucking insane conspiracy theory. You know? Anyway, Charlie Kirk redeemed. A political class finds his lost cause by Ta-Nehisi Coates. There was someone in the chat that asked, have you ever talked to Ta-Nehisi Coates? The answer is yes. I did on this broadcast, as a matter of fact. Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 big ones. Okay. Before he was killed last week, Charlie Kirk left a helpful compendium of words, ones that would greatly aid those who sought to understand his legacy and import. It is somewhat difficult to match these words with the manner in which Kirk is presently being memorialized in mainstream discourse. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein dubbed Kirk one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion and a man who was practicing politics in exactly the right way. California Governor Gavin Newsom hailed Kirk's passion and commitment to debate, advising us to continue Kirk's work by engaging with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. Atlantic writer Sally Jenkins saluted Kirk, claiming he argued with civility and asserting his death was a significant loss for those who believed engagement can help bridge disagreements. Why the fuck do these people think SJW-owned compilations are actually a medium to legitimately arrive at the truth through spirited discourse among interlocutors? That is not the case. Fuck! How are you so easily fucking duped? Do you have worms for brains? What the fuck? God, I fucking hate aesthetics perverts. Like the civility fetishists are unfucking bearable, dude. Liberals are so stupid sometimes. The mentions of debate and engagement are references to Kirk's campus tours, during which he visited various colleges to take on whoever come may. This aspect of Kirk's work would be so attractive to the writers and politicians is understandable. There's, after all, a pervasive worry among the political class that college students, ensconced in their own bubbles, could use a bit of shock therapy from a man unconcerned with preferred pronouns, trigger warnings, and the humanity of Palestinians. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a great writer. But it also shows how the political class's obsession with universities binds it to everything else. Oh my God, what a great take. I know. That's why campus frenzy shit goes so nutty mode in mainstream discourse, because all of these fucking assholes went to the same Ivy League institutions. So that's all they fucking worry about. Unbearable. How much of the first 6 to like 10 months of Israel's genocide was spent on talking about college campus activism? Oh my fucking Lord. I almost said 6'7", and I know you guys were going to be fucking annoying, so I didn't say it. But it also shows that the political class's obsession with the universities blinds it to everything else, and the everything else of Kirk's politics amounted to little more than a loathing of those whose mere existence provoked this ire. It is not just, for instance, that Kirk held disagreeable views, that he was pro-life, that he believed in public executions, or that he rejected the separation of church and state. It's that Kirk reveled in open bigotry. Indeed, claims of Kirk's civility are tough to square with his penchant for demeaning members of the LGBTQ community as freaks and referring to trans people with the slur, the T word. Faced with the prospect of Kamala Harris' presidency, Kirk told his audience that the threat had to be averted because Harris wanted to kidnap your child via the trans agenda. Garden variety transphobia is sadly unremarkable, but Kirk was a master of folding seemingly discordant bigotries into each other as he defined the American way of life as marriage, home ownership, and child rearing free of the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, adding that he did not want kids to have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. He also once famously said if Kamala Harris wins, then they're going to import Haitians into the country and export white people, something along those lines. I'm actually paraphrasing. Don't fucking kill me, okay? Something along those lines. I can't recall the exact quote off the top of my mind. I know that's like illegal now. God forbid you say Charlie Kirk actually said something entirely different, and then the actual quote itself is not entirely different at all. He just like got 3 words wrong, max. And they didn't actually change what he was saying. The American way of life was Christendom, Kirk claimed. In Islam, the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America was antithetical to that. Large dedicated Islamic areas were a threat to America, Kirk asserted, and New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani was a Mohammedan. I love that one. That one's actually fucking awesome. Oh my God. Just yeah, Mohammedan. Dusting off the tomes of racism. All right. With Kirk supposing that anyone trying to see Mohammedism take over the West would love to have New York a prior Anglo center under Mohammedan rule. Kirk habitually railed against black crime, claiming that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. He repeated the rape accusations against Yusuf Salam, a member of the exonerated Central Park Five, who was now a New York City councilman, calling him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. Whatever distaste Kirk held for blacks was multiplied when he turned to those from Haiti. Haiti was, by Kirk's lights, a country infested with demonic voodoo whose migrants were raping your women and hunting you down at night. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were having a field day, per Kirk, and coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump. Yeah, I was wrong. He actually didn't say Haitians were going to replace the white population. He said they were going to come to the country and rape your daughters, your white daughters. That's even, yeah, yet another instance where my paraphrasing of Charlie Kirk's actual opinion on a particular issue was actually much kinder than his true opinion on that issue. First time in chat, my roommate always talks shit about you, so I decided to look into you more since I saw you on Trash Days. Turns out we have similar politics, and now I've been watching clips for a few weeks, and now I'm here live. Talking shit had the opposite effect. Hell yeah, chatter. I hope other people are also just as open-minded as you are, and as you were in that moment. Yeah, Ezra Klein is on a tear, by the way. We're going to get to the other shit that he did. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were having a field day, per Kirk, coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump, who had to prevail, lest Haitians become your masters. The point of this so-called mastery was as familiar as it was conspiratorial, the Great Replacement. There was an anti-white agenda, Kirk howled, one that sought to make the country more like the third world. The southern border was a dumping ground of the planet, he claimed, and a magnet for the rapists, the thugs, the murderers, the fighting age males. They're coming from across the world, from China, from Russia, from Middle Eastern countries, he said. And they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in. You can probably imagine where this line of thinking eventually went. Jewish donors, Kirk claimed, were the #1 funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. Indeed, the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. This is why it's also funny that Nick Fuentes hated him, because they believe the same things, right? The only difference is Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel, Charlie Kirk is pro-Israel. Kirk's bigotry was not personal, but extended to the institution he founded, Turning Point USA. Crystal Clanton, the group's former national field director, once texted a fellow Turning Point employee, "I hate black people, like fuck them all. I hate blacks, end of story." One of the group's advisors, Rip McIntosh, once published a newsletter featuring an essay from a pseudonymous writer that said blacks had become socially incompatible with other races and that black culture was unfixable and a crime-ridden mess. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller What is this? Hold on. Sorry, I'm getting a message from fucking Marchie Poo. What the hell? What the hell is this? Okay. Was unfixable and a crime-ridden mess. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller, president of Turning Point chapter at the University of Missouri, joked, in air quotes, in a social media message, if they would have killed 4 more N-words with a hard R, for those of you who are listening at home and not reading along, we would have had the whole week off. Kirk subscribed to some of the most disreputable and harmful beliefs that this country has ever known, but it is still chilling to think that those beliefs would be silenced by a gunshot. The tragedy is personal. Kirk was robbed of his life, and his children and family will forever live with the knowledge that a visual record of that robbery is just an internet search away. And the tragedy is national. Political violence ends conversation and invites war. Its rejection is paramount to a functioning democracy and a free society. Amazing words. I fully agree with everything he's saying. Political violence is a virus, Klein noted. This assertion is true. It is also at odds with Kirk's own words. It's not that Kirk merely, as Klein put it, defended the Second Amendment. It's that Kirk endorsed hurting people to advance his preferred policy outcomes. God damn, Ta-Nehisi does not even let up for a brief moment in this entire fucking article. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. In 2022, when Kirk was frustrated, for instance, by the presence of Leah Thomas on the University of Pennsylvania's women's swim team, Kirk did not call for spirited discourse. Instead, while discussing a recent championship tournament, he said he would have liked to have seen a group of fathers descend from the stands, forming a line in front of Leah Thomas and saying, "Hey, tough guy, you want to get in the pool? Because you're going to have to come through us." Mere weeks before his death, Kirk reveled in Trump's deployment of federal troops to D.C. Shock and awe. Force, he wrote. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. People found your OG debate with Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I saw a couple of those.
Do you not want them to protest? Why are you trying to always take away their right to protest? It's so hypocritical. Do you not want them to protest? Why are you trying to always take away their right to protest? It's so hypocritical. Colin Kaepernick peacefully protested, took a knee. How is he doing that? You can't do that. Then if they protest on the streets, it's not acceptable. If they protest peacefully, it's not acceptable. It seems like you just don't want them to protest, because I didn't hear you yelling at Tea Party people. You think people have a right to protest? Or do you think people are just... Do you think people have a right to protest? Or do you think people should only protest when it's things that you're in favor of?
No, I'm okay with that. It doesn't seem like it. So when you start interrupting a speaker and pulling the fire alarm and throwing objects, isn't that something wrong with that? That's entirely...
It's funny, but yeah, there is something wrong with that.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You're making a straw man argument about something. I believe that everyone has a right to protest peacefully however they see fit. You're creating this...
As long as they're not Colin Kaepernick.
No, you can say what...
As long as they're not the 30 students at Notre Dame who protested Mike.
That's why it kind of pisses me off when people are like, "Oh, Charlie Kirk would cook you." Bitch, I've already debated his ass twice. Why did your voice sound so high-pitched before? I don't know. I was a certified Hasanabi head by then. I remember this. They played this on C-SPAN the other day, and my family was locked in and impressed with your response. It was cool to see on TV. Were you a Obama head? No. I was wearing the Obama shirt there. Ironically, of course, but I mean, that's not going to stop me from using the classic, like, burning the Obama effigy at a Tea Party protest. The jank moment is also the jank moment, the I live like a capitalist every day jank. Like, that's from my second debate with him. I do still have the Obama shirt, yes. Obviously, you cooked them, but even in that clip, debates just seem cringe. I agree. Let's look at the comments. Three days ago. Repost. This is why he never debated at all. He was tired of losing every damn debate. The reason why he only liked to debate college students. Kirk lost all his debates. Charlie is literally saying he's good with protesting the whole video. Dude wasn't even letting Kirk talk, fill in the space with words because he only knew how to say two things. He never answers the questions. He just changes the subject, make conversation. Was really curious to see how the rest of the clip went. This really showed nothing, honestly. Kirk wiped the floor with Hassan in this debate. When the crowd isn't biased towards Kirk, it doesn't sound like he's winning. By the way, back then, he was infinitely more moderate, just so you understand. He was still incredibly right-wing, but in comparison to who he became, in comparison to what his advocacy looked like by the end of his career, I promise you, he straight up, he was the type of guy who would be like, I don't like Black Lives Matter. He told me in private correspondence, one of the last conversations that we had in private, because I look back at it, was when he told me that while he was not pro-BLM, the comparison between Black Lives Matter and KKK was completely inappropriate. Okay? That's what he was pushing for back then. He literally was saying, he straight up was saying, like, people that actually compare the KKK to Black Lives Matter are fucked up because the KKK is an evil institution. Do you understand? Think about how much his opinion, or at least his output changed. His output shifted. Yeah, he used to be a Milton Friedman ANCAP truther. That's all he did. Wait, so he was woke? That's not woke, man. He was anti-BLM still. Point is, it doesn't matter. He just...
James is 0 for 4.
Okay, stop. I know. I've seen those clips. How likely was it that he was grifting? Of course he was grifting, man. That's it. I don't think you guys understand. Of course he was fucking grifting. What are you talking about? He is a regime propagandist. He was a regime propagandist. Do you understand? This is the new meta on TikTok on Kirk.
My turn.
Yeah, this is what I've been seeing a lot. Y'all hated Charlie Kirk so much. Congrats. Now look at who you've awakened. I think these people are such fucking hot dog fingered losers, bro. Oh my God. These people are basically potato. Like, oh no, what will we do? We have awakened the pedophile Nazi Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh no. Like, they're just so stupid. Like, what do you mean? Oh God, I can't believe it. Another pedophile neo-Nazi? What are we gonna do? Yeah, why did he retire? Do you recall? He didn't. He was forced to retire. Not because he was a neo-Nazi, but because he was a pedophile. It's so dumb. It's okay, he's Christian now. No, I know. Oh, also, the other one is Sam Hyde. That's the other thing that they keep talking about. They're like, oh, you made Sam Hyde cry. Which, by the way, that's my favorite. Motherfuckers who are like, I can't believe these guys want to do political violence. The left is so violent. Okay, motherfucker, Sam Hyde is literally, again, another pedophile neo-Nazi. And his claim to fame for the last, 3 fucking years is literally talking about how he's going to murder me, which is, not going to happen, most likely, okay? Let's be real. He would have to go over he'd have to go up a couple fucking stairs and most likely pass away in the process. But, I don't understand why these people, volunteer this information. You know what I mean? Why the fuck do they volunteer this information where they're just like, this is the guy. This is our champion. This is our fucking champion. Another pedophile neo-Nazi. What? She works at Cracker Barrel? I don't care if you think the rebrand is stupid. This is how I make money. Please don't boycott Cracker Barrel. I promise that wasn't my choice. But yeah, I have seen so many dumb fucks on my For You page as of late.
Hey, liberals.
So many incredibly stupid fucking people. I told you guys about the one black lady, Gen Z, who was a massive Nick Fuentes fan. I just don't understand it, but have fun, I guess. I mean, he thinks you are genetically inferior, but if you want to get your commentary from that guy, have fun. How the fuck does that happen? I don't know. I mean, but I guess he is a white supremacist neo-Nazi, but he's Hispanic. So stranger things have happened. Anyway. What is this? Can you match this drip? Cash money, baby. I saw her clips about you yesterday. The comments hurt my brain. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. There is literally nothing you can do for a person like that. Okay? If there is a person out there, my homie's a Fuentes fanboy and I'm sick of it, Lamau. No, I'm just saying, if there's a person out there who is literally subscribing to a dude who thinks they are genetically inferior, who has likened a white person and a black person having sex to bestiality, and you're like, that's my guy as a black person, there's no saving you. You're gone. You're a fucking idiot. You're just mad because your merch doesn't go that hard? Yeah. That's true. You seem totally unbothered that Elon has been trying to come for you. It feels so disturbing to me given his influence regarding his cause of the platform. What am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do? I can't do anything. Whatever. He's the fucking wealthiest dude on the planet. Hey, Hassan, how is it exactly the great replacement theory gained popular compared to 10 years ago? Do you see that in the future of our administration could actually enact on it in Europe? How did this become allowed in discourse? Why does Charlie Kirk think Jews are doing great replacement? It's not just Charlie Kirk. Tucker Carlson also says that. And they don't always say Jews. They say the liberal elite. Hasan seni öldüreceklermiş. Geçmiş olsun, dikkat et kendine. Sağ ol kardeş. Turkish guy goes, Hasan, they're going to kill you. Good luck. Be careful. Thanks, man. Bannon, Sam High was profound. He cut right to the chase. Unvarnished is hard for some people, but we are in an empathy crisis because we lack adult supervision. To set things right, it starts with massive investigation by the authorities.
Sam Hyde, it was very profound what he had to say. He cut right to the chase.
Like, there's so many different, there are so many different versions of like what's going on right now. One of my favorites is like, you know, Groyper's Titty 1488, an account named Groyper's Titty 1488 being like, this was my moment of radicalization. It's like, bitch, you've been a neo-Nazi for like a decade. The fuck do you mean this was your moment of radicalization? You can't radicalize further. Your name is Groyper's Titty 1488. You have a fucking lolicon anime avatar. You already are a pedophile Nazi. The fuck do you mean this was your moment of radicalization? No, your moment of radicalization was way lamer, okay? It was like Gamergate because the tits got small on a video game. That's what radicalized you, bitch. Don't even fucking act like it was this very moment. We know, okay? And then the other ones are the people who are just like, Sam Hyde cried. We have to do, you guys made Sam Hyde cry. Like there was another one. There's this fucking, oh my God. I can't say, especially because like the media environment is very heated right now. Tensions are high. So I can't say what I truly feel about some of these fucking people that I see that are like, you made Sam Hyde cry. What comes next is gonna shock you. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Who gives a fuck that he cried? Why am I supposed to take a pedophile, neo-Nazi, and a goddamn hack to boot, whose career imploded because he was so predisposed with being a fucking Nazi? Why am I supposed to care that he cried? Who gives a shit? Why do you give a shit? Sam Hyde went on a tirade and tweeted Kamala and Zoran calling them the N-word with a hard R because they were giving their condolences about Charlie Kirk. No, I know. I saw that too. God, he's so funny. He's such a based comedian, dude. It's just,
it was unvarnished. And I know it's a little hard for people, but right now we don't, you know, the empathy crisis.
Yes, he does. He just looks like Trotsky. I can't unsee it. I don't know. I guess it's deliberate, but yes, he looks like fat Trotsky.
Going to continue because we need to have an adult supervision. We've got a crisis of that, and we need to set things right. And we're going to set things right. And the way to start that is a massive investigation by the authorities on something that's real. And remember, not to treat this is not just a single murder case. It's far deeper than that. And you can already see what's coming up. And that's why I'm so glad that they got the guy asking the question. Maybe he had nothing to do with it. I'm just saying, if you took all the Charlie questions and everything that they've been asked all the times about this and add them all up, it's got to be 1 billion to 1 that would be the exact questions being asked when he shot, allegedly by the lover of, the quote unquote roommate and romantic interest of a dude who's transitioning to a girl, quote unquote transitioning.
Those who say describe the Republican Party, 47% describe it as corrupt, 40% describe it as extreme, 38% out of touch, 37% intolerant, 32% evil, 27% principled, 25% optimistic, 22% weak, 19% trustworthy, 19% compassionate, 15% pragmatic, 4% woke. Who the fuck thinks the Republican Party is woke? What do you mean? What more do you want?
As if to mock the Holy Spirit any more that you possibly could. So to turn this into a broader investigation, a deeper investigation, and all we need is to get, designate Antifa.
This is what
and trans and
this is what fucking Sam Hyde looks like, bro. Just like, I mean, much fatter, much uglier version of Leon Trotsky. No, that's not the KFC guy.
Trans-Tifa or the Tran-Tifa, whatever the subset of this, domestic terrorist organizations.
Yeah,
right. And then start what you can do then on financing, what you can do.
So funny seeing Sam Hyde try to be intimidating when he's not gonna make it to the next presidential election before a colossal stroke hits from the worst case of steroids abuse I've ever seen. It's the worst kind too, because it's like, if you're gonna do steroids, you might as well not look like shit. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, fix your fucking diet. All right. Fix your diet, fix your workout. If you're going to fucking do steroids and take out like a decade from the top of your life, you can't look like that, man. You have to look better. It's unacceptable. I mean, exactly. Look at this. They're going to do an autopsy on Sam Hyde's deformed elephant heart when he dies in 12 months. And put it in a museum of medical science as a case study of what happens when you dump vibes-based mega dosages of Tren and HGH into the body of a fat, ugly podcaster without exercise. They're gonna make Pillsbury croissant dough out of him when the skin slows off his putrid ogre body in heaping sheets. Yeah, Leon Trensky. It just. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how you do so many fucking steroids and that's how you look. He talks like Sam Sulek, which, by the way, Sam Sulek is the GOAT. But he doesn't look like Sam Sulek. How the fuck did this happen? He's taken as many heroic doses as Sam Sulek has taken, but he looks like this. So you did it for no fucking reason. Have you ever done steroids? No, but one day. Yeah, maybe he was doing them ironically. Yeah, dude. Just, edgy humor. Edgy humor motherfuckers, dude. Edgy humor motherfuckers when the president's favorite podcaster gets killed. Oh my God. Oh, you done did it. No more edgy humor. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I think that's the worst offense is that, like, if you're going to fucking call yourself a comedian at any point in your life, you have to be funny. If you're just like a constantly angry, unfunny crank, then, that's the greatest offense.
On people that assist them, politicians that assist them. Also, maybe you go in a 5 or 6 block area or 10 block square area in Portland and help the poor working class people there every night and declare martial law there and clean up that mess.
Gross. The day you do Tren, I'm gifting 3,000 subs. I probably will never do Tren. At most, if I get blood work done. If I actually started noticing my testosterone levels decreasing, I would most likely do like TRT, like a good amount, you know? Just one cycle, bro? Nah. I'm too worried. Great. Ezra has followed up his column on how Kirk's bigotry and McCarthyism were doing politics the right way by podcasting with Ben Shapiro, where he fails to challenge Shapiro's genocide support and gives an empathetic hearing of Shapiro's fascistic Lions and Scavengers book. I'm not saying don't fucking platform Ben Shapiro, okay? It's just, these things are going to happen. But if you're going to do it, make it an honest conversation. "99% of guys calling for a new civil war."
The political divide is too big. We must split the country in half. Civil war is on the horizon. Sadly, this is in our near future, and we must stand and fight. Hashtag not a bot. Hey man, are you? Who are you? I'm the DoorDash guy. Oh, awesome. I want to make sure I got your order right. Panda Express, rice and double orange chicken, crumble cookie, Starbucks. The Panda is half rice, half chow mein. Was that specified in the order? Yeah, I specified pretty clearly. Okay, yeah, no, it's half chow mein. Wait, the whole thing? Or just... No, it's like 50% orange chicken, 25% rice, 25% chow mein. Good. And then the grocery order, blueberry Pop-Tarts. They didn't have any strawberry. Did you check? Yeah. Because they always have strawberry. That's like their most popular flavor. Yeah, they were out today. Did you ask the people who work there? And then the Fruit Loops, 2% milk, frozen hash browns, Tylenol, and baby wipes. Okay, you can just leave it on on the floor. Hey man, so you didn't put a tip in the app? What? You got to tip people. No, I did. I will double check after you leave. That's crazy. Okay. In the words of General George S. Patton.
To this day, I really don't know what this guy's project is. He appears on my timeline from time to time. He's just funny. You said I'm not saying don't platform Sharpie, but I'm saying don't platform Ezra Klein. Okay, dude. You fucking promoter of murder and violence. I'm going to get back to Ta-Nehisi Coates in a second. But it is pretty funny, like I said, that Sam Hyde guys are like, you're a fucking promoter of murder and violence. Sam Hyde's fans. Because, like, once again, he tried to fucking maintain some shred of relevance by doing a fake bit where he would go, I'm going to kill you, Hassan Piker. That was it, in your home in Los Angeles. Like, that was it. That was the bit, which was very funny. It was a very funny bit. I really liked it. He said those exact words? Yes. I know. It sounds stupid, but not only, yeah, Israel style humor. The most Israeli comic out there, Sam Hyde. Deeply unfunny and can only be just racist. The reason why I'm bringing that up is not because, like, you know, he was actually going to kill me and I was like shaking in my boots or whatever. The reason why I think it's funny is that these guys that did that for years and still continue to do so, as a matter of fact, are the very same people who are like, how dare you make jokes? How dare you? This is not a time for jokes. You know? You are being so violent. I guess that chatter was referring to one of the last Elon retweets. Oh, he's still retweeting me? I thought he was going after Destiny now. What happened? He's back to crying about me again? Nice, dude. Oh, there's nothing you can do, man. In this day and age, there is literally nothing you can do. If you got like a rich asshole who is genuinely obsessed. If you got a rich asshole who's genuinely obsessed, there's actually nothing you can do about it. They will just like consistently hound you. Okay? I own an LCO. We in the community want peace. It's just crazy. You have a dude's baby mama on the stream one time and she fucking says, "Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?" And then he just makes it his fucking life's mission. It's one time, bro. Let it go. Let it fucking go. Jesus Christ, dude. Is there nothing you can do because you're not rich enough or because you're not asshole enough? It's both, but also, the fuck can I do to Elon Musk? What are you talking about? Puerto Rican vegan socialist says you weren't even in your best shape. Didn't you tell liberals to gut and shank their opponents? How is that not inciting violence? That's what's crazy. No, I didn't, actually. I was utilizing a metaphor when talking about liberals becoming more cutthroat when they're debating their opposition. It wasn't meant to be taken literal. And if you were to actually watch the full video, you would understand that. Ah, got it. There you go. You hurt him in a way that money can never fix. I know. Speaking of your ops, I don't even understand what this means. This person said, collect my 8 rape pages. You have no idea what you've created. And I don't know what that means, but it went viral. But also, why is he posting this? Slender Man reference? I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what Slender Man is, but I don't know the references. Anyway, let's continue. He's anything but slender. All right. It's a game where you collect 8 pages. Oh. Okay. That's good to know. All right. Charlie Kirk. Ta-Nehisi Coates, still talking about Charlie Kirk. We're back to it. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. That's what Charlie Kirk said about deploying the military on U.S. soil. And in 2023, Kirk told his audience that the then President Joe Biden was a corrupt tyrant who should be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. What are we to make of a man who called for the execution of the American president and then was executed himself? What are we to make of an NFL that once, on one hand, encouraged us to end racism, and on the other, urges us to commemorate an unreconstructed white supremacist? And what of the writers, the thinkers, the pundits who cannot separate the great crime of Kirk's death from the malignancy of his public life? Can they truly be so ignorant of the words of a man they have so rushed to memorialize? I don't know. But the most telling detail in Klein's column was that, for all his praise, there was not a single word in the piece from Kirk himself. That is by design, by the way. Okay? That's the whole point. Because if Ezra Klein, who is the most esteemed liberal, would utter a simple, one singular word from Charlie Kirk, it would give the game away that his progressive bona fides is just nothing. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's also part of the reason why none of the people that are highlighting Charlie Kirk are talking about the shit that he fucking said. Ryan Grimm doesn't see it that way. Yeah, well, I'm disagreeing with Ryan Grimm on this, okay? I love Ryan, but it's okay. We can have healthy disagreement. I think Hassan and H3H2 should make up and just grift together again. A guy who doesn't understand anything about politics and thinks, you know, I'm just simply saying words without ever thinking about it, with no meaning behind it whatsoever. More than a century and a half ago, this country ignored the explicit words of men who sought to raise an empire of slavery. It subsequently transformed those men into gallant knights who sought only to preserve their beloved Camelot. There was a fatigue in certain quarters with Reconstruction, which is to say multiracial democracy, and a desire for reunion to make America great again. Thus, in the late 19th century and much of the 20th, this country's most storied intellectuals transfigured hate mongers into heroes and ignored their words, just as, right now, some are ignoring Kirk's. Words are not violence, nor are they powerless. Burying the truth of the Confederacy, rewriting its aims and ideas, and ignoring its animating words allowed for the terrorization of the black population, the imposition of apartheid, and the destruction of democracy. The rewriting and ignoring were done not just by Confederates, but also by putative allies for whom the reduction of black people to serfdom was the unfortunate price of white unity. Oof. On fire. The paper is on fire. The import of this history has never been clearer than in this moment, when the hard question must be asked: if you would look away from the words of Charlie Kirk, from what else would you look away? God damn, dude. God fucking damn it. I said something that is nowhere near as poetic about the Ezra Klein piece, which was, and I'm fully in agreement with Ta-Nehisi here, which is that Ezra Klein, at worst, likes and subscribes to Charlie Kirk's worldview, or at best, does not think it's so bad that it needs its own analysis, or it needs to be mentioned even a little bit. And not to get like the friend who's too woke here, but I do think that there is a tinge of, if not white supremacy, a tinge of, I guess, privilege there, where you just don't think that this is a real issue at all. You know? Apathy. White apathy, maybe? That's it. You do know that Ezra Klein is Jewish, right? Okay. So, do you think this impacts him in the same way that it does a black person or a brown person? He clearly doesn't seem to think so. What are we doing here? Are we relitigating this thing over and over again? I think it's well established what my position is on this. I was joking, sorry. Oh, okay. I thought you were being serious. Even if others might not think he's white because of his Jewish background, there's definitely some who don't. He seems to think that that doesn't matter. Another great take on Ezra Klein's whitewashing.
When Ezra Klein...
Bro, that's 7 minutes long. I'm sorry. That's a 7-minute TikTok. That's crazy. But yeah, Ezra also then turned around and had a conversation with Ben Shapiro as well. Let's get to Luigi Mangione, alleged shooter of Brian Thompson, UAC Healthcare CEO. New updates on the Luigi Mangione court case, where The 2 counts of terrorism have been dismissed.
Luigi Mangione in court today for a hearing in his state case, where Mangione pleaded not guilty to 11 charges and a judge dismissed 2 terrorism charges. Alice Gaynor was in the courtroom and joins us with more. Alice.
Yeah, the defense filed a motion to dismiss those 2 terrorism-related charges, and they got it. But they also filed a motion to dismiss the other charges, and that was denied. Luigi Mangione entered the courtroom shackled in tan prison clothing, looked once at the public row, then stared straight forward as he walked in. The 27-year-old is accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Midtown street last December. On Tuesday, the judge dismissed counts 1 and 2, charging him with murder in the first degree in furtherance of an act of terrorism and murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism, because the judge said they were legally insufficient. But the judge said prosecutors presented legally sufficient evidence of all other counts, including murder in the second degree, so the motion to dismiss entirely was denied. The Manhattan DA's office released a statement that reads, quote, "We respect the court's decision and will proceed on the remaining 9 counts, including murder in the second degree." The defense had also argued concurrent state and federal prosecutions violate the double jeopardy clause, that testifying in the state case may prejudice Mangione during his federal death penalty trial. The judge denied the defense's motion to stay the proceedings pending the resolution of the federal case. Hearings have also been ordered to determine whether statements Mangione made to police and physical evidence obtained are allowed and whether a non-witness can testify. Outside the courthouse, supporters gathered carrying signs and chanting. They also followed his attorneys down the street when they left court. If convicted on the top count and carries a penalty of 25 years to life in prison, those hearings will begin December 1st. Outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, Alice Gaynor, CBS News, New York.
Luigi supporters react to dismissal of terrorism charges outside a New York City courthouse.
Judge Barrow! In charge! The terrorist in charge! Because you stay louder!
The Democratic governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, has endorsed the candidate for mayor here in New York who won the Democratic primary, Zohran Mamdani. Other Democratic officials have not. Mamdani calls himself a Democratic socialist, which, of course, is something that Bernie Sanders in Vermont is as well. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman here from New York. What about that word, socialism? How does it play in the polls? One man knows the answer. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. Hello, sir.
Hello.
We're talking about socialism and we're talking about Democrats.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not really surprised that Kathy Hochul decided to, in fact, endorse Zohran Mamdani, because the fact is...
Law tip just got here, so I don't know what's been covered, but it's wild that the argument worked. Indictment sufficiency arguments 99.9% of the time get shot down. Good word from the defense here. Yeah, she bent the knee, bro. That's true. She did.
Socialism is not a force.
Why do you think more people openly support him instead of the Kirk shooter? Is it mainly the public setting, or is Thompson more of an acceptable death? Because Brian Thompson is an unknown figure, and the only relevance in the eyes of the public was that he was the CEO of an incredibly corrupt private healthcare. Like, he was seen as a representative of the paywalling of healthcare, a denial of care, a denial of sufficient coverage for so many people. Like, the social murder that is otherwise normalized but still so deeply felt by Americans is very real. Whereas Charlie Kirk was a polarizing figure, but was beloved by at least like one side of the political spectrum. Greg Gutfeld argued that the Minnesota assassinations don't count as right-wing terrorism because nobody knows or cares who the victims were. No, there's a difference, right? As in, One is a Democrat legislator. It's not that it's like an unknown figure. It's obviously if Brian Thompson was a Republican politician, for example, in the aftermath of his assassination, people would still not feel the same way as they did about Brian Thompson, the UHC healthcare CEO. You see what I mean? It's not even about like whether the victims are known or popular or not. It's more so about the fact that this person is one, not as well known or as beloved or as hated a figure as Charlie Kirk, but also like the only thing that person's job status is known as is denying people health care that they paid for, by the way. I know, I saw the butt fell clip.
Four-letter word in Democratic primaries, not among Democratic voters. It's a five-letter word in the minds of a lot of Democrats, that five-letter word being great. Look at this, net popularity of socialism among Democrats. You go back to 2010, it was plus 7 points. Look how high it is now, up like a rocket, up to plus 36 points. That's a jump of nearly 30 points on the net popularity scale among Democrats in just 15 years. And I was looking at the...
Let's go, boys. We did it. We did it. We're doing it. Holy Toledo.
Polling from New York City, and what you see is the clear plurality of New York City Democrats think the idea of having a socialist mayor is a good idea, matching what we see nationally. The bottom line is socialism isn't a dirty word among Democrats at this particular point. It's actually a word that, when attached, Democrats seem to like it.
That's a huge jump, and that's not that long ago, let me add.
No.
What about capitalism?
Yeah, okay, so if all of a sudden socialism is now a five-letter word, great. What I would say is capitalism in the mind of Democrats is a three-letter word, bad. What are we talking about? Net popularity of socialism among Democrats. Look at this trend. It was plus 8 points in 2010.
The very fact that Americans are arriving at this conclusion on their own shows how devastating the material conditions have become, how deteriorated the day-to-day existence is for many Americans, okay? Because it's not like the entire system is designed to prop up capitalism and make you fearful of alternatives, specifically socialism. So you have to be bludgeoned in the fucking head with how bad capitalism actually is for you to go, maybe this other thing isn't that bad. Maybe people are just fucking lying to me. You understand?
On the positive side of the ledger, look at where we are in 2025. Down, falling through the floor at minus 13 points. That's a drop of over 20 points in just 15 years. So we see the exact opposite.
You said this exact same thing to Ro Khanna. Cowardly government backs defund police and anti-Semitic socialist Mamdani for mayor, Comrade Kathy. This is why it's insane for Democrats to think that they have to overcorrect to be as moderate as possible to avoid Republicans labeling them as communist. Kathy Hochul is about as far away from being a communist as anyone could be, and here we are anyway. Yeah. They're going to call you a communist regardless. Just push for good policies that help the population, please. Oh, this is the judge's reasoning for dropping Luigi Mangioni's charge down to only second-degree murder. Absolute insanity. Our judicial system is completely cooked. Bragg's office argued that Mangione should be considered a terrorist because he meant to kill Thompson to intimidate or coerce the civilian population, a claim that the judge rejected Tuesday. The defendant's apparent objective, as stated in his writings, was not to threaten, intimidate, or coerce, but rather to draw attention to what he perceived as the greed of the insurance industry. That's crazy that the judge... made that assessment. So Bragg overcharged. That's what happened here. I mean, I think it was But regardless, I just didn't think that a judge would make that assessment. I thought it would go along with it because it has been very heavy-handed.
Opposite trend that we see at socialism, which is up, up and away. What we see with capitalism is down, down, down through the floor.
Okay, we're talking about Democrats here. What about if you look at the larger population, Harry? Is it the same type of thing?
This is where the danger is for Democrats, because if socialism plays in Democratic primaries, it does not play in the general electorate. What do we see going on here? Net popularity among all adults. Capitalism is on the positive side of the ledger at plus 12 points. Socialism way, way, way underwater at minus 18 points. So that's capitalism running away by 30 points over socialism. That is why Republicans are thanking their lucky stars if Mamdani, in fact, wins the general election, because they feel like they can play off of him, because socialism may play in New York City among Democrats, but among the general electorate.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Soon, brothers. Inshallah, soon. Okay? Because if that was the case, Republicans would be pumping Mamdani, be like, oh, he's the best. Okay? He's the fucking best, right? Since it's going to really, since it's going to really hurt the Democrat Party's chances, right?
Donald Trump and the Republicans are saying, hey, look at this socialist mayor in New York City. This is what we're dealing with. So again, something may play in Democratic primaries. It may play in the very Democratic city of New York. But among the general electorate, Republicans are salivating at the idea that they can run against a Democratic socialist being the mayor of New York City.
Interesting way to break down those numbers, Harriet, and thank you.
Always
very
interesting
much.
with you.
And now to the race for mayor. And an exclusive CBS News New York poll indicates why Zoran Mamdani is holding on to his lead. Dick Brennan is here now with more on the issue that is most important to New York voters. Dick.
That's right, Christine. From the beginning, Zoran Mamdani is focused on affordability. And according to our CBS News New York poll, that seems to be the issue. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Savanto.
If socialists are associated with the things that Bernie Sanders is known for across the country, then socialism will absolutely be more popular than capitalism, and socialists will be more popular than the Democratic Party in general. That's it. And by that, I don't mean refusing to call it what Israel's doing a genocide, okay? An anti-Zionist version of Bernie Sanders. Motherfuckers that exist under capitalism not working and experiencing how bad it's not working still turn around and say, socialism will not work. Okay. Is capitalism working for you? No. Why the fuck are you defending it? Do you think it'll be banned? I don't know, man. Maybe I'll go to jail. Who knows? Why is it that every other week we have to relitigate whatever some new manufactured outrage that's coming from the fucking right and calls for deplatforming? Do we have to do this every week? Do we have to do this every week? Every week, man. Some of the worst scumbags on the internet are mad at you and are demanding that you get deplatformed. Okay.
Broke it all down for us.
Huge number of voters say that they feel that the city is unaffordable.
Wait, I'm sorry. U.S. housing market has reached its most unaffordable level in history. Wait, what? I mean, it's working though, right? It's working. Capitalism is working. It's working. It's working so good. On Monday, Cuomo said he had been interested in making an argument about ICC jurisdiction, not about the merits of claims that Netanyahu committed war crimes. He rejected the idea that he had allied himself with the Israeli leader. I never stood with Bibi, he said. Oh my God. See the Prime Minister against the arrest warrant and the Oh, hell yeah. Cook them. That's awesome. Andrew Cuomo is trying to back up from the Israel stuff. What happened? What happened? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Pocketbook issues that have helped propel Zoran Mamdani to a sizable lead in the mayor's race. The CBS News New York poll has Mamdani at 43, Andrew Cuomo at 28.
Yes. Yes, Cuomo, staunch supporter of Israel, says horrific Gaza war must end. The remarks were a departure from former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, who trails Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani in the New York City's mayoral race. Jenny Flecht. Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm going to come. I genuinely ask as a Cuban, how do I get over the feeling that I have no place to tell people who grew up in places like Cuba that communism isn't all bad? I've obviously learned the truth in school myself, but I've just always felt like a spoiled American kid telling people who have suffered enough through it that they're basically wrong. I just hate the blind loyalty and trust my people have in and his admin. Yeah, I don't think Cuba is suffering or continues to suffer because of communism. I mean, just ask them, do you think China is suffering? You know? Cuba is suffering because of the American blockade. And if they say, but China isn't communism, then you know, follow up by saying, okay, can we do some Chinese style not communism here then? That's what I want. I want Chinese style not communism as opposed to the American style capitalism. I would like the not communism of the Communist Party of China. Sure. Hit him with that afterwards.
Curtis Sliwa, 15, and Eric Adams at 6.
They would say it's authoritarianism, and that's bad. Saying that in the United States of America right now is the funniest moment to say it. Yeah. Okay. I will repeat one more time. It seems to me as though we have the authoritarianism that we think China has, that we ascribe to China, without any of the benefits of the Chinese style not communism that they certainly don't have.
The cost of living is the number one issue for them in this race. And what happens when they say the cost of living is their top issue? Well, Mamdani has a substantial lead over Cuomo among voters who rank that number one.
But there are other reasons why Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, was able to come out of nowhere and take over the race.
The thing that is propelling Mamdani right now in terms of what voters are looking for in a candidate, bring needed change. This is one I really highlight because 2/3 of voters say that's what they want in the next mayor.
The question for the other candidates, is there any way to catch up while the race is counting down?
There's no way for a multi-candidate field to catch up with Zoran Mamdani.
Kane University Provost David Birdsell says Mamdani picked the most important issue to voters, affordability.
Well, this is very good news for Zoran Mamdani. Clearly, when other folks were more prominently featuring.
What? it turns out when you listen to voters, it fucking works. That's crazy.
Issues in the race. Crime rose to the top. But plainly, the message of affordability is resonating.
I'm excited to welcome Governor Hochul to our movement.
Mamdani picked up the endorsement of Governor Hochul with predictable reaction from the other candidates.
There are 8.5 million New Yorkers. The governor has one vote. Let's be clear on that.
I believe that Governor Kathy Hochul collapsed like a cheap camera and has thrown in with the Zoronistas.
The Zoronistas. Dude, I fucking love Curtis Lewa. God damn it. God, there's so many awesome characters in this race. Like, I fucking love Eric Adams. I love Curtis Lewa. I can't stand Andrew Cuomo. He just sucks. He's just truly the worst out of all the other people running. Why does Lewa wear a fucking beret? Because he's a guardian angel. A paramilitary group created to take matters into their own hands. What the fuck do you mean, huh?
I understand everybody makes their own political decision, but I am surprised because he has really extreme positions.
For his part, President Trump called Hochul's Mamdani endorsement a shocking development and then said he might withhold funds from New York. On social media, the president said no reason to be sending good money after bad. Christine.
All right, Dick. Interesting findings there. Thank you.
What would you say to progressive members who are...
Dude, this kind of stuff makes me so hype. Like, never did I ever think in American politics where the media would be bullying one of the leaders of the Democratic Party for refusing to endorse an anti-Zionist Muslim socialist that is currently running away with the New York mayoral race. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Like, I don't even think Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is all that significant, right? But it's basically the drama at this point. Like, it's the statement that he's making by refusing to endorse. Bro, can you please stop? You've been trying to send me this clip from August 2020. Senpai Sauce. Stop. You keep spamming the clip since yesterday. Take a day off.
That you haven't endorsed Zoran Mamdani and feel that it may be a reflection more broadly of how you treat the left wing of the party?
I haven't had a conversation with any member of Congress who's
Senpai Sauce is back, but he just ate a one-day ban.
Frustration to me as it relates to the New York City mayoral race. Thanks.
Mamdani again. Can you share at all like your time frame or like what you're weighing as you think about this decision? And I know you said no one's expressed frustration to you, but Senator Chris John Holland last weekend sort of called you out and other members of the New York delegation. So what's your response to that?
I think we had a response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Several of your New York Democratic colleagues have called out Mamdani's socialist ideals and calling them too extreme and radical to serve as New York City's mayor. Are you comfortable with Mamdani's support of socialism? And, well, how do you feel about his socialist policies?
You'll have to talk to my Democratic colleagues who have made comments, and I'm sure they will be more than willing to share their views about him.
Right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in prisons. The Bureau of Prisons decided on their own, without any consultation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely unrelated to anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No,
I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds.
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show.
That's cash money, baby. That's Cash Out Patel. That's Crash Out Patel. You know what I'm saying? That's my GOAT right there. The man who's doing the man who's doing an honest work, the honest job. That's Crash Patel, baby. That's my GOAT.
So you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take it to the bank that the FBI is protecting this country and the state and citizens of California. We are bringing historic reform. Point of order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
you said I'm the most transparent FBI director in history. 33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
It's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It
tear
is my
this country
time
apart.
to address
You're
your
unifying it.
falsehoods.
You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country.
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts.
Excellent point, sir.
That
It is
tears
my
this country
time
apart.
to address
You're
your
unifying it.
falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can
embarrassment
try all
to the
you
division
want
in this
to
country.
not take
It is
responsibility
my time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making a
time is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what my
Utah?
time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my
you
time's
have-
over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
This issue's not going to go away. And I think the essential question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases.
Cash Patel's a Liverpool manager. I don't know why he chose that time, man. I don't get it.
It's information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible. But in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the information, that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
I've observed when, whether it's Republican or Democrats, want a yes or no answer.
Dude, a lot of goat talk today. Okay. Lots of goats we're talking. Chuck Grassley. Don't say he's dead. I saw chatter saying he's dead. He is not dead. Okay. Do not say he's 1 HP. Okay. That is the oldest congressperson in the United States of America you're talking about. Okay. How dare you?
That the witness and the senators talking over each other. So I thought what I'd do this time, rather than have that happen, if there's something you don't get a chance to answer because of the demeanor of a Republican or Democrat senator, before we, when we get done with that.
Guess who made it on the Fox News primetime and they did zero research on him? Far left streamer. Now he's banned.
And the far left is acting like Charlie had it coming. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive,
God, these people are so dumb, dude. It's awesome though, because now they got like one scalp in their minds. They got one scalp. So then they're like, oh, finally, like we got one. Okay, maybe they'll quiet down. You know what I mean?
Shouldn't have been president for the second term. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear.
That guy's name's Destiny, and he just learned his fate. He's fired and banned from making any more money.
It literally says kick right here, you fucking idiot. It says kick right there, dumb fuck. I wonder why. I wonder why he's on kick and not on. Anyway, we shouldn't even tell him. No, he got banned. Twitch is taking these concerns and they are running with those concerns. And by that, I mean, they banned him so hard. They banned him before he even said those things on Twitter.
On his site. You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when you go to events? CNN is defending this guy.
We can't punish people for disagreeing with us. We can't punish people for being jerks and celebrating the death of someone. That's not illegal.
It's pretty funny that Jesse Waters, the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination, or like hours after Charlie Kirk's assassination, was like, it's war. We have to start physically apprehending people. Like it's war. We have to take it to the left. We have to do something to the left, right? Like immediately after. And then he's like, wow, I can't believe these guys are saying such violent things on the Democrat Party side, on the extreme left.
Illegal, and that shouldn't be who we are.
She's right. It's not illegal to say Charlie deserved to die and you're glad he did. They have a right to say that, but we have a right to fire you.
I genuinely can't believe. This is a separate clip. They're not defending him specifically. I know, of course they're not defending him. But it is pretty funny that these guys are so... It is funny that these guys are so stupid and so susceptible to misinformation that even when this dude turns around and trolls people by being like, oh no, I got banned, by showing the actual time that he got banned, which was many years ago at this point, they're like, hell yeah, we got one.
You can't walk into the office and say you're into homicide. You can't work at CNN and tweet, I'm comfortable with cold-blooded murder.
What do you mean? Dog. A prominent anchor on your network, Brian Kilme, quite literally said that about homeless people, which includes, of course, homeless veterans as well. A group of homeless people that you guys love to fucking avoid talking about until you want to talk about how much money we're spending on immigrants or some shit. Okay? He just straight up said, we should kill homeless people. Like, not even, like, that's it. That's what he said. He said we should straight up kill homeless people, dude. Okay? That is crazy. Also, speaking of which, 13 people hurt in 2 mass shootings at the Minneapolis homeless encampments on the same day, apparently. Okay? At least 13 people have been wounded, 5 critically, in 2 shootings that erupted over a span of 12 hours at homeless encampments in Minneapolis. The mayor is saying he shouldn't be surprised if they are connected. He wouldn't be surprised if they're connected. The shootings on Monday marked the 4th and 5th mass shootings to occur in Minneapolis over the past 3 weeks, including one on August 27th at Annunciation. I can't even read anymore. Annunciation Catholic school that left 2 children dead and 21 people injured. Yeah, here's what Brian Kilme said. This guy.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to the...
I like that he also clarified, like, if people don't know what involuntary euthanasia means, look at his face, bro. Wait.
Has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something.
Yeah. He went, yeah. And then stop. Look, please. Look at his reaction. Look at his fucking reaction.
Or something.
Yeah.
Lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Kilme came out.
Morning, we were discussing. Right. I would say this, we're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina, wake up.
Yeah, we're not voting for the right people. We should be voting for the people who will kill the homeless. I can't. This is so funny. Yeah, no, he apologized. He did. He had to. Of course, he had to apologize. We are so far removed from. We are so far removed from like accountability or anything like that, especially on the conservative side. Like, it is unironically seen as like a major freedom that you have if you are right wing, you know?
The murder of Irina Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion.
Man, remember when you got banned for Medicare fraud? Imagine if you said anything near this, but you know the right is never violent. I know. This doesn't mean that, like, those of us on the left should get to say stuff like this in general. We can't get away with it, and we shouldn't say it anyway, okay? But, like, understand that this is how it works. Like, there is no... I know I farm the hypocrisy points all the fucking time, because unfortunately, dullard-ass normies actually respond to that, especially those in the fucking margins. And it's certainly a weapon that the Republicans have wielded for a very long time. But the reality of the matter is, these guys don't give a fuck. Yeah, they're hypocritical. Like, they don't care. They're just lying. They're stupid. They're lying. They're hateful. It is what it is, you know? It's just, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to do. Like, what do you do when half of the two major parties in this country, like one half of the entire political system, is just operating on lies and hysteria? You know, the never violent right. What is
Number of
this?
people got shot at a homeless encampment just off of Lake Street earlier.
Yeah, we just covered it. Yeah. Libs think hypocrisy is like a poison debuff. Yeah.
More people need to be killed.
Anyway, that's funny that, like, again, Jesse Waters, only a couple days after being like, we have to do war to the left, is like, wow, I can't believe how intolerant these libtards are.
Speech is free, but you're not free from the consequences. If you're glad Charlie's dead and thought he had it coming, I'm supposed to sit next to you in the break room? You're going to teach my kid at school or serve in government? And I'm supposed to just say, free speech. You're advertising that you're a maniac and that you have no decency, compassion, or humanity.
I mean, like, low key, that's how I feel about being around Republicans who fucking celebrate deaths of not just like one person, but entire swaths of the population. That's what it feels like if you're fucking anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, and you're surrounded by these people who are just like you're surrounded by these people who are looking at all that death and destruction and going, that's awesome. We want more of it. And you should shut the fuck up. But once again, I always say, like, this goes back to how violence is perceived by the masses. If it's institutions, if it's institutional violence, if it's systemic violence, if it's the violence of the state, it's not considered violence by the masses. So as long as the government doing it, right, you can maybe get mad at the process, right? Oh, wow, like, we're bombing this country. Oh, you didn't get proper clearance or permission from Congress. You know, at most, that's the anger and resentment people have. I remember this when we were talking about bombing Yemen, which is a rite of passage for every fucking American president, okay? And like, even in the Signal Gate, the main point of contention for everybody was how big of a security failure this was, that drunk ass Pete Hegseth had brought in the editor of The Atlantic into the group chat when he was talking about fucking how they're going to be bombing Yemen. And that was the major point of contention. No one was like saying, hey, why the fuck are we bombing a sovereign country? Can someone explain that to me? Like, that's pretty fucked up. That's pretty unacceptable. Why are we doing that? And that to me is indicative of the way that we see state violence, right? Another glaring example of that, like the societal reflection on violence, who gets to do it, who gets to be the recipient of it, and how non-state actors are those who are considered violent, was when Benjamin Netanyahu went on Fox News and just sat there and was like, the type of violence that seeks to silence dissent is one that I'm all too familiar with. And I was like, the fuck do you mean? You've killed every journalist in Gaza, motherfucker. You're a war criminal. You're doing the Holocaust. And you just sit there and you go, oh, I can't believe like the violence that took out Charlie Kirk. It's coming in my direction too. The very fact that people's immediate response to that isn't like, says you? Really? You're fucking modern day Adolf Hitler. What the fuck do you mean? Is that asymmetry, is the lack of reflection from the broader society, from the masses, on who gets to do violence. And this is precisely the reason why right-wingers can get away with coming across as not violent, because they simply want more of the things that are happening. If the systems themselves are inherently violent to those who are working poor, to homeless people, to black people, brown people, undocumented people, trans people, gay people, and you just keep demanding more of that, right? Then technically you're not making a major call to arms. You're just saying, I want more of the thing that already happens. And that's it. That's how these guys can get away. That's how these guys can get away with making these sorts of statements while simultaneously broader society does not understand exactly how violent this shit is. Or at least those in the margins don't understand exactly how violent the things that Republicans are demanding truly are. Obviously, if you're black, and when you hear someone like Charlie Kirk be like, you know, police brutality is necessary because black people are violent and doing something, you know, something along those lines. When Charlie Kirk relitigates the same exact fucking racist tropes that have impacted black Americans, he can get away with saying that. Black people understand it's violent, but the broad majority does not. They just think, what do you mean? He's just saying it like it is. What, do you not want police? Do you want people to just like keep doing rapes and whatnot? And it becomes this like endeavor to have to explain to people, you know? And in the process of that explainer, they turn around and they say, oh God, you're the real divisive guy. You're being quite divisive, sir. Why are you calling out my racism? Why are you trying to describe my fucking racism? And I will say, while I've always tried to understand this, I would say that in my professional career, until these past 2 years, I never truly got how fucking enraging it is to constantly have to explain a position with the knowledge in your mind that the broad majorities of society are not going to see you as a full fucking human being. They're always going to have that implicit bias. Until the Islamophobia kicked into fucking high gear with the whole Israel stuff. I always thought I understood it, but I never truly understood it. Okay? I never truly understood, even though I empathize with it and I obviously defended these groups, the fucking unimaginable frustration of having to constantly fucking eat it with the full knowledge that people that are watching, people that are listening, onlookers, maybe even loved ones, right? People that you thought were allies and friends will never fucking understand. They just won't, especially if they're, you know, let's be real, white men. You can try to understand it, and there's no problem with like not fully being able to comprehend it. I certainly did it fully comprehended for many, many years, okay? Because I'm a white passing dude. I'm a white guy. I'm 6'4". I am traditionally attractive by Western standards. So like when I was advocating for trans people, or when I was advocating for black people, when I was advocating for undocumented migrants, like there was always a level of security that I had, or a not being directly in the targeted group, the dehumanization. I just didn't, you know, I never experienced what it's like fully, because I didn't live here post 9/11. Remember, I only came here in 2000. Well, I guess I technically came here. I mean, I came here post 9/11, but like I missed the most heated moments, right? I came here in 2009. And even when I was experiencing it, it didn't feel that bad. And I overlooked it. But it is so fucking frustrating that I know for a fact, for example, that there is a decent percentage of the population that will never, ever on this issue, on the issue of Israel, on the issue that they have bracketed off as like a Muslim issue, right? There are a fuck ton of people who will just never listen to what I have to say. It's also part of the reason why I value Jewish allies, white allies in this stuff. because those people can make a larger impact. You know? No U.S. outlets reporting this. U.S. lawmakers from 50 states plant trees in city raided by Hamas on October 7. Each tree becomes a symbol of the love and land for the profound connection that unites us, KKL JNF World Chairwoman Ifat Ovadia Lusky said. On Tuesday, September 16th, a huge group of 250 American state legislators gathered in southern Israel for a unique ceremony. 250? 250? Flags fluttered in the breeze from Hawaii to Arizona, Idaho to Montana. Seeing elected officials from all 50 U.S. states planting trees together in our country. Each tree becomes a symbol of the love for the land and of the profound connection that unites us. Oh my God, they're dabbing on us, bro. They are dabbing on us. They are fucking dabbing. They're fucking putting their nuts on our foreheads, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy, brother. A delegation of 250 U.S. state legislators in Israel attended 50 states, one Israel. 50 states, one Israel. Yeah. I mean, how do I sit around and be like, no, you don't understand. The dynamic between Israel and America is not the way that like people like Nick Fuentes present it as. It's just, you're fucking stupid. They're just doing. If sometimes it feels like they're just doing this on purpose, right? Like it just. Israel's doing what the ROC never was able to accomplish. Okay? They got their maps over there. You know how like the Kuomintang had the maps of Greater China that expanded all the way to like Mongolia, and they were like, we're the real China, and one day we will return. Israel's doing that to America, okay? Israel's like, we are the Taiwan, and we actually, Greater Israel as a project, it turns out, wasn't just expanding to its immediate neighbors. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Dude, I'm an average white guy from Idaho, okay? I see Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens clips on my timeline, okay? I'm already kind of right-wing. And I see them being like, this is Zog, Zionist-occupied government. This is fucking, Israel owns America, okay? I see videos like that. And I go, maybe that's not the case. Let me see this other guy, this Hassan guy. Oh, well, they're calling him a terrorist, but let me take a look at what he has to say. Okay? And then they listen to what I have to say. And then they see this, it's over. They're never going to trust me. They're going to be like, okay, dude, shut the fuck up. That's a much easier fucking argument to present. That's it. That's it. In the heat of genocide, the United Nations is like, the United Nations are like, Israel's doing a genocide. And American state legislators are like, oh, this is our time to shine. Like, let's go over there and genuflect. What the fuck do I say to this? What do I say to this, man? Sound on. U.S. Democrat and Republican lawmakers are serenaded with Somewhere Over the Rainbow in all 50 states, one Israel delegation in.
Over the rainbow, birds fly. Birds fly. Oh.
So that's 250 out of 7,386 state legislators, or about 3% of all U.S. state legislators in one country. Dog. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, man. Like, come on. I mean, having 5 at this stage is insane, okay? You got majorities in this country being like, Israel's doing a genocide. Overwhelming majorities being like, stop sending them weapons. What the fuck is going on? And then they were able to pluck 2 or even more. They were able to pluck 3% of all U.S. state legislators and fly them to Israel. Like, any country that they would do this to is weird, right? I'm saying it's a lot. It's a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine they do this in, again, Lithuania. You'd be like, what the fuck? Why should I care about this? You know what I mean? And Lithuania is not currently doing a genocide, right? Like... This is a completely psychotic thing.
Over the rainbow,
Yeah, there are also 50 states, one Israel. You know what I mean? This kind of shit is why Candace and Tucker types are so popular. The simple anti-Semitic narrative is much easier for uninformed people to understand versus your more nuanced perspective on American interests aligning with Israel's ambitions, but dumbasses try to pretend you are the problem. A 13-member delegation in New York area police chiefs and commissioners visited Israel this week under a program run by the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs dubbed Birthright for American Police Chiefs. Stop! God, I hate Israel so much. It's fucking unbearable. Oh my God! They toured Kfar Aza and the October 7 attack sites, experienced air raid sirens, met with Israeli security officials, and were briefed on new policing tech. They're going there like it's fucking genocide Disneyland. What are we doing? Officials said they'll bring lessons home to protect Jewish communities, raising concern that militarized tactics honed under occupation could be applied in New York. NYPD did not participate due to the UNGA scheduling. They're doing birthright for police, man. But it is funny. It is, to be fair, it is funny to see the fucking Nazi cope. Okay? It is funny to see the Nazi cope of people just being like, yeah, are these guys Jewish? Nazis? Are they? These are probably some of the most anti-Semitic motherfuckers out there. You know what I mean? They're probably Nick Fuentes fans. They just, when you connect all of the Zionism back to Jewish people, you arrive at this like idiotic conclusion. Oh man. Well, yeah, maybe not Nick Fuentes, but definitely Asmongold. The only thing that is giving me a little bit of confidence. Wait, does that mean cops can make Aaliyah? Yes. The only thing that gives me confidence is that like Israel's reputation is lower than dirt around the globe. Okay, it already was in the global South, and now it is in the Western world as well. So no amount of like this kind of very obvious flex missions is going to make up for that, okay? That's it. It's just you can try to fucking pluck as many like local legislators as you possibly can, but it's not going to make up for it. Yeah, also, meanwhile, HBO Max will air the first scripted portrayal of the devastating October 7th attack on Israel. Oh, my Lord. Time for your dumbest friends who consume everything through YouTube Shorts to have their consent manufactured to support the extermination of Gaza City. Noah Argamani was one of the former hostages. I cannot breathe watching the fighting inside of Gaza City. As a former hostage, I know exactly what these moments feel like. The booming blast, the gunfire, the wall shaking, the helplessness and despair that take over. The emotions come rushing back at all at once. It's unbearable. Right now, I fear deeply for Avi Natan's life. I fear for the lives of all the hostages. I saw my friend die before my eyes in captivity, and I cannot accept that it shouldn't happen to anyone else ever again. We must not let this continue. We must do everything in our power to bring everyone home, to see the hostages, including Avi Natan, return safely. I pray this operation ends swiftly. The most woke Israeli, okay? The most woke Israeli is literally just like, I was really scared as a hostage, and I'm just so worried about all the other hostages. The millions of people whose lives are destroyed. You know, I hope the operation ends swiftly for them. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. This is low-key why... This is, oh my God, you sent me this link. That's crazy because my friend just sent it to me via text. And I was going to pull this up. Yes, she does admit that Israel terrified her with the blasts. Yes, she has talked about it. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. She very clearly only cares about the hostages. Wrong Think banned. The political dichotomy of gamers is crazy. Saw an army dude beating people's ass at Smash. I 3-stocked him for Palestine. When Netanyahu says your phone is a piece of Israel, it's a threat. 1982 bomb phone and broadcast towers in Lebanon. Gaza repeatedly struck telecoms to impose blackouts. Exported Pegasus spyware to hack journals officials. 2024 remotely detonated pagers and radios in Lebanon. Reportedly assassinated Haniyeh through his phone.
And our weapon systems we share with the United States. We're tremendously appreciative of the bipartisan support in military matters to Israel in previous years and today as well. But do you have cell phones? You have cell phones here? You're holding a piece of Israel right there. You know that? I mean, a lot of the cell phones, the medicines, foods, you eat cherry tomatoes. You know where that was made?
Pizza? Pizza? You know pizza? Where do you think pizza was invented? Israel. Obviously. Cherry tomatoes? Israel. Guacamole? Israel. Tacos? You like tacos? Where do you think tacos were invented? Israel. Yeah. Sushirito is the process where you have a sushi and a burrito. Israel. We invented it. Hummus, Israel. Zatar, Israel. Jollof. Yeah. Jollof. You like jollof rice? People say they like jollof rice. Israel. He's doing the Bad Hasbara song. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of something that Israel could never invent, an amazing television show. Just found out there's a program called The Shia Voice where they compete to show their memorization of the Quran. This is prestige TV, to be honest.
Habibi, you lost one word. You said, ما كان على النبي من حرج فيما. You forgot the word la, which is very big mistake. I previously said in Quran competition.
Wait, why is it in English?
If Abdul Basit comes here and does mistake on recitation, even he is very nice, best maqamat, best voice.
It might need a VAR review, maybe. I'm sure that I said Allahu lah.
Go back to the recording. Totally unacceptable.
I agree with you. I'm just going to find out.
Do you want?
I literally want to do this.
Like this. Okay, let's go.
It's my dream. It's my dream to do this and then say VAR. Let's go. Let's go VAR. Come on. Let's do it. Good question from Brother Ali. He goes, what happens if he is right? And he did do left.
Hold on. Then I will give him my abaya.
Hold on.
Whoa, his abaya? Yo!
Let's listen up.
Astaghfirullah.
Everyone look at Surah 30.
He did say it. He said it. He said Allahullah. Whoa. Whoa. What a night. What a night, ladies and gentlemen. What a night. Wow. Wow. What is this? Satan is also dunking on your other homeland, bro. They're cooking both your homelands simultaneously, man. They really hate your ass. In 1997, I asked Turkish Prime Minister Mesut Yilmaz the work that proves Jerusalem is a Jewish city. He said, I can't give it. There's an Islamist mayor of Istanbul named Erdogan. It would anger his voters. Mr. Erdogan is not your city.
Our city, Mr. Erdogan. It's not your city. It's our city. This is our city, Mr. Erdogan. It's not your city. It's our city. It will always be our city. It will not be divided again.
Ignorant white dude, what exactly did he say? The whole point of put the Shia voice back on. This dude's a dork. I can't. I'm actually done. I have to go. What is this? Mark stealing your flow?
I'm against the celebration of Charlie Kirk's death, not because I like him. I'm against the celebration of Charlie Kirk's death because the people in power will use that to separate the left and the right so that we never develop class consciousness and we keep fighting each other instead of focusing on the people at the top. It has been, and it will always be the agenda to keep us divided and conquer us, to keep us manipulated and keep us controlled. So for the love of God and for the love of humanity, stay fucking focused.
Damn, Marsh is really popping off, dude. That's crazy. All right. I'm done. That's all I got for today. Okay. We have to do Shia voice reacts, I think. We have to do it. Honestly, we must. But I'll be ending this with a
I'm just
oldie
doing
but
this to sound like Bo
goldie.
Burnham in the beginning, but I'm chillaxing the chat. Away, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? 3-minute ad is through. The Hilda Bay View will soon. You wait, shabada, shabada-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, 3-minute ad is through. But he'll be nameless soon. You wait, shabada. Oh shit, he already put it out. Hey, what can you say? 3-minute ad is through. But he'll stop with that break soon. You wait. You wait.
There's something that I want to talk about with all of you eventually. This is not the exact time to talk about it, but there is like a small opportunity to talk about it right now because of a particular chat message. So right before we get into this story, before we get into the GQ article, I want to talk about this. Relatively normal chatter, right? It's always been like this. Go to any men's group, church group, big circle jerk, lots of hugs. Talking about other things. And then today, how about stop farming Ethan content? You people have been propping him up. You grifters, you, Hassan, Mike, it's the fucking Ethan show every day. I don't know what universe you live in where you think that me, Hassan, and Mike are grifters propping up Ethan. The most insane thing too is like Ethan literally talks about me every single day on his show. And he's been for forever. And it's only when he starts saying crazy shit about Israel that I comment. This is like peak leftist infighting, by the way, where there are a subset of leftists currently that unironically treat people like Ethan Klein as like the same way that conservatives treat like racism, where they're like, if you ignore racism, it'll just go away on its own perfectly fine. You mean liberals? I mean, you might be correct on that one. The craziest thing also is that because of people like me, because of people like Hassan, because of people like Mike, Ethan Klein has lost a lot of relevancy. Because we've pointed out the rhetoric that he uses where I don't know how you can look at it and think anything other than why are you so insistent on attacking Hamas to the point where you're defending people like Yoav Gallant as being a moderating voice and doing PR for Israel? He lost a lot of legitimacy in the normie audience because you guys didn't move on. There's a person making this exact argument on Mike's stream when it comes to covering Ethan. It's like, can I just say a couple things really quickly? Number one, first of all, in the past month, you can even look. In the past month, I've had Ethan Klein in my title 3 times. Once today, a week ago, and then a month ago, like July 18th. 3 times. Meanwhile, can we get a quick look at like in the past month of the H3 podcast? Let's see. Hassan. Subpoena was approved. I mentioned here. Huge lawsuit updates. I mentioned here, obviously. Content about Frogan. Anissa Ian. Oh, and here we go. Let's look at this. I mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one. Like I was getting back to back to back to back. Like just constant coverage, whether I wanted to or not. He's talked about Hassan in like 90% of his shows in the last year. They're spamming that. There was a person making this exact argument on Mike's stream when it comes to covering Ethan. They're spamming this argument. On everyone's stream who's adjacent to Hassan in any way. It's strange as hell. It's also like, it doesn't make sense to make this argument against me when I'm literally getting sued. So of course, I want to talk about and tell people that I'm going to fight this lawsuit because I did not commit copyright infringement, and I don't think I committed copyright infringement, and I refuse to not fight this lawsuit. Of course, I'm going to talk about this with my community, like, obviously, right? But like, let's just pretend for a second, like, that this argument makes sense. Hassan is making his show the Ethan show every day and has been propping him up. That's fucking weird, dude. Like, that's weird. Hassan literally ignored Ethan for a whole year while Ethan was begging Hassan to watch his content puke. Dude, there was a straight, from the moment that Leftovers ended, for the next year after Leftovers ended, Ethan was posting so many Instagram stories talking about how, like, there are Hassan tankies in his audience. And he'd be like, you know, it's just Hassan doesn't want to control his audience. Like, he's fine or whatever, but he doesn't want to control his audience. And he literally ignored it for the longest time. For the longest time. And guess what? Ignoring it didn't make it go away. He was dragging Hassan like crazy. He was just trying to ignore him. It literally didn't make him go away. Chatters got annoyed at Hassan for not talking about it. Yeah. You think Chatter is DG or Ethan fan, or are they leftists trying to start shit? I don't know. I think that there are like rad libs that are still in this general sphere that think that talking about popular creators that engage in negative press for the pro-Palestinian movement, talking about those and criticizing those creators for speech that's not, like, it's detrimental to the pro-Palestinian movement. I think that they consider that to be drama. And it's like, dog, what universe do you live in where you think somebody talking about their lawsuit and talking about people accusing you of anti-Semitism or accusing you of, like, denial or accusing you of whatever the fuck, that's drama? Like, huh? The Chatter's randomly bringing some of this stuff up feels like a psyop, to be honest. The way that they are showing up in Denim's stream, Mike's stream, Sean's, to spit the same stuff is strange. Yeah. There's like this weird collection of chatters that have been engaging in this behavior for the past, I would say, like, month, that have been really bizarre. And I would just, like, keep your eyes peeled for it, because I don't know how I'm not supposed to think that this is like a psyop. Like, how can you say that, like, of all people, how can you say Hassan has been the one propping up this drama? Meanwhile, he ignored it for like a year, a whole year. Something to keep in mind, chat. Something to keep in mind. I can understand where they're coming from. It's wishful thinking, but like, Ethan is a menace and should be discussed. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, you know who people don't talk about anymore? Milo Yiannopoulos, because he doesn't have a fucking platform anymore. You know who people still talk about, even though everyone has collectively tried their best to just, like, ignore? Epstein. Never put him in my title, never talk about him. No one else ever fucking talks about him. No one else farms him ever. And guess what? Still around. Because just ignoring the problem isn't going to make it fucking go away. Let's not forget that he actively defended Ethan while ignoring his year-long deplatforming campaign. Yeah.
What is this? What? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Like, oh my God. This might genuinely be one of the funniest things I've ever seen from him. How is this not satire? I'm really stupid. Can you educate me a little on Marxism? I don't know what it is for real. Part 3. Oh. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No.
This was Hassan finding out like a month or two ago. No, longer, because the background's different. That Ethan was posting about Hassan every single day for like 2 years straight. Almost every single day.
No fucking way.
I sure hope this sepsis in my foot just goes away by itself. Like, you can't ignore people relentlessly shitting on you and attacking you every single day for years and be like, it's fine. That works when it comes to like smaller channels or smaller creators or whatever. But just like imagine being Hassan and there's someone that is actively working towards painting you as the most anti-Semitic, most pro-terrorist, most pro-sympathizer on the planet. Like, at some point, ignoring these videos that are getting millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views on the like lives or whatever, ignoring that is not going to make it go away.
There is... What the fuck?
He kind of does that with Epstein, though. Yeah, but guess what? Epstein didn't go away. If anything, do you know what's made the most reputational harm for Epstein, for sex pestiny? Someone finally fucking suing him for sexual misconduct. Someone actually going on the offensive was the first thing that caused him any harm or damage or reputational or otherwise. KW, like Hutch, we can completely ignore Hutch. You can't just ignore Ethan. Well, okay, but Hutch is just funny to make fun of, all right? If anything, Hassan just let it go too much initially. Something I've noticed is that there's been this odd thing that sprung up after the legitimate criticism of Lolo and some of the stuff Mike has said. I feel like bad actors are taking that original combo we were having in the left Twitch space and are transforming and amplifying it into some actual record shit. I just like, it's just very bizarre. It's just very, very bizarre. And it feels like we're trying to rewrite history because we don't like the current timeline that we're in. It's like, dude, okay, yeah, surprise, surprise. People don't want to deal with the universe where like Hassan is having a video written about him about how he has like nudes on his phone. But like blaming that, like this is like crazy. This feels like crazy victim blaming. This feels like really fucking insane victim blaming. And it's just like trying to put it on people who are trying to make the most out of a bad situation. And being like, oh, well, these people are not trying to make the most out of a bad situation. They're trying to personally cause more drama. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we like talking about here? I just wanted to make that announcement because like the best revenge is like to live a good life. And I feel like the best way to deal with situations or with people who make content the way that Ethan Klein makes content is to not just like run away and scurry and then just like hide and pretend like it'll go away on its own, but like to actually build a good case, actually fight for your values, speak your piece on issues, and actually, I don't know, fucking defend reasonable positions that you want to defend. And I just don't think, I think it's the same thing here. Like I've seen Ethan Klein's attacks on me, Ethan Klein's attacks on Mike, on Hassan, on Casey Tron, on Frogan, on all these people. And I don't think that the right decision is just to be like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, just, like, can you go away, please? Can you, we're just not going to talk about it. Just keep, everybody, just don't look at it. Don't look, just ignore it. Just ignore it. And it's like, what? And I felt like everyone was on the same page on this too. Multiple people showed up in like the Content Cop video, for example. Everyone supported iDubbbz making the video that he made. Like, I'm pretty sure these people who feel this way now, like genuine question, this person, there's no way they'll respond to this, but genuine question. Did you feel this way about iDubbbz's Content Cop video? Did you go into like Sean's chat and scold him? Did you go into Hassan's chat and scold him? Did you go to Frogan's chat and scold her? Is that what we're doing now? Everyone, the correct strategy is to go into Frogan's chat and scold her for showing up in a Content Cop video against someone who has been using their platform irresponsibly. Like, what the, like, you're just victim blaming people who are involved in the situation, who are trying to take back some of the power and trying to take back some of the narrative control because they're tired of being called anti-Semitic. Like what the fuck? No, dude, actually, no. I'm tired of chatters who want us to all be quiet when Hasbara's fuck is attacking people. So, yeah. It's just gross behavior. It's just really gross behavior. Also, make no mistake, even when you ignore him, he'll just keep going on forever. Yeah. I mean, I'm not joking. I think Hassan's debate with Ethan Klein was one of the best things that could have happened in the past 6 months that added to this discourse. Because the number of TikToks I saw of people being like, I kind of didn't know that most of this stuff was nonsense. And then he has like this reasonable conversation with Sam Cedar. And then later is like, yeah, Sam Cedar's a token anti-Semite. Okay. I don't know if he called him a token anti-Semite. I apologize. But I do know that he criticized the shit out of him and then said that he like loves Hamas and that he supports Hamas because Sam Cedar said like, there are people who think that Hamas has done good that are in Gaza. Yeah. There are people that would argue that. And then so he's obviously, if you ever describe how other people feel, that has to be you defending a terrorist organization. Did he call him a capo? Was that the statement? If someone can link it, I don't want to stand by any statements that he didn't say. So yeah, I don't agree with the people who are upset at this situation. They're taking their rage out on the wrong people. Yeah, and like, to be clear, this I agree with. This I understand. Being tired of the Ethan shit is understandable. Just close the tab. 100%. This I totally understand. But that's like content fatigue in general with anything. Like, people experienced fatigue when it came to covering Palestine and covering Gaza. I mean, Hassan literally lost a third of his audience because he insisted on continuing coverage every single day. And people got fatigued because there's only so many like dead children you can see every day before you're like, dude, I can't watch this stream anymore. There was a large part that left because they just couldn't consume that content. They just couldn't do that. They just couldn't watch that every single day. And there were a lot of other people that left because they thought he was supporting terrorists. But it's the same thing with everything, right? Like, there's always going to be you're going to get content fatigue for anything. And if you're one of the people that's like, I'm just bored of like the Ethan Klein story, I don't really care for it. Yeah, that's fine. But to be like, oh, you guys it's your fault. It's your fault for bringing this up. What? I think the majority of people left because they thought he was supporting terrorism. Yep, even now I go in and out of the stream based on how many dead babies were on the screen. To be fair, he isn't showing dead children. That's against US. Well, no, there was some footage. I mean, I know because I even covered it. It's not against US if it's like heavily censored. And it's like, it doesn't even need to be people dying in war for it to be like sad stories of like mothers talking about their children being lost to them, right? It's just at some point, especially if you have your own shit that you got to deal with on a day-to-day basis, you just don't have the mental energy or capacity to deal with other people's suffering as well every single day. Because if you have any empathy at all, which unfortunately a lot of leftists are inflicted with, some of that gets imparted onto you and it hurts you and it breaks you down. And if you're already having a rough week or a rough month or whatever, damn, empathy for real. So I do think that there was like, I wouldn't say it was like 50-50, but I do think there was a portion that left because of that and there was a portion because of the other thing. Even the subject matter alone is just a lot, even without showing any TOS. Correct, absolutely. So anyways, Chad, I would just like keep your eyes peeled for like very weird, like rad lib behavior like this. Like if you just ignore the problems, they'll just go away. And then they're like blaming the victims in this situation for why this is happening, which is like fucking crazy. Also, you haven't even been streaming for days. How can anyone claim content fatigue with you? I've been anticipating. Well, I do think there was a period of time where it was like every single day, Ethan Klein would go on his show and say some crazy shit that was really funny. And so that's why people were covering it, because it was really funny. And I think people have stopped as much now because it's just like, some of it's just like, dude, the entirety of like the Anissa Idubbbs coverage was like weird. I'm not going to lie. I'll like scope out some of the content. I try not to pre-watch too much. I'll like pre-watch like a minute or 2 minutes or something. And then I want to watch the rest with you guys so you guys can get authentic reactions from me. And I remember clicking in because I got a text being like, oh, dude, this is like happening in the show, blah, blah. I was like, oh, let me go look. And when I clicked in, he was talking to like Anissa and Idubbbs' like coach and his coach's wife or girlfriend or something. And the wife was like super giddy talking about how like Idubbbs only dated like a MILF and then they never had sex. And then and Anissa likes to peg him. I was like, I'm friends with these people and I know some of this information. I know some amount of their personal life as their friend, as their personal friend. And I feel like I'm violating their personal life watching this. Like it was very, like I couldn't watch any of that stuff. I couldn't watch any of it. It was so weird.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Someone was bringing up Ethan Klein for a second, and I wanted to say, has anyone seen this before? This is my first time seeing this person, this guy that runs, I guess, like the Red Bar podcast. I think that's what it's called. Why doesn't Ethan Klein ever target this guy? Why doesn't he ever insult this guy? This guy goes in.
Okay, here she is in the basement What kind of trainer? Let's just watch it. Let's just fucking watch it, bro. And again, this is also an erotic segment.
Red Bar has gone after the Kleins way harder than anyone else I can think of, but Ethan sticks to harassing small women streamers, charity events, Yemeni teenagers, and people who criticize him on Reddit and innocent little cat accounts like me.
So we're making fun of this woman for doing these terrible workouts. They're very spastic, but it's also erotica. So feel free to take out any part you want. Tits, ass, your butt, and play with it until you fucking eroticize yourself. And how about this as a contest? First person to come to Gila's. Can we do this? Put this on your first person to come to Gila's workout wins.
This is like a billion times worse than anything I have literally ever done in my life, ever. And yet I've never seen Ethan Klein talk about this person at all.
It's a giant prize. Could you imagine that? Gila, we did this contest. There's this show, Red Bar. They're doing this contest where every audience member jacks up to see who could come the fastest to Gila's workouts.
That's SA.
And then is that SA?
Yes.
I don't know. Legally, that all seems sound. You're allowed to jack off to anything that's on TV. Okay, well, don't jack off to this.
Ethan Klein is 10 times more likely to show me watching it and be like, can you believe she watched it? Than to ever actually criticize the guy making the comments. Well, I want to know why he never criticizes this guy, apparently, who's been doing this for forever. Like, this is not the only clip he's done this in.
But we should do like an Oogie Gila game. Oogie Gila game where she's lying on the ground and we see how many people could break into her house and just that's a joke too. You got to say joke when it comes to the Kleins because they love the suing. They love to sue. Okay, let's watch the fucking video. This is wasting a lot of people's day. Up. Look at her. Look at this.
This workout video is giving Marjorie Taylor Greene, though.
Look at that. Okay, so she's fully retarded. I mean, she's just retarded.
Does it not strike anyone else as bizarre that, like, Ethan Klein picked who he did to sue, and Ethan Klein picks who he does to target, and he picks who he picks to attack and make fun of and blah, 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 instead of these people who actually he could criticize, reasonably could criticize? It is giving IDF trainer. It is. I mean, that was one of the points that IDubbbz made in his video, and his content, is sheriff, whatever the fuck the follow-up is to the content cop, whatever that's called. Content deputy, yeah. Where it's like, it sure is bizarro that he doesn't do any segments on people that have large audiences that are male. He'll post 1 million stories about everybody else, but he won't post 1 million stories about, I don't know, this guy or any of these other people. Very, very bizarre land. As a quick palate cleanser, though, dude, check out this belt. Dude, this is a sick belt. Dude, I want this belt. I need it, actually. Have you seen the new stories where he's using AI to make you into a doll? It's so weird and creepy. Yeah. I don't understand why he gets so offended when people criticize the way that he looks. And he did like 20 segments on me making fun of his posture, and then meanwhile like dedicates like hours to like very weird segments on his stream. What the fuck? Yeah, it's very bizarre. At least if it's still up. This has been his most recent strategy. I just work here, man. I just work here. And before it's like clipped, she thinks she works a job. It's like, it's an expression. It's a fucking expression. Yeah, this has been the most recent. I don't know. Actual nightmare fuel and the essays. Oh, dude, I'm not reading all that shit. I'm sorry it happened, or I'm grateful for you or happy for you, King Man. I can't. Jesus Christ, me on Instagram, bruh, shut the hell up. Yeah, it's like, I thought Instagram was like for funny reels and photos. I don't remember when it became a day for like essays, or sorry, a website for essays, dude. Dude, this Sean tweet. Bro ripped the alt on a random Friday. It's a quote tweet of Ethan Klein recently saying the N-word. And by recently, I mean 2 days ago. For those of you who've been able to avoid it.
Like what the vibe is. Kendrick.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Be broke, man. There you go, Dan.
The N-word isn't in that verse. Oh, dude. Of all the times to not use the button.
Keep up the good work, Denims.
He's buttonless. You're laughing at him and he's buttonless. All gibberish, but he managed to give us a clear N-word, dude. The buttons are gone, people. The buttons are gone. Oh, dude. I have to say the craziest thing that I kind of wasn't expecting, because I'm a little delulu on this front, is I didn't expect so many people to defend it. My button can't do shit. It is a little bit crazy that there's so many people defending this and being like, so he added an N-word in a verse where there was no N-word. Big deal. Interesting. That makes it even more racist, dude. No, the only racism that matters is, I guess, anti-Semitism. That's the only one. Everything else doesn't matter. Nothing else matters at all, even a little. Well, chat, if you like supporting streamers that don't say the N-word and add the N-word to verses where there are no N-words, you can support the channel. You can sub to the channel. It's that time. That's a low bar. And you know what? One of the people on this screen passes that test and another person doesn't.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Sorry, I just noticed this chatter. How's the lawsuit going? Ethan owns you. Postmortems or the bills are due. Yeah, Kelb. H3 owns you. If you guys support this woman, we'll die on that hill. Yikes, I'd be embarrassed. Dog, at least the people in here don't support the guy who was literally caught saying the N-word in the year 2025.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Be broke, man. There you go, Dan.
I gotta say, just a couple things really quickly. First of all, the N-word doesn't even appear in that fucking verse. It doesn't even appear in that lyric.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Be broke, man.
Man down, call an amber lamps, tell him breathe, bro. And Ethan said, man down, call an amber lamps, N-word, breathe, bro.
Call an ambulance. Be broke, man.
This is the guy you're riding for, man. This is who you're spending your time defending, dude. Okay? At least the people in here are just defending a cringe lady on the internet. At least they're not defending the guy who in 2025 still pulling this shit. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, and proud of it. Admitting it is crazy. Admitting that is crazy, dude. I'm 24, got a great life. 3 years strong with my girlfriend, living great. Cope. Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 For sure. For sure. She just goes to a different school. Okay. She just goes to a different school on a different planet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, for sure. Guy who definitely has a girlfriend. Ree, I have no social contact, Ree. Oh, dude. Okay. Because we all know that you don't have a girlfriend, because we all know this is the most attention that you've gotten from any woman ever in the past decade. I think that's enough. You need to go outside and talk to actual human beings in the real world. Okay. That's the only thing that can save you right now. All right. Okay. Is your hair naturally that color? My hair is like black normally. I know technically black hair isn't a thing, so it's dark brown. But yeah, I don't know what this was about. What's crazy is like his fans are defending it. It's just bizarro.
Man down, call an ambulance.
And the craziest thing too, by the way, is that like he realizes he said it and he just starts like mumbling in hopes that no one saw it and no one caught it.
There you go, Dan.
Wait, what? Black hair isn't a thing? I asked, like, my hair is black as fuck. Yeah, but if you put it in the light, it's actually like a dark brown. That's why box dye hair like looks darker. That's why like when you actually use like dye that's black, it looks darker because in the light it like doesn't reflect anything. That's my understanding anyways, unless something has changed. Maybe it's possible that some people have really like their hair is such a dark brown that it actually appears black. That's possible. That might be possible. It might be possible. Last time I looked into it, from my understanding, it's like it's just a really dark brown, which is evidenced by when you put it in the light, a little bit of color comes through. But anyways, I can't believe he didn't use the button on this. That's crazy.
You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Why does he look so crazed in this thumbnail? Oh my God. Why, dude? Why? Oh, God, dude. Imagine still watching, like, enjoying and watching Mudahar in 2025. It's crazy. It's been a wild week. Yeah, I can see that.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
This is the video he made after everyone pointed out the fact that he was actually not an engineer. And he's just been calling himself one.
It's safe to say it's been a pretty wild week. You know, I was looking at YouTube apparently rolling out an AI to verify if we are actually under or over the age of 18. You know, when it comes to the internet, ladies and gentlemen, the past 7 days has really shown me that there's a lot that's changing. There's going to be a lot more showing your identification to access every part of the internet. That free, anonymous space that many people crave and love, that is slowly but surely dying out. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to look at YouTube here where they were.
Yeah, I don't care about this. Get to the point where you talk about being a fake engineer. Yeah, okay.
Information model determines you're under 18, you'll be notified. And if you believe it's incorrect, you have the option then to provide your ID, selfie, or a credit card. So yes, there is going to be age estimation coming, at least in the United States. And I can only imagine this will hit the entire world. Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kiddies from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here really quickly. So obviously,
Drama is when I lie about being an engineer.
I have been calling myself a engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, you know, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide.
I'm sorry. When I heard this quote the first time, I lost my shit, and it's still just as funny the second time. What do you mean? I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. What do you mean apparently? Did you not know that you were a dropout? You say you don't hide it. How can you apparently have also been a dropout?
You know, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own.
The crazy thing, too, is like you can just make this content without calling yourself an engineer. You can call yourself like a hobbyist, like a software hobbyist, and that would be accurate. No one would, I don't think people would shit on you for that. Maybe I'm just like biased because I wouldn't. If you call yourself like a hobbyist programmer. What?
And I believe it actually can be used, you know, and people have learned from it.
I mean, YouTube is filled with hobbyists. Best example, Veritasium? Is that the channel? There's like an evil V channel and there's a good one. Is it Veritasium? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This channel, I honestly, genuinely don't give a fuck if this guy has a degree. If Veritasium has a degree. I actually don't care because you know what? He does his research well and he brings on people who are qualified to talk about things and he explains the concepts in a really excellent, in-depth way. He doesn't need to be Veritasium. Is that it? Okay, Veritasium. He doesn't need to have like a PhD in anything for me to be like, oh, that all checks out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Vsauce is another one where like Vsauce, I don't really give a shit if Vsauce has a degree in anything. His videos are interesting and I learn new stuff every single time I watch them or when he used to make videos. I know he recently made one. Great. Vsauce, Michael here. So like, why do that? Why call yourself an engineer? It's so weird. Why?
And I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged.
This chat message. I hope Vsauce was my father. Posted without any elaboration. I don't even know what that could entail.
That I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that, I do apologize. And I will
The IT space doesn't care if you have qualifications as long as you're good at what you do. Well, I didn't go to school for engineering. I didn't go to school for computer science or software engineering or anything like that, okay? I went to school for accounting. So please, you guys are all welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. But from my understanding, there's a lot of good programming knowledge that you can get online. And you can be a good programmer even without having had extensive schooling. And I've seen it compared a lot to like art, where like going to an art school might help you build foundational skills, maybe more effectively, maybe faster than you would if you were self-taught, but you can still be a great artist if you're self-taught. And it's the same thing with, again, like software engineering or like programming, rather. I should say programming. Programming is a little bit more of a broader statement here, where as long as you learn the foundational skills correctly, you can program. And again, I'm only talking about anecdotally for the people that I've spoken to. So, you know, people can correct me if they feel like I'm mistaken here. There's lots of people that go to school for it and are bad programmers. And the piece of paper is just to show that you have a piece of paper. It's just to say, here, you can hire me. I have a piece of paper that says that I went to school for this. So like, one chatter says, I'm a lead software engineer and I don't have a degree. I mean, again, I feel like it's also one of those things where good programmers can just like look at your work and tell you if it's good or bad. And as long as you have appropriate experience working on things, your stuff will probably be better than if you had no experience, but maybe had the piece of paper. So like, degree is just let me skip the queue for some job applications, basically. I'm sure that like a good school will teach you a lot. But I feel like the programs, like if you program some software or whatever, I feel like the actual like what you programmed is more important than whether or not you had the piece of paper. Because if you made some garbage, some hot dog shit, but you have the piece of paper, who the fuck cares that you have a piece of paper? But if you made something amazing that works really well, that's super seamless, but you don't have the piece of paper, who cares that you don't have the piece of paper? I mean, jobs do and employers do, but I'm talking about on the internet. I'm just talking about on the internet because as it relates to Mudahar calling himself an engineer. One chatter says, I'm a software engineer at a big tech company, and the main difference in my experience between someone with a degree and someone without is that someone with a degree might know the formal names for different techniques, but they both understand or know the underlying info. They just got the info in two different ways. Yeah, we're like, I'm loosely comparing it to like art, where you can go to school and learn the foundational principles correctly and learn all the names and the ideas correctly, or you can just like teach yourself by trying to force yourself to learn the foundational principles, because the internet just has so much information on this stuff. There's just like an overwhelming amount of information today to help teach yourself certain things. Okay, but anyways, let's
Do you feel offended if you feel wronged that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer? Then for that, I do apologize. And I will denigrate myself to, I guess, programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll leave it at. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now, again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck.
I think we all know that you don't give a fuck, man. I think we all know. I was able to tell that from the first time I watched a video of yours last year and the camera kept focusing in on your microphone instead of your face, and you just uploaded that video as is. I think I felt like I got that pretty quickly, but
Simple as that. Now, again, that being said, if anything else comes out of this, whether there be some legal stuff, then I'll just let lawyers handle it and we'll call it at that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineered response that I had to give. That being said, let's look even further.
Dude, he had that canned line ready. Oh, it's so cringe. It's good. God, he just like, I don't know how anyone watches this stuff. It's a fucking if this was a stream, I would treat it very differently, but it's a YouTube video and he fucked up the take and he just went along with it anyways. Let me see if I can pull up the transcript to show you guys what I caught, which probably most of you caught because it's fucking ginormous. 4:15. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineered response that I had to give. And being said, let's look, like, he ends his points with that being said, but he forgot that he had this, like, super dope canned line to say, that's my engineered response. Oh, okay, and then that being said, so cringe, dude. Oh, God.
into what's going on the other side of the world. So the United Kingdom.
Yeah, quite frankly, yeah. The bigger issue about this isn't the degree part, but it's his videos are total bullshit and he acts like he knows what he's talking about. But anyone in the field can see that he's just lying and talking pure nonsense. His advice is often harmful and flat out wrong. He has little to no real experience, yet presents himself as the go-to professional that everyone quotes to reinforce their own bases. I mean, in general, anytime somebody starts flexing, if somebody asked him, do you have a degree? And then he said, yeah, I have one, or yeah, I don't. That's fine, right? The problem is when you're constantly flexing something so that you can be trusted as an authority figure instead of just standing on business by having good code or whatever in this case, it kind of makes everything else look questionable, right? So a good example of this Pirate Software. Instead of Pirate Software just defending his positions in the strongest way possible and saying, hey, it doesn't really matter whether or not I have been in this business or have been in this industry or not. This is my only concern with Stop Killing Games Initiative. I think that the Stop Killing Games Initiative is overall really good. My only concern is that how it might impact X, Y, and Z. And I don't have to even be a fucking developer to know that, or I don't have to work in the industry to know that. But instead, he has to be like, as a Blizzard employee, as an ex-Blizzard employee whose dad worked at Blizzard, I can tell you I am the authority figure and I am right. And it is all... everything you have seen about this is bad. And then he tries to explain it to you like he has to flex first. And then he builds his positions instead of just building the position, which is very bizarro. And then the weirdest thing is like flexing your fake degree as the appeal to authority is so insane, dude. It's like crazy. So, well, I didn't know that saying that I was an engineer signified to other people that I was like a licensed engineer. I wasn't aware about that. It's like, what? What do you mean? I apparently was a dropout. What do you mean? This is the video that people were recommending about the Mutahar thing.
Welcome, I'm Nicandros. If you've been following some ordinary gamers or Mutahar's behavior the past year or so, you might have noticed that something is up. He quits Twitter suddenly, causing people to panic, and then rejoins Twitter quietly months later. He says he won't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, and then instantly buys one when it comes out. There was even that time he disavowed his longtime friend, Naxtaku, but then he took the video down and apologized. Apparently, he overreacted to a video criticizing him for watching lowly hentai with Naxtaku, and not for anything else.
Wait, you showed porn in those videos?
That's a video I'm still working on, and this video you're about to watch right now is a little appetizer I've cut out of its body of research, because it was getting too bloated, as it is. Anyway, despite saying he would quit drama, not only did Mutahar return to drama, he decided to join forces with Ethan Klein to go after Hassan Piker. It's an odd choice because Ethan doesn't exactly have the highest opinion of Mutahar.
Do you have the part where Mutahar runs outside with a gun?
I don't, but
I'm like, dude, these people are insane. Boogie's not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mutahar goes, oh shit, is someone stealing my car? And he runs outside with a gun. And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, oh no, it's chill, it's just my brother.
The caption says he actually just walked into a corner of his room that wasn't visible on camera and cocked an airsoft pistol. No. No.
Oh my God. This pseudo badass weird fucking shtick he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he needs to act like cool and that he's so successful and rich. He tells Boogie, dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, that's pretty funny. But like, yes, it is. Shut up, bro. I'm uploading every day. Ugh, I really got turned off by Mutahar in that one, man. Really did.
So Mutahar is a poser, and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube. Those are pretty heavy accusations. But who has the time to watch through over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same end result with only a few hours of effort. I can just search all of his video transcripts at once for certain keywords and timeline the claims he's made.
I play
Oh, no. No, dude. No.
Video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm not working. I wake up, I scratch my balls, I do my job, and then I fucking play some video games. I wake up, scratch my balls, play some Mass Effect, make a video, and like do some of my stock work, and that's it. I wake up, I scratch.
Bro, why are your balls so itchy?
Scratch my balls, and I play some Mass Effect, okay? I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls, I play around with Linux, some video games.
Bro, literally go see a doctor. Okay, you might have a fucking rash.
And that's my life, dude.
Before we get into it, isn't this stalking? Isn't this a violation of privacy? No. I am going by information Mutaha has made public through pieces of media he's voluntarily published on his YouTube channel, or public media appearances he has consented to. I'm also using information from a video that shows his LinkedIn page, which is something he seems to be cool with. He can do whatever he wants in his private life, but if he's claiming to be a doctor or an engineer to make his perspectives more valuable to an audience, validating the truthfulness of these claims about his life become a matter of public interest. If a history channel was receiving undisclosed funding from a foreign state, publishing that information would be in the public interest, even if that knowledge was gained through violations of privacy. Violating someone's privacy to humiliate them by exposing their porn browsing habits would not be in the public interest. But I haven't gone there, and I don't need to. I also completely disavow and denounce any kind of harassment or actual stalking behavior.
It's sad that people have to do this now because the soy right has become so fucking soy that going through someone's public videos that they made public and they made money off of on YouTube has some soy writers being like, you're literally stalking his YouTube videos by watching them.
Based on my findings, Mutaha has consistently claimed that YouTube isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job. Thank God my job isn't YouTube.
YouTube is not my job.
YouTube is not.
Okay, let me just tell you guys really quickly. Even without seeing the source on this and whether or not this is true, this is total nonsense. This is total bullshit. 100% with the viewership that he gets on YouTube, YouTube is his job.
My job. YouTube is not my job. YouTube is not my job.
YouTube is not my job.
I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Like, I work a regular job every day. I go to my office.
2025. Oh, no.
I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me.
So what is that job? If you ask Mutaha's fans, they think he's a cybersecurity expert, an IT professional, a video editor. Ethan said, day trader. There seems to be an awful lot of uncertainty about this definitely real job that Mutaha has. Mutaha's also insisted throughout his career that he is an engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm only an engineer. Oh, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer.
I'm just an engineer.
Yeah, I'm an engineer. I'm just a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, being an engineer, I don't have to tell you as an engineer. I'm just a dumb engineer as an engineer. My engineer asked, but as an engineer, so I'm just a fucking dumb fucking engineer. Like I can tell her, like I'm an engineer. But I'm an engineer. As an engineer, I'm an engineer. As somebody that is an engineer, as an engineer. I'm saying I'm the number one engineer as an engineer. As an engineer. All right, as an engineer, I'm just an engineer. Speaking as somebody that is an engineer, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer.
But there's multiple types of engineers, so what kind of engineer is he?
I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
And I'm just like a computer engineer by default. Like I'm a fucking computer engineer.
Dude.
I'm an engineer.
I'm just going to tell you all really quickly. If you just look at his social blade.
No, I am an engineer.
He's pulling like on average 100,000 views a day on his YouTube. And I'm pretty sure the translation for YouTube, if your ads don't get demonetized because you don't cover sensitive issues and you get sponsors, I'm pretty sure like the ad rev alone is like, it's the ballpark. And this changes because ads change all the time on YouTube. And there's been like periods where ads have brought in very little money and then years where like ads brought in a lot of money. But the TLDR is that I think every 100,000 views is like $1,000 if your videos don't get demonetized. That's my understanding. So if you get a video that has like 1 million views, you get like 10K off that video. Every 100K is about $1,000, I think. That's my understanding. Talking to other people who do YouTube, that's about my understanding. So he's making like at least $1,000 a day. Again, it totally depends on the content. Yeah, like I know Noah Samson has struggled with YouTube content and YouTube monetization, and that's why some YouTubers have to rely heavily on Patreon because they cover sensitive issues like genocide in Gaza or sexual assault or whatever it is. And because of that, you know, you lose ads. Political content also gets a lot less of an ad rev because it gets marked off of certain types of ads. And this isn't even like taking into account like sponsorships and how much money people get paid off of sponsorships. So like I would guess that the money that he's making is closer to this higher end. Like a lot closer to this higher end. There is no person on the planet that would continue to work a 9-to-5 job if they were making like $500K a year on YouTube. That person doesn't exist. That person has never existed and will never exist. That's 0% chance.
Engineer. I'm a fucking computer engineer. You want to talk about cyber warfare? I'm a computer engineer by trade. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. No, I'm a computer engineer, okay? I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer.
In the United States, people throw around the word engineer like candy, but in Canada, it's a bit more protected, especially in Ontario where Mutahar lives. Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just a guy who looks stuff up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. The Ontario Engineering Regulatory Body, Professional Engineers Ontario, claims to take offense to even titles like software engineer being used instead of software developer, but they do make an exception for terms like train engineer, broadcast engineer, or sound engineer, which are not professional engineers in the same way that a computer engineer or a civil engineer would be.
There's also no person who has enough time to record, edit, and post every day when they have a 9-to-5. Well, no, you can. You just have to like be okay with having no free time. And a lot of the people who started doing content while they worked 9-to-5 jobs. You just like literally come home, and I've known people who've done this. You come home from your 9-to-5 and then you just work until you go to sleep. Right? And his content, like, you reasonably could, but it makes no sense why you would. And this is only something that people do when they're starting up, not something that they continue to do. Like, his content doesn't require a lot of editing. It's just like him. He just puts a camera in front of his fucking face, in front of his microphone. And then he just like doesn't even do any edits and then just like sends it out.
Calling yourself a computer engineer to a public audience is like saying that you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer. You might as well call yourself a doctor or a therapist. For Mutahar to be a licensed computer engineer, for him to be able to legally call himself a computer engineer or an engineer in general, he would need a 4-year degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice Exam. If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutahar is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works. Speaking out of an engineer, like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm going to call him a fucking idiot because he does do idiotic statements. This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer as just a job title. Mutahar clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years. And he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
But I'm an engineer. I know how this stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer...
dude. Oh, I don't get why people do the appeals to authority. I don't understand it. I genuinely, like, I get it, as in I understand why people do it. I don't understand why they think it's a good strategy.
Engineer, somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is. So, what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, like, I picked engineering as, like, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So, he would have an engineering degree.
I went to university for computer sciences, and that's it. Education background, asking because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I fucking went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science degree.
I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out like a semester in because I was like, okay, no.
Okay, maybe I'm mistaken about this, but I feel like the only time you should bring up your experiences with schooling, it shouldn't be as like an appeal to authority. It should be to say that your opinions on schooling. So like, I've talked about this. I've talked about how like public school, for example, total fucking joke. And this is coming from someone who did well in public school. I can tell you it's a joke because of my experience going through this and trying to do well and doing well with very little effort. It's a joke. But I'm talking about my experience. I'm not telling anyone else that they're wrong or telling anyone else that I am the only authority figure to talk about this. I'm saying as someone who succeeded there, this specific thing, and not extending it to anything else, this specific thing is nonsense, right? Or whenever I talk about hating business bros, I say I hate business bros because I went to business school. So I've had to interact with them. It's not me saying, well, you don't know what you're talking about with regard to finance because I went to business school and you didn't. It's, dude, I fucking hate business bros. I had to fucking spend hours every day around these people. And if you spent hours around these people, you would also hate them. If he would use like schooling as a way to like talk about his experience with schooling, that would be fine. Yeah. But telling other people that they're wrong because you're right, because you went to school.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
Like I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on like school. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to learn to be valuable. Yeah, if you're going to be an engineer, if you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, if you're going to be in
dropping out after one semester is kind of crazy work. I'm not going to lie. Like that is actually kind of crazy work. That is actually kind of crazy.
The STEM field, you need to go to university, okay?
You need to go to university to be an engineer, but Mutahar is a dropout. He has no degree.
Were you a computer science major? Yeah, that's what I went to for college for a little bit, dropped out of it, you know? I feel like there's a weird misconception. People think I'm like some fucking crazy degree holder. It's like, no. No, I would have been way more in fucking university debt if I went down that fucking route.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, you know, as an engineer, like, you know, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, you know, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, got to be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer.
I'm sorry, but it's so funny to say that you wanted to do law and you dropped out after one semester, which is like one semester was maybe like intro to comp sci. That's not even when the classes are hard. Like your first semester of classes, it's not even hard class. Those are like the easy classes. Imagine then saying like, well, I actually want to go to school for law. It's like, dude, you couldn't last that. Like, I don't know. Programs don't even really start till third year. I mean, my accounting classes didn't really start till third year. And isn't one semester just more like prerequisites? Yeah.
I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest times.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
So, like, being a former engineer, like, I virtualize, like, everything, so I, like, contain shit. And
Even an ex-engineer.
the coolest ways possible. I'm like a fucking ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer, all right, before I went into this shit. I know this. I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went into the video editing route.
Mutaha started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing about
He's also not doing any video editing. Does it count as video editing if all you're doing is trimming the segments and then putting them next to each other? Like, does that even count as video? I don't even feel like that counts as video editing. I feel like my cat can do that. You're like, you can just find one, like any program, pick any single program for video editing. You can just Google how to trim clip. And then you just record those things, the segments that you want to record, and then you just put the video pieces on top of that, and then you just trim it. Like, that's like, you're just creating movie maker videos. Does that count as video edit? I don't even know if that counts as video editing.
about this whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents,
video engineering
and film production and everything. And, you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity.
If he even made content like Mr. Beast videos where there's that like obnoxious, like the subtitles on the screen and there are like transitions and whatever, and then they like some text appears and some images appear, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's video editing. But it's also like, people don't do video editing because they love video editing. They do it because they want to express something and use that medium to express it. It's like saying that you really got invested in color pencil engineering and that's why you make art. It's like, no, you just like that tool. You just like doing art and that's your medium of choice. What? I'm an artistic engineer.
Security.
Chat, we are all engineers. I'm actually a chatting engineer, okay? My goal is to engineer the best chat messages in any chat, ensuring at least one streamer reads my chat message that day.
Penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube, and he didn't like doing it.
Before this, I was a depressed individual, and I was going to go through a certain set path in my career and just go through that and move on, right? And there was a point where I really didn't think there was much else. I was going to go through the motions and everything. And then, you know, to cut down on the stress, and I still have stress issues nowadays, but, you know, back then I had a crazy amount of depression and stress issues. And so to counteract that, I decided, you know, why not do YouTube? And so, you know, one night I went onto the Google Create account and did it, and, you know, and then we started making videos. I told you guys, I'm a guy who used to code bank applications, really boring shit. Now I'm a dude who cuts stuff together. All right, who edits stuff, you know, who does stuff for film, TV, all that stuff. And I can't stress to you,
film, TV,
you all how important that is to me. And you all have inspired me to go out and chase that dream. You all inspire me to fucking sit in front of my computer and make a video when I have some off time, and I fucking love doing it.
Baby Mutaha liked to edit videos, and after starting YouTube, he switched careers from computer engineering to film and television, and this is where his actual education comes in.
I worked in film and TV before I still don't have a fancy fucking degree, okay? And there you go, I filmed it, all right? I used my film degree to something.
He calls it a film degree, but it's actually a 2-year broadcasting/videography diploma he got from Humber College between 2013 and 2015. If he went back to studying to get an actual engineering degree, he never mentioned anything about it. Not a single slip. Mutahar was never a real engineer, but he's been calling himself one for a decade because of tech jobs he supposedly had before 2013 or 2012.
Because I never tell people like what I do. Like I never tell people anything, right? Like I don't even tell people I'm not an engineer. I haven't been one for like years, like fucking for eons at this point, right? Like in internet time.
What he calls him being an engineer is something he did for only a little bit.
I can imagine like for families, like, I mean, just an Indian family alone, it's like, son, you've got 3 choices for what you're doing. All right. You got 3 character classes, doctor, engineer, or maybe a lawyer. All right. Like that's it. So, you know, I did one of them for a little bit and then I just pretty much stuck to, you know, this life now.
Imagine if you worked as a mechanic.
Having seen his response to this video is really funny because you know he watched. Well, honestly, given how lazy he is, he probably watched like 2 minutes and was like, I can't watch this. I'm a video watching engineer and I watched almost all of it. I watched 1 semester worth of it.
In high school, and 10 years after quitting that job, you're still introducing yourself as a mechanical engineer. From 2015 to 2020, he claimed to primarily work as a video editor.
Because I'm a fucking editor in real life anyways, so ever since I became a video editor and that was my job in life, I work as a video editor. You know, that's my job.
By trade, what I do for a living is video editing.
I wasn't always a fucking video editor. Am I a fucking passionate video editor? Do I like my job? Yes, I do. My job is video editing. I'm a video editor by trade. No, I'm video editor. You know, that's how I pay for the strip club and the home.
And initially called himself a video engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know
my standards, so I can't watch it.
how this shit fucking works.
It's not a real engineering job, but he was still calling himself an engineer. In 2019, he conflated being a video engineer with being a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer, so I really computer video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people, so...
Again, totally different.
Why do you think he's so resistant to call himself a YouTuber / creative class to impress parents?
Qualifications. One is an actual professional engineer, the other is a job title. In 2020, Mutahar claimed to be an exceptionally successful day trader.
Now, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies turned basic, general second profession of mine is day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to call it. I like to sit in the mornings, sip my coffee, go on the NASDAQ, see what I can look pre-market, buy.
Guy who definitely doesn't do his own trading. I go on the NASDAQ. I really read those papers and look through the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ to scratch his ball sack. Shut the fuck up.
Sell and be done by, 11 or something? And call it a day. Ladies,
done by 11, 100%. What he's saying is he just wakes up and plays some video games.
Gentlemen, it's something that I've been doing for almost a year, give a couple months, and it's definitely a very it's a fun part of my lifestyle. I'm a very mathy guy. I do a lot of calculations in my head. I lose money, but I generally have an 80-85% success rate, and that's just the nature of this stuff.
In 2021, he claimed his job was trade.
This is 0% chance. 0. The chances are negative, people.
and investing.
My job right now, I just sit around and trade and invest. That's what my job is.
But he was still an engineer or a computer engineer. Apparently his dad calls him an engineer who knows computers.
I'm sitting in the room. It's like, when it comes to computers, do you talk about it with my son? Do you act like an intelligent person? Because my son's a fucking engineer, okay? If I'm wrong about computers, I'm gonna believe what my son says because he's the fucking engineer. You're not a doctor. Like, fucking insane, dude.
But he also just sits at home and invests money.
I invest. That's my job now. I just sort of sit home and invest money.
Now, if I was ashamed of only being a YouTuber, that is the job I'd be claiming to have. When asked by guests on his podcast about his computer work, he claimed it's only a hobby now.
I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but like you do, so do you do computer stuff on the side, or that's your main thing?
I literally just invest money. Like, I buy property and I invest, and that's all I do now.
You're at that point now, you're that big of a baller, bro?
I wouldn't say it's like baller. It's just like
Do you do programming? I don't know why that took me 3 different ways to ask.
I do it it's more of a hobbyist thing now for me personally. I'm trying to like work around with consoles at this point, like reverse engineer shit that I have.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's what I'm into now. It's just like it all is
Nervously scratch his arm. Yeah, I still do a little ha ha ha. I'm a reverse engineer actually.
become like a hobbyist thing for me at this point. Like, just like for me, I look at it, it's like woodworking and shit. Like those woodworking channels, I'm like, oh, this is just like me sitting down for 2 hours, like killing time and like working on a long form project, but not something that I would ever care to ever be bothering doing again, even as a career path. It's just too stressful. It's like boring, well, compared to anything that we do now, you know?
In 2023, he's calling himself an engineer a lot, just like before. But in March, he claims he just invests money again.
Were you into business before doing YouTube? No. After, like, you know, I worked and then it's pretty much like my job. Like, I worked and then now I have enough money to, like, you know, buy property and like invest, and that's pretty much what I do.
In August, he gave the impression he still worked as an engineer.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
But then he also mentions working at his own company that does asset management and property development.
At our company, like not YouTube, but outside YouTube, like when it comes to our main work property and everything, like our like asset management, property development, and stuff like that.
So before YouTube, Mutahar did the computer, programming, cybersecurity work he thinks entitles him to call himself an engineer. Between 2013 and 2015, he's studying his videography diploma. From 2015 to 2020, he's a video editor, and from 2021 onwards, he's a day trader, investor, and eventually the CEO of his own company that does asset management and property development. He's also calling himself an engineer the whole time. We already know he's not an actual engineer, but is he actually a business owner? Because there's some weird inconsistency.
By business owner, does he mean that he's just like a landlord?
In the things he says about it as well.
As a boss, and I don't know, like, this is going to sound like kind of cold, but I don't make jokes at the office. I don't make any fucking jokes at an office.
It's because you don't make jokes at all.
I am not this kind of Mutahar, okay? So to explain what kind of person I am, like at the office, I'm just like, how's work? What are we doing? What's the plan for today? Like literally, it's as matter of frank as I can be. I don't partake in jokes. I don't do any of that fucking shit. And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stop that shit right there. I always have to.
Well, he's not a joke engineer.
Like, you always have to be professional at your office, and sometimes you come across as like a deadpan motherfucker, but it's better to be deadpan than, you know, turn your office into like what I mean is, like, I never would have my office turn into like frat house workplace. Like, it would never be a frat house.
He would never allow his office to turn into a frat house, but 8 months later,
to be fair, like there is a betting pool in amongst like my office friends, because we do talk about like which kick streamers dying first.
Yeah, and
isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a fucked up joke?
And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stopped that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutaha has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule, as Ethan said. When he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutaha made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5 and that he's a very serious businessman.
Legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, I have a 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know. I don't know the exact amount.
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses.
He's working multiple 9 to 5s.
You were talking about
Yeah, I'm the CEO of our own company. Like I'm the CEO of like our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like our job is my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
This is why exactly, and why I always.
He really loves bathing in that praise, but it's not enough. He needs to flex more.
Well, that's like the algorithm tell, right? Like when you're like an engineer, somebody's like, "Man, why does the algorithm keep feeding me?" I'm like, "Bro, what's the last 10 things you watched? Gay porn? It's probably going to give you the 11 videos." I'm just saying.
Driving there, we were talking about cybersecurity because that's what you went to school for. You're like, homeboy's very smart. You do actually business, and then YouTube is a
YouTube is always
thing.
like the secondary side gig.
Then he brags about his charitable donations, and we see behind the curtain how uninformed Mutaha actually
Dude, this video is a murder. How is this allowed on YouTube, dude? What the fuck?
is.
Like for me, it's like the receipts. If I could tabulate them up every year, you know, like like during COVID, I probably gave away $200,000 of charity, and it was like out of my personal accounts. I don't write any of this off for taxes because I don't believe in writing off.
Why are you lying? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. That's so fucking stupid. 100% he has an accountant that does this, so I don't know why he's talking about it as if he does it himself. Man doesn't do anything but scratch his balls and play video games poorly, okay? Second of all, it's not a write-off. Like, for him to, he's talking about it the way that people who don't know anything about taxes talk about taxes. I will describe it very, very, very quickly, very easily. Let's say, this is just, none of these numbers are based in reality, okay? This is just to describe taxes and how taxes work. Let's say you make $300K this year, right? And just for simplicity, let's say you get taxed at, let's just say you get taxed at 10% rate, okay? Let's say you donate $100,000 to charity. All right? So you made $200K. So that means you would have to pay, on this money, you would have to pay $30K. Yeah, $30K in taxes, right? The way he's talking about it is like, yeah, I pay that extra $10K that I don't need to pay. This would be the extra $10K that I don't need to pay just because, you know, I don't believe in that. That makes no fucking sense. That literally makes no fucking sense at all. Why would you pay money to the government that you didn't hold on to? Anytime you, and also when you describe your income, you have to say how much you gave to charity. If you're filing your own taxes, which he's pretending like he is, when you're like filing it on TurboTax or whatever, it asks you how much of your money did you donate to charity? Unless he's suggesting that he's lying about it, that he's lying about paying that money to charity. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, the IRS would just refund you? Yeah. So that doesn't, maybe Canada works differently. From my understanding, not that much. CRA, not IRS. Sure, I'm describing it in American tax policy. From my understanding, Canada is exactly the same on this principle. You would say, hey, I donated, they would say, there's like a section that says how much money did you give to like 501c3s, I think is the abbreviation, or the specific category. and you say, I donated 100,000. And they're like, oh, okay, you don't have to pay us this 10K that you would normally have to pay us since you didn't actually keep that money. You just have to give us the 20K here for the money that you did pocket. Since you gave it to a legitimate charity, you don't have to. It's not like he's talking about it as if there's some secret hack for writing off your taxes. But there is no secret hack for writing off your taxes. You just say, hey, I donated this much money. And they're like, you don't have to pay us taxes on that money because you didn't keep it. That's it. That's it. It's very simple. It's really not more difficult than that.
Off charity for tax. I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Writing off charitable donations is a shitty thing to do. How? Why? All that means is that the money you donated is tax exempt. It means you can donate more money to charity, as Brandon Herrera says.
It's a pretty shitty thing to do. Well, for me, it's like
the more money you can write off, the more money you can keep from the government and spend it better, putting it toward more.
No, it's so that if the government sees charities that are registered as charities as a worthwhile expenditure, that they don't want to disincentivize charity. I mean, this is like a very idealistic way of looking at the IRS, and realistically, this is not how the IRS actually operates. But the idea is, well, we don't want to take 10K away from you if you're already interested in donating it. You can just donate the full 100K.
Charity.
The money that
How can you be the CEO of a company, a serious businessman who knows his shit, but you don't understand basic accounting?
You want to talk about social battery, like 7 is when I get up. I got to be in meetings every fucking day. My work day doesn't end until like 4 p.m. That's when I get like a chance to open up the Premiere Pro project file for the video, and I get to work on that, and then I get to upload that a day later. Like, I don't believe in days off. Like, I literally can't believe in a day off. Like, I'm always like,
Oh, fuck off, dude. Grow. Oh my God. Oh my God. I will tell you, the laziest motherfuckers say that. The people who work the least are the people who say that shit, who believe, I don't even believe in a day off. No. That is like the most scammer thing someone can ever tell you.
because I'm like, I want to do work. Like, I really do like enjoy doing work. Like, any day that I don't feel like I do my job, fucking cry about it. I'm like, this fucking sucks.
He works till 4 p.m. every day and cannot take a day off. However, he seemed pretty happy to take a day off to watch a video game commercial from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a Thursday.
I love to read comment sections in videos. That is probably the best part of doing YouTube content creation, is reading the comment sections of what a video has to offer. You know, as a content creator, the coolest thing is like when you see like 1,000 comments on a video, because I'm somebody that likes lurking internet forums and just reading internet discourse, right? Especially when it comes to topics I enjoy. So when you read 1,000 comments, you're like, all right, shit, let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
This guy has a wife, he's a CEO, he works 9 to 5, and he uploads daily. How do you have the time to read YouTube comments from random people? Check this out.
You should be an upstanding, good citizen, okay? I wake up, I do my job, I come home.
Many of the instances where Mutaha says YouTube isn't his job are from videos where he rants about how unstable YouTube is as a job because of their never-ending policy changes. These things supposedly don't impact him. He does YouTube to relax. But
you know what, dude? Maybe when he was talking about being an engineer, he was talking about being like a bullshit engineer. Because this guy can really peddle bullshit.
he's always obviously upset in these videos. He consistently paints himself as a hard worker.
It sounds like you worked really hard.
No, he's not a social engineer because he can't seem to make enough people like him. He's just a bullshit engineer.
School. You're talking about taking night classes, doing community service, like side jobs on the side, like.
Yeah, no, it's blurred. But yeah, I'll help you understand.
He has this insane work ethic, but he's also curious about how Destiny can get so many things done.
I noticed that you do like a lot of canvassing, like you actually go out of your way. You've launched your own like podcast with like other people, The Bridges, and it's like, what is next really? Like, how do you kind of manage all that too? That's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's like, it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing like a lot of a lot of shit and you're managing it pretty well.
Destiny's too lazy to cook for himself. He's not the workaholic with an excessively tight schedule he can never pull back. If Mutahar's stories about himself are true, he should not be impressed by Destiny at all. Mutahar also often claims that he's an immigrant and equates that to him being poor or his family being poor. He will say his father had to go through medical school twice, not recognizing the privilege of being able to go through it even once. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything expensive.
Very rarely am I trying to pay full price for any of this computer crap. You don't need to, all right? I don't overspend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some SteelSeries headsets, keyboards, and a Logitech mouse, which I think is really awesome. If anything, I overspend on my monitors.
He's so frugal, but he also owns a luxury diving watch worth almost 10 grand. If you have an easy life because you were born to a rich family, just enjoy it. If you're rich, just enjoy being rich. Improve your production value. Get some acoustic treatment. Get some monitor arms. Show your audience that if you work hard and succeed in life, you can have nice things. Why not? So, was Ethan Klein right all along?
I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. But like, yes, it is. Shut up, bro.
I'm not going to claim that Mutahar has absolutely no jobs beyond YouTube, even though the things he says about his business are very vague and inconsistent. However, he has definitely been lying about being an engineer for a decade, benefiting from the prestige, the authority, and the credibility that comes with that label. You don't call yourself an engineer dozens of times without specifying you're talking about programming jobs you did 10 years ago. He's clearly mostly just a self-taught tech enthusiast, not an engineer. He's seen as a cybersecurity expert or as a cybersecurity engineer, as he called himself.
This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer...
But when he assisted Nuxtaku in tracking down the V-Shoujo swatter, he fell for a basic social engineering trick where the swatter, who was a minor, pretended to be one of Nux's fans who knew the swatter in real life and fed them a bunch of bogus information.
I appreciate the random fan who was in that Discord server that actually contacted me and reached out to me about this stuff. Oh my god, you guys are legends, honestly.
V-Shoujo's cybersecurity expert knew this was bullshit. The cybersecurity engineer did not. Mutahar doesn't do drama.
There's no way that guy sounds like that. Oh, he does. Oh, he does. Oh, he does. Oh, he does. I mean, it's the guy who made that song. Don't play the song.
Content anymore because it's all needless negativity, and YouTube isn't his job. However, he still weighed in on the pirate software drama after videos about it began going mega viral. What insight is Mutahar, the computer engineer who knows all of this shit, going to weigh in with?
No, right now as a video editor, I do more engineering now, so back-end programming for effects work. I'm working on a new codec for video right now for H.265, so we can actually transmit better video quality at higher resolutions. I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on. So I've been designing AI toolset that basically you can inject, hopefully, into like video tools, and this is gonna be like video games or whatever, right? So it's like, let's say that Microsoft backwards compatibility, right? So I had this tool idea. This is kind of what I got going in my head. So I had this idea, and I hope to one day sell it to Microsoft, right? So what I do is, since I have a really good video background, right? I've been designing neural stuff around.
This guy is a video engineer. This guy is a video engineer. This is what video editing looks like, guys. This is what, every time he says right, and it's the arrow pointing right. I don't care. I'm making you guys listen to that again.
AI toolset that basically you can inject, hopefully, into like video tools, and this is gonna be like video games or whatever, right? So it's like, let's say that Microsoft backwards compatibility, right? So I had this tool idea. This is kind of what I got going in my head. So I had this idea, and I hope to one day sell it to Microsoft, right? So what I do is, since I have a really good video background, right? I've been designing neural stuff around it. So what I want to do one day is, you know how Microsoft has backwards compatibility, right? So would it be really fun if I could design a way that Microsoft could take the textures in their video games, right? So they could take the textures mapped in their video games and find a way to AI up.
Okay, I get that, like, well, Denim's haters are really dumb and you guys can't help yourself, but this isn't the guy that's suing me, you fucking moron. This is not the guy suing me. Try again. Use one more brain cell this time. Maybe someone in chat can lend you one, just so you can get a good insult in for once, dude.
Upgrade them. So like basically use a fucking photo AI, like basically use an artificial intelligence that can scan across, you know, all these textures and just fucking upscale them to like 4K, 8K, whatever they want to go to, and make games look better without needing, you know, developers to make it better, right? That could be an idea for me. It sounds simple on paper. Obviously, it's very, very, very fucking time consuming to make it even as effective as you want.
He knows how to program video encode.
Is he talking about DLSS? That's a thing that already exists.
He knows graphics APIs and AI tools in 2019. What does he know in 2025? What can he add?
One of the code bases that we're looking at over here is this falling particle. Now, there's a lot of numbers that are being dropped in here, and one of the things that you'll tend to see in Pirate Software's code is magic number abuse.
Nothing unique, nothing new, nothing that Coding Jesus didn't say in his video, which Mutaha keeps mentioning.
There's nothing wrong with having shit code, right? There's nothing wrong with being bad at it. I'm not a fucking great coder either. So I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on, but I'm also not claiming to be this crazy fucking guru hacker expert in the world.
Yeah, for the past 10 years, you've been claiming to be an engineer, a computer engineer, a computer...
This video is amazing, dude. Oh my god. Dude. Oh god. Oh god. All right. Can I just say, dude, what is wrong with Hassan haters? And why do Hassan haters kind of all sound like Hassan, like anti-Piker? Like, why do all of the Hassan haters do this meme? 0 days without thinking about Hassan's cock. And then here's this chatter. W backstabber, take Hassan's dick out of your throat. Literally, no one has mentioned Hassan. Hassan hasn't been brought up. Hassan is not in this video. He's not in this title. You're just the only person here thinking about his cock for some fucking crazy reason. Like, please seek help. Go to therapy. There are ways to solve your obsession, your problem, man. Okay? We're trying to make fun of some other guy. All right? All right.
Science engineer, a cybersecurity engineer. You fuck with code.
Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
You do programming as a hobby, but when it comes to showing your knowledge, you only know the basics. Now you're here judging.
The arm scratching. You're only relevant because of a terrorist. Okay, huge props. You used the correct your, which is uncommon for, you know, haters of your skill set, let's say. No, I'm only relevant because I'm really good at rage baiting. And that's why I get chatters like you in here, because I'm really good at rage baiting. Get rage baited, idiot.
suing someone for inflating their credentials. At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law. At least he actually worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I mean, I said it day in and day out, but the only reason people don't like Pirate Software is because he comes off smug. That's it. I'm actually a rage bait engineer. People don't even, it's not even that like Pirate Software was necessarily saying things that were incorrect or that he was saying things that were like offensive. It was just that he was being a smug douchebag and a smug asshole about it. That's it. Like everyone's going to be wrong sometimes. It's fine. Like accidentally being wrong, mistakenly being wrong, that's fine. Versus like Mudar being like, I'm an engineer. I work a 9-to-5 job. I work multiple 9-to-5 jobs at the same time. And I'm an engineer. Did I mention that I'm an engineer? But like Pirate Software, he mistakenly thought that he did not play a part in the wipe. And then he like quadruple, quintuple, sextuple down. But it was the doubling down that was the problem. Everybody makes mistakes and everybody misremembers things always.
Have an ego. You got to be able to match it with the skill. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that skill is all the way there. Unless that skill is making a whole lot of spaghetti code. Ladies and
guys, I rage baited this chatter so hard. He doesn't want to doctor anymore. So now he's trying to make fun of other chatters. Why are people like you so easy to rage bait? Why? Oh, Jesus Christ.
And gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike.
Fine and Andy, thank you for the gift up to an engineer.
Like an eye.
Man, what a great way to end a video. Let's check out some of those comments. We love reading the comments from regular commenters like Mr. Obvious. I wonder what he's into.
Mr. Obvious says, my feel win, I might as well be all for. And then we see some lolly here featuring some underage characters. Here's 2 more drawings of underage characters posted by Mr. Obvious. Kind of strange, isn't it? Mr. Obvious says boys heart emoji. And then underneath that, we can see a photo of an underage girl who is pulling anal beads out of her anus using her feet. That's quite the talent.
Oh.
Let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
So.
I feel like I spent half a second not paying attention and then I got like crazy whiplash off of God knows what.
That was my appetizer for my upcoming video. Given his inconsistent stories, Mutahar is either lying about his job and business, or he tells really pathetic made-up stories about them to sound more interesting. Once again, I am not a lawyer. It might not be illegal for Mutahar to lie about being an engineer, but by any reasonable definition, he is a total fraud. He has no computer engineering degree, or even a computer science degree, but he still presents himself as an engineer, a computer engineer, or a computer science engineer. He is not trained in this field, and he is not employed at these roles. He is a self-taught hobbyist, a dilettante, not an engineer. Despite admitting that he hasn't been an engineer in years, not that he ever was, he continues to introduce himself as one, letting his audience's imagination run wild and conclude him to be far more qualified than he actually is. It does not matter that he seldom admits to being a former engineer or that he hasn't been an engineer in years. The bigger picture that he's painting to his audience is that he is a licensed, actively practicing engineer, which, based on his own statements, isn't true and cannot be true.
Max is the thinnest skinned bitch that I've ever seen when it comes to taking action.
Unless he's saying he's a licensed engineer, it's not unethical. Sorry, it's not illegal. It's unethical, though. Well, I think that the purpose of a law like that, if I was trying to interpret the spirit of the law there, it would be so that you're not selling services with that title without actually having earned that title, right? It's not necessarily that he's selling the services. This would be like a tough case to sell, right? Because I think he would just argue the same sort of argument that like Fox News argued, where, well, we're just an entertainment channel. We don't actually provide news. It'd be the same thing there. He would just say something like, oh, you know, I make slop on YouTube. I am a slop tuber. The evidence that I have is that these people call me a slop tuber. I don't actually do this, so it's okay that I say that. Which I think would probably work fine. I think the concern is more people who are trying to sell actual services for engineering, not for entertainment value, because he easily could argue that his YouTube channel exists for entertainment value. And then if you're trying to actually sell, yeah, like I said, actual engineering services with the title, but you don't actually have the title, you know, it wouldn't go anywhere, I don't think. It is unethical, though. It is unethical, though, for sure. I am a slop tuber and this is my art. If it wouldn't be a case without a wrong party, right? I mean, no, not necessarily. There's lots of instances where there doesn't need to be a wronged party for you to still face consequences or whatever. So anyways, continuing.
Criticism on the platform. There is a way back from the mistakes that he's made. It just involves being a man and taking actual criticism to account and realizing that, yes, your entire career was a lie. Maybe it's time to turn that around, but he doesn't really want to be doing that. He wants a win when he can't even carve one out.
Mutaha has been telling this lie for 10 years. This lie is almost too old for his friend Nakstaku to masturbate.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh no! Mousy, what? You recognize these numbers? What do the numbers mean, Mousy? What do they mean? What do they mean? Tell us. I've never even pondered the thought that we could have lolly and guro and bondage all in one thing. That's amazing.
Oh my God!
On the topic of recklessly allowing the audience's
I hated that.
imagination to
Please,
run
no
wild,
more of those, please.
what do you think about this clip?
Oh, what?
Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
It's a funny coincidence that the last time I reminded Mutaha about his own country's laws, it was about him watching cartoon child porn with Nakstaku, not realizing that in Canada, it fits under the legal definition of child porn.
Wait, you showed porn in those videos?
He tried to ignore it for months, but then Hassan Piker drew attention to my video. Mutaha panicked, and he threw Nakstaku under the bus while obfuscating his own culpability. The hit piece didn't land, so they settled everything in private and still lie about what happened. Why did Mutaha make a 40-minute hit piece where he condemns someone over and over again? No reason. It was just a goof. And oopsie, he's not hiding anything. There was nothing incredibly immoral and disgusting that he was aware of and tolerated for years. Something he would condemn any other person for. But in this case, he swept it all away. They also were not the only ones who knew about it and stayed quiet. The truth will soon be revealed. Remember to subscribe to see it when it drops. Next time, things are going to be a little bit different.
What?
One more thing.
At least where I live, in the
what?
Okay, I don't want to like dox myself through this.
As just a public service announcement.
I don't want to dox myself through this.
You shouldn't make it a habit of mentioning how far a certain location is from your house.
I actually called up a EB Games near my place, probably like minutes away.
Because of captions. Searches, every instance you've done it over the years can be found in seconds, giving potentially dangerous people the ability to triangulate the location of your house. Mutaha's fortunately only done it literally once, right after moving into his current house.
Now, of course, just to add further context, this house is like minutes away from the...
Now, I'm sure Mutaha's lying about the travel time estimate here, but just don't say anything like this. It sets a really bad example to other creators. You also shouldn't show a picture of yourself somewhere and forget to censor or...
Cybersecurity is my passion. It's my passion, dude. Oh
the names
my
of
God.
the stores, even when they are at an angle. I am not an IT guy, but I know how to do this.
Oi, you have to pay for that, young man. I'm a fucking computer engineer. I don't care.
Not the adult ADHD scale. No. By the way, you've been exhibiting some of the most obvious signs of undiagnosed ADHD I've ever seen. I know you've claimed you don't have it in October of 2024, but I have reason to believe that wasn't something confirmed by a doctor, and I'm very certain you don't know what it is. Trust me, I'm an ADHD engineer. There's a very simple and quick form you can fill out to prove me wrong. It's called the ASRS V1, I think is what it said. Yeah, ASRS V1.1, Adult ADHD Self-Report Scale Symptom Checklist. How often do you have trouble wrapping up the final details of a project once the challenging parts have been done? Never, rarely, sometimes, often, very often. Well, they're an engineer. I can trust them. I can trust them. Oh my God. True ADHD sign, starting this and not finishing it. I think the only thing that keeps my ADHD in check is the pure satisfaction and extreme pleasure I get from completing a task, and the fact that it's like my OCD, anxiety, and my ADHD kind of all mixed together to form like the perfect streaming creature. Because I get so much pleasure out of keeping things organized and building a good schedule, which helps a lot when you have ADHD. That I feel this compulsion to do these things fixes that part. I wish my OCD was schedule based. I think, like, to be fair, my OCD has always been pretty minor, or like, it's been very, it used to be worse, and a lot of the bad symptoms have gotten better over time. But I still kept like the strong compulsions to keep things organized and neat and clean, both in my brain and also physically, which is really dope. Did therapy help? Therapy only really helped with anxiety. Only with anxiety. Oh, and I've gotten an anxiety diagnosis. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about yawning. I've gotten my anxiety diagnosed. I've gotten my ADHD diagnosed. I've never had my OCD diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure the thing in your brain that causes you to compulsively remove objects over and over and over again because you have to place them just right. Pretty sure that's OCD. I remember like growing up with OCD, with like a shit ton of OCD symptoms, and being like, what do you mean other people don't do this? What do you mean by that? Or like if I picked something up off of a shelf, like let's say it's sitting like this, I'd pick it up, I'd look at it or whatever, and then I'd put it back down. I'd be like, I'd like walk away from it, and then I'd come back and be like, well, I didn't put it away correctly. It actually goes like this. And I'd walk away, and then I'd come back, and then I'd be like, oh, it was actually more like this. And then I'd walk away, and I'd come back. No. It was definitely like this. And then I would do that like another 7 times, and I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. That's it. Doesn't matter. You're not. That's it. You've adjusted enough times. That's a good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Or like the brain illness that's like just makes up random magical thinking. Where looking back on certain things that I would do as a kid, I'm like, that was probably OCD. I would rewrite my notes when I would get home from school because my normal handwriting, or like my note-taking handwriting in class, was really messy. So I'd go home and rewrite them. And when I would rewrite them, I wasn't allowed to use whiteout. But I also wanted all my notes to look really pretty. So I'd rewrite them really slowly in like gel pens, pencils, and pens. And if I fucked up, I would have to rip the page out and start over again. And I would do this many, many times because in my head, I was like, well, if it's not perfect, I'm going to fail my next exam. Like if I use any whiteout ever, when rewriting notes. The next exam I have is I'm gonna fail it. Which is like, looking back on that, it's like, oh, is that OCD? Is that OCD? You mean that's not normal? You mean that's not what other people do? Oh. Are you sure? Are you sure? What's wrong with whiteout? Nothing. I just didn't like how it looked visually. Did you realize that was probably helping you study? That was, yeah. That's just studying though. Yeah, but I didn't do it to study. I did it because I wanted to do it. Not because I wanted to study. I hated study. I never actively chose to study. I used to watch him regularly. I stopped after he bitched about the Switch 2 for such a long time and then bought it right away. Even when he was standing in line to get one, never knew about all this other stuff. Holy Lord. Yeah, I think that the Switch 2 one was really pathetic. And he's like, I actually bought it for journalistic purposes. And so I played the games and they were good. So my journalism has kicked in. It's actually really good. And you should play it if you want to. Play the games if you want to. It's like, huh? It sounds like you just bought it because you wanted to buy it. Oh. But yeah, I think weirdly got lucky/unlucky where I haven't needed a whole lot of extra help therapy or psychiatry wise because all of my brain problems coalesced to create this like weirdly functional but anxious creature. My anxiety makes sure that like I usually get things done on time. Then my OCD makes sure that I can create the systems to get things done. And then my ADHD keeps me interested. Functional neuroticism, yeah. Gosh, dude. Anon, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Oh, Jesus. Sounds like something a lion engineer would say. No, that's not true. I would never. Listen, as someone who's an engineer, I would never lie about being an engineer. I'm actually a gift sub engineer. I'm actually the perfect streamer for telling people to gift subs. You can tell because I have the qualifications to match it. The qualifications, you say? Qualifications. Evidence. It's certified. So I am a certified engineer. Which means legally you have to sub to this channel. Or else I'm going to tell the other engineers in the engineer group chat to get you. Which we're all in one. We're all in one, and I can tell you for a fact, they will come and get you. It's true. Sorry, I dropped out of gifting sub school after the first semester. Is Marat in the group chat? I mean, of course. Of course. You know the really fucked up thing? We're now finally getting the Mudahar, the Mudahar farm from the people who were down.
Mudahar has just...
Stop. From the people who were down to be his friend, they're now all clowning on him as well. He's done. Dude, even his boy Tectone went after him. Even his boy Tectone said, he's done. Let me see if I can find it. He took a break from his usual scheduled Hassan hatership, as you can see, to say, Mudahar got caught again. Damn, dude. Damn. That's a brutal lifestyle, dude. This really funny segment that was on Ethan Klein's recent stream. As you guys know, There hasn't been much developing on the story. Obviously, you know, my lawyers are still working hard. There just isn't much to add. Like, it's really funny getting comments on Twitter being like, crazy you find time to post when you're getting sued. It's like, first of all, I post maybe a couple times a week. Okay? For starters. I really don't spend enough time posting. Second, do you think that I'm personally drafting these documents? Like, no, that's what you pay the lawyer to do. What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I personally have to sit here and write all these documents. Okay, getting sued is my full-time job. I cannot step away from any legal documents for even for a moment. It's like, okay, anyways. But yeah, there hasn't been that much to update you guys on. It's just like a slow process. What's the case where I came from iDubbbz? Oh, speaking of which, I do want to watch the iDubbbz video. I forgot to put it in my title as well. There's just so much to take care of today. So we're going to try and go through these topics as quickly as I can. Ethan is alleging copyright infringement, and I'm obviously arguing that it is not copyright infringement. Because it's not. Like, it's literally not. Why is he crying in the thumbnail? I don't know. I don't know. And I'll explain in a moment that I feel like there has to be a double agent working at the H3 podcast because they watched this clip of me. And unfortunately, when Ethan Klein watches stuff, he intentionally or unintentionally pauses in like 1 second increments. So you can't even hear someone get their full sentence out. So you have no idea what the person was even trying to say. He did this with iDubbbz's video, iDubbbz's Content Cop, where it was like, iDubbbz would be like, and that's why I think Ethan is, what do you think Ethan is? What do you think he is? I just can't believe this video. I can't believe he just has so much to say and nothing to say at all. Did I mention that iDubbbz's wife is pegging him? Did I mention that? It's just, I just think that people should know that. I just think that people should know that okay, let me press play. Going to the movie theater. What does this even mean? Literally what he's saying makes no sense. It's like, dude, if you let him finish a sentence, maybe any of us could understand what he's saying. If we could just listen to one sentence from the video, we can understand it. But anywho, they watched this video, which is like, oh my God, guys, it's so good. It's just, I want you guys to see this video. It's captioned Denims condemns Mike's comments, but it keeps feeling more anti-Semitic. It's a 3-minute long compilation from the stream that I did after Mike got banned that I would like to share with all of you. And yes, it is all chopped up, of course. Let's watch. First of all, completely unacceptable, right? Like these words in this order, completely unacceptable. It was very obviously him meaning to say something. I like how immediately just right off the bat, we're getting me denouncing the comments. We're getting me denouncing the statement from Mike and calling it unacceptable and saying that it was anti-Semitic. But okay, continue. Zionism. A Zionist is a constructed identity. That sentence makes sense.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
I like this part because they just cut out the part where he says constructed, which makes no sense when talking about Jewishness, but it makes perfect sense when talking about Zionism because Zionism is constructed. But okay. After watching the 300th Netanyahu clip of him pulling some fucking disingenuous garbage and misspeaking, because it makes no sense to say wholly made up about Jewish. Most European Jews, Ashkenazi, have absolutely no. I love that it's so chopped, but they can't find a clip of me saying the things they want me to say. Ties to the land of Israel, the Levant, or whatever you want to call it, because they were converts in Europe. We were previously pagan Christian. I mean, again, that's why he is criticizing Netanyahu when he talks about this being like the homeland for Jewish people. Okay. Just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel. Why is this in here? That statement is correct. I just... Asian is not an ethnic. Like, you can be Filipino or you can be Chinese. That's not what he said, but okay. You can be Sephardic. or Mizrahi. The concept of an analogy is lost on these people, or all these other things. And they're all distinctly different, and pretending like they're not and just grouping them together is inaccurate, right? What is this text? They're trying so hard. Why does in the middle of the video it just says technically true, but kind of feels anti-Semitic? And it's me talking about how Israel has an incentive to pretend like every single person who is settling in Israel is indigenous to the land to help them justify their displacement of Palestinian people. Like that is literally Israel's strategy. It has nothing to do with Jewishness at all. It, like, literally has nothing to do with it. Jewish is a big category. Okay? Jewish is a larger category than you guys are pretending it is, so that you can continue your ethnic cleansing. Jewish people are we're indigenous to this region. It's like, wait. Jewish is a big category. The IDF goal of like pulling blonde hair, blue-eyed women and putting them in recruitment ads and saying, oh, well, they're Jewish and they're indigenous to the region. It's like, okay, just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel. The person who made this was trying really hard. What are these edits? Good question. They were trying so hard. That sentence makes perfect sense, and it's true, and it's accurate. It's to create a distinction between like the evil Arab terrorists, the evil brown people, and the that are actively just, they hate Western culture and they're super anti-Semitic, and that's why they're doing all of these evil, bad things. What is the easiest way to help build a dichotomy there, or like to juxtapose something that feels very acceptable to like Western culture? A blue eyes, blonde hair woman. At no point in here do I say anything about like there's no such thing as this person being Jewish. I'm talking about being Jewish and being indigenous to Israel. It's like, dog, really, the guy from Brooklyn, the Europeans that are immigrating, that are in IDF ads with blonde hair and blue eyes are indigenous, despite the fact that they are literally not indigenous and they are being used for propaganda. Because it's easier to manufacture consent about like the evil brown terrorists when you have something that like Westerners can, racist Westerners can empathize with. That's manufacturing consent for Europeans and Americans, which is the reason why I haven't been pausing to displace people who are actually indigenous to the fucking land. I do think genuinely that his actions over the past, and his like words over the past 2 years, speak to his character.
If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. You are, and this is no exaggeration, literally selling.
So Westerners are racist. Did you see how I said racist Westerners? And not all Westerners are racist, because putting those words in different orders means something different. Yes, some Westerners are racist, unless you want to deny reality. Just for you, chatter, not all Westerners are racist, which was evident by my statement. And you have to be a total fucking moron to not have known that.
Pulling out your own people.
And this was a misspeak that was bad enough that I'm inclined to agree with Twitch on this ban, because it is bad. But you have to be, I like how like I'm literally saying I agree with Twitch and they're like, this feels very anti-Semitic. It feels very anti-Semitic that Denims agrees that Mike should have been banned for that. Like, be a very disingenuous person to take a look at like Mike's recent track record, like the past 3, 4, however many years, like even just compare that shit to like how ContraPoints treated the situation in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, that she waited until it was safe to say that it was a genocide. And then she said like, but you guys need to understand and be nice to Israel. And that's it. That's the whole video. And now, the real reason I wanted to show that to you guys was to show you all what Ethan Klein had to say about it. Which was pretty amazing. It was pretty good. I just had to play it on its own first because once he starts watching it, it's just pausing every 2 seconds and then saying, say something.
Please laugh. Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, this is the video I've been waiting for. I saw this morning, and it is just such fun, so much fun.
First of all,
it's Denims, one of the most despicable people on the internet, defending Mike PA, one of the most despicable people on the internet, usage saying that Jews are a demonic ethnicity. She's like, no, guys, what he said was wrong, but also he's right.
I don't say that anywhere in the fucking clip.
Denim, by the way, who seems to be a fan of Lolly, which
is like a very bold strategy, I have to say. Trying to sue me and claim that it's not vexatious, and then accusing me of crimes is, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah. Post source. The source that they have is one, my statements about Ava Chris Tyson, where I said, we're missing the forest for the trees when we're criticizing Ava Chris Tyson for having this poster that is not of pornographic nature, which is correct. The reason Ethan Klein showed it on his stream was because it was not pornographic, instead of criticizing Ava Chris Tyson for talking to like minors in a fucking Discord. I care a lot more about her having spoken to minors in a Discord compared to some fucking stupid poster. Are you holding a hot dog? No, I'm just this is just my lip gloss. That was it. That was the criticism that I had to make, which was me defending. That's just like, that's just reality. And then most recently, oh my God. He pulled up old art and is trying to claim that the art is lolly pornography. Unfortunately, his own community is disagreeing with him. And like, I don't think it needs to be said, but in case it needs to be said, if you think something is lolly pornography and you're showing it to an audience of 30,000 people, what the fuck are we talking about here? It's, yeah. Yeah. They're snarkers. There's all snarkers. Imagine you're saving this for your Lord to catalog. I mean, yeah, anything and everything that's relevant, obviously. You always catalog it, but yeah. This is the guy who unironically begged YouTube to demonetize Bad Empanada's video on him for his own actions. Yeah, I have no words. I just have no words. It's like, do you know it's bad when every single comment in the H3 production subreddit is like, this is a complete nothing burger. This is not worth criticizing her. This is not worth criticizing her. This definitely had boomer energy.
Lord Stinky Poo Poo shouldn't be taken seriously anymore by anyone.
As an artist, I had to skip this segment entirely because it was giving me major cringe, secondhand embarrassment. Yeah. I've never been a part of the online art community, but while watching that segment, I thought her art was just giving cringy, raw XD teen girl more than pedophile. I grew up on DeviantArt and Tumblr. I totally agree with you. While it was odd and suspicious, considering the Ava tie-in, which, again, it's like a clip chimp of me saying, we're missing the forest for the trees. You should criticize Ava Christensen for the tweets that she was making. You should criticize her for talking to minors in a fucking Discord. You should criticize her for her actual actions, because someone eventually also came out and accused her of, like, sexual misconduct and abusing her power dynamic over a fucking poster, dude. Like, there was way more here that should be criticized than this fucking poster shit. Like, but you know, but yeah, it's pretty. Do you know how fucked it is when your own audience is like, she's probably a teenager on Tumblr. Can't hold her to adult standards for that. Not like she was drawing actual lolly. Saying she enjoys lolly based on that is a huge mischaracterization. Agreed, this is truly a nothing burger. Oh my God, dude. What a world we live in. What a world we live in. Anyways, continuing.
Kind of went through. Lolly girl.
We've all jerked at the lolly.
And she's like, yeah. She's one of the people that's like, yeah. Anyway, so here she is.
I mean, if you want to make these statements, you can make the statements. I will simply archive them. That's very weird to fantasize about your your personal enemies agreeing to that crazy statement. But, oh, okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Defending Mike from PA, who, by the way, is still banned, I believe. I don't think he's got unbanned yet. So that's more than I expected from Twitch. I expected 2 days, but it's been like a week now, I think, or almost a week, yeah?
Yeah, it's still banned. I just checked.
Get fucked. Anyway, here's
I said 2 weeks. I'm gonna be right.
Shit. I'd be impressed if they actually cooked him for 2 weeks for that.
Fortnite. First of all, completely unacceptable. Right? Like,
okay,
these
good.
words in this order, completely unacceptable.
Oh, pause it. Great. Let's move on.
Although I don't like the way she said. Great take. I don't like the way she said the words in this order. Like, there's a certain way to say this and get this idea.
No, it said if you put different words in different orders, you get different sentences that mean different things. That's it. That's all that means. If you say Zionism is a constructed identity, that's not anti-Semitic. If you say Jewishness is, that is anti-Semitic. Yes, those words in that order are anti-Semitic. That's all that means. It's the only thing that means. English major, by the way.
Without, showing your ass too much. He dog whistled a little too loud. Thank you.
It was very obviously.
Okay, now it goes sideways, Dan. God damn it.
Him meaning to say Zionism.
No,
a Zionist is a constructed identity. That sentence makes sense. Which in the clip, Mike says it is a constructed identity, which is accurate. Zionism is a constructed identity. Jewishness is not a constructed identity, and that sentence makes no fucking sense.
Zionism is an identity. It's a fucking philosophy even. It's not even an identity. What are you talking about, you dope?
Zionism is a philosophy. What is it based on? Murdering fucking brown children? The morality of murdering brown kids?
God, she's so dumb.
Identity? That sentence makes sense.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This demonic ethnicity.
After they remove the part, they're in between those two sentences is when he says it's constructed. But of course it's clip trimmed. You're watching the 300th Netanyahu clip of him pulling some fucking disingenuous garbage and misspeaking because it makes no sense to say wholly made up about Jewish. Most European Jews, Ashkenazi, have absolutely no ties to the land of Israel, the Levant, or whatever you want to call it, because they were converts in Europe. We were previously pagan Christian. I mean, again, that's why he criticized.
That is completely a total lie. And again, it's just further the agenda that all these people have in denying Jewish heritage in the Middle East. And also Ashkenazi Jews, their DNA lineage does track back to ancient Judea, which is obvious, right? And now, that doesn't entitle them to colonize the land because their ancestors lived there thousands of years ago. But these people you're talking to are not colonizers. They were fucking born there. If they're
the people who are literally settlers, who have citizenship elsewhere, the people that I'm talking about from Europe or from fucking Brooklyn or whatever, those people were not born there. And I was only talking about those people. I was only talking about the people who are settlers. Like, what?
Colonizers, then so is your ass in fucking Dearborn.
That's true.
Did you ask the ghosts of the Native Americans that got... oh, she's not?
You're thinking of Frogan.
Yeah, where's she from? It doesn't matter.
You mixed up the brown women.
Frogan's from Dearborn, shout out.
Anywhere you live in America, sorry. Anywhere you live in America is on the fucking an Indian burial ground. You know what I mean?
And guess what my position is on that? We should give the land back. We have eminent domain that we use for lots of way less important things, in my opinion.
A sentence with, that doesn't give you a right to colonize, but if you don't think that they are colonizers.
Yeah, it's almost like my position is consistent with this. We have eminent domain for a reason. We use it for things like kicking brown people and black people out of neighborhoods so we can build ugly fucking freeways. I don't see why we can't do the same thing, but give the land back to indigenous people, or at least like the spiritual sites, like Mount Rushmore. I'm sorry. We have enough photos of Mount Rushmore. We can just give it back, really, genuinely. Guys, please, my cats are fighting. One second. Worms. Stop. Stop. The worms are fighting. What were we talking about? So I'm trying to make sure my cats are not fighting anymore. Hang on, I'm an Aboriginal Australian. How do you just give the land back? We can't just come back in and control the land. You know, where are you guys going to live? Okay, well, I don't know whether or not Australia has a policy similar to eminent domain here in the U.S., but basically the TLDR is when there is land of X value and that the U.S. government wants, whether it's to build a freeway, stop fighting, stop. Whether it's to build a freeway or to build a museum or a new town hall, you can, or like a train, a new line of anything, anywhere. You can purchase, the state has the right to purchase the land at fair market value. So if the property's worth $100,000, they spend $100,000 to buy that property, whatever is a fair market rate. And then you can level it and build whatever else you want. This is not land back, to be clear. I'm saying we can give the land back. Those are separate statements. Land back and giving the land back are different sentences and different sentiments, and they mean different things, even though technically it's the same two words next to each other. That seems okay. Well, yeah, this has been my policy since day one. Like, dude, it was actually my Joker moment realizing that Mount Rushmore, or finding out that Mount Rushmore was a spiritual site for indigenous people here in the U.S.
19 months, no brain rot, DNML.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? We carved some ugly, pasty-ass slave owner fucks onto this spiritual site while we were actively genociding the natives here? Like, I don't want that shit. We have enough photos of that shit. We can give it to them. We don't need it. We don't fucking need it. And if they want to fucking TNT blow that shit up, they want to draw some big mustaches and broken teeth, they can do that. I don't want it. I really don't give a fuck. Stop it. Stop. Stop. She's not interested. She's not interested, Mayor Cat. She's not interested in playing with you right now. She wants to chill. I'm gonna put you in gay baby jail, Meerkat. If you keep it up. Okay. Moving on. All right, that's it. In gay baby jail. That's it. That just means I kick him out of the room. She's just chilling, dude. She's relaxing. She's chillaxing. She's max-laxing. Dude, she's just trying to get some sunshine in this room. And he's like bothering her. And she's like hissing at him. And he doesn't want to leave her alone. So I put him outside and I close the door. Let me... All right. Okay, moving on. Sorry about that. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. This is just a consistent position that I have, that I think that, like, any spiritual sites that we have that no one is fucking living on them, we can easily give those back. Like, we don't need Mount Rushmore. I'm sorry. No one relies on Mount Rushmore. No one's, like, suffering if we don't have Mount Rushmore anymore. We can easily. And everything else, any other spiritual sites that are important, but they have a lot of people living on them, I don't see why we can't have eminent domain take place here. Like, I'm absolutely for giving back as much as we feasibly can to the indigenous people. We genocided them. The U.S. literally fucking genocided them. It's really the least we can do to give back some of the important land. Ideally all. But it's ugly as hell too. I know, right? Like, it's hideous, hideous, hideous. Okay, moving on. All right. So yeah, being like, hey, Denims, you're from Dearborn, mistaking me for Frogan. Oh, would you give back the land? Yes, actually. Yes. Actually, yes. Correct.
Sorry. Frogan. Yeah, where's she from? It doesn't matter where she's from.
Dearborn, shut up.
Anywhere you live in America. Sorry. Anywhere you live in America is on the an Indian burial ground. You know what I mean? Like, did you forget to ask somebody if it was okay if you lived in where you lived? You know what I mean? Like, if you're born there and you don't have citizenship or opportunity to move anywhere else, you're not a colonizer.
It's almost like no one was talking about people who were born there, and everyone's been talking about the literal settlers. That we have video evidence of them saying, well, if I don't steal it, somebody else is going to steal it. They feel need to address indigenous land practices and refer to those. Correct. For a country that's only been around for some 200 years, some of your monuments are ass. Listen, I've said it. I will die on this hill. I don't give a fuck. It's such a cold take. The most beautiful parts of the Americas, of North America, are the parks that already exist and already existed. There's a reason that the Europeans, especially the British, came to America, all right? And they came from their fucking marshlands and their fucking cold and rain. And they were like, wait, land can be beautiful? It's so not gray. I have to paint this immediately. This is insane. This is gorgeous. It's gonna bring me to tears. National parks are goated. I mean, Yellowstone Park? Are you fucking kidding me? Don't get me wrong, like, I am partial to cities. I am partial, especially like big cities. And there are definitely like things that we have built that I think are very, very beautiful or pleasing to look at. I love a good skyline, okay? I am a New York City girly. I won't lie. I do really like the New York City skyline. Also like the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, we have things that are beautiful that we have built. But the most beautiful things here in America, the parks, the Grand Canyon, Yellowstone Park, the Colorado Mountains, like, I'm sorry. Those are prettier than I think anything we can build. So you agree then, immigration is bad? I know this is going to be difficult for you, so I'll hold your hand when I say this, okay? Immigrating to another country where you work for pennies on a dollar and have your labor exploited and then get deported to some random fucking prison, some random fucking concentration camp from El Salvador when you're not El Salvadorian is not the same as being a colonizer and genociding hundreds of thousands of people. Those are different things. I know. Listen, when you find the hundreds of thousands of Mexicans that are showing up at our border, that are mass killing people and then taking the land, please show it to me, please. Yes, because I know, crazy. I wouldn't be in favor of that. I know. Crazy, crazy, crazy how that is. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Pretty sure it's just Salvadorian. Oh, okay, thanks. Most beautiful part of America is the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. Okay. All right, there is one nice American monument, and it is the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. You won't pull me up when I rage bait. How bizarre stuff. All right, let's keep watching.
You're born there. You're just living. Is some original sin? Is that what we're doing?
Sizing Netanyahu when he talks about this.
You add a lot to the leftist space DNM love has out.
Thanks, Firepuff. Being like the homeland for Jewish people. Okay. Just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody.
It's not true. Netanyahu is saying that. What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, some people try and make that claim.
Well, the claim they make is that the ancient roots are there. Right? Sure. But saying, how did she word it? Let me see.
Just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel.
Well, I guess it depends how you're
I had to show this to you guys. Like, he's going to reach so hard, he's going to hurt his back, dude. Like, this is crazy. He's just trying to find an issue with the words that I'm saying when there's nothing wrong with the words that I'm saying.
How far back you want to go?
Right.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
Fuck. Contraman, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you.
Exactly. We're all indigenous to Africa if you go all the way back.
Yeah. Again, this is why this whole like blood and soil fucking like who belongs.
And then they make my argument for me, and they're like, Denims is so dumb. She couldn't make this argument that she made and then we made also. Saying you have an ancient tie to like some land doesn't give you the right to justify or to genocide the people that are living there, that currently are living there, and their past like 20 generations have been living there. Like, I'm grabbing a water really quickly. One sec.
Swear argument just falls apart. It's nationalism. It's just bad. It's just bad and gross. Yeah. It's always bad and gross.
Side of the coin.
Asian is not an ethnic? Like,
why is she's adopting the dipshit language? She's so stupid. She doesn't even know that that's not appropriate. She says Asian is not an ethnic. Pull that, Zach. Okay. We have now 2 online social.
It's almost like I was quoting Mike and saying, if he had said this, that'd be very different. Or if he was saying it this way, we wouldn't take an issue with it. We would understand what he was trying to describe. To be clear, yes, you should say ethnicity. Ethnic is not accurate. I shouldn't say ethnic. No one else should say it. You should say ethnicity.
socialist dipshits saying something is not an ethnic.
It's catching on, bro.
I mean, guys, join the party.
Jewish people. Okay. Just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, yeah. There is something really funny about making fun of someone for misspeaking and then being like, dipships. People. Okay. Just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel. Asian is not an ethnic. Like,
why did you say that? It's not
So I
an
have to go back to show it.
An ethnic. You watched Mike say the dumbest thing we've ever heard, and you said, I want to adopt that into my language. Truly stunning stuff.
You can be Filipino, or you can be, again, making fun of someone else for misspeaking as if you've never misspoken, which, by the way, there's another really funny segment in here that I have to show you guys. And then proceeding to say dipships. Chinese. You can be Sephardic or Mizrahi or all these other things. And they're all distinctly different, and pretending like they're not and just grouping them together is inaccurate, right? Text.
Why the fuck are you even talking about this? You are so out of your element. You have no idea. Jesus Christ.
Jewish is a... So we're not going to actually argue the point that I'm making about how Israel likes to call itself the home of the Jewish people to help manufacture consent for displacing indigenous Palestinian people with some fuckers from Brooklyn. You're not going to argue the point. You're just going to say, you're dumb. Okay, well, actually, you're stupid. Big category.
Oh, yeah?
Okay? Jewish is a larger category than you guys are pretending it is.
So now she's LARPing as some kind of like Jewish historian scholar?
So that you can continue your ethnic cleansing. Jewish people. LARPing as a scholar. So let me just get that right. Let me just get that right. What you're telling me is
nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Nothing to say. Nothing to say.
Say something.
Say something. Come on, man.
No comment.
No comment. No comment. He can't argue any of the points because he doesn't disagree with any of the points because what I'm saying is true.
Hey, my name is Silboy. I made a song called Protests on 2025. I think if you played it on stream, it would be hype for your followers' link.
People are native to... Why defend Mike in the first place? Why not admit he was wrong and move on? Well, I can tell you didn't watch the clip because I literally said he should have been banned for that. But if you want to get mad at nothing, like, you can go, like, punch the clouds, okay? We're indigenous to this region. It's like, wait. Jewish is a big category. The
What do you
IDF
mean by
goal
that?
of, like...
What do you mean by that? She goes, you think Jews are from this place? Jews are a big category. Okay.
Well, you know, there's something crazy that's happening here, which is when you pause, you don't let me explain what I meant by that. And if you press play, I get to explain what I meant by that, why I said Jewish is a big category, and the follow-up that I'm going to make once you let the video play.
Okay.
Pulling blonde hair, blue-eyed women and putting them in recruitment ads.
That's insanely fucking pathetic propagandist lie. Like, they're trying to...
They have done this. Israel's done this. Israel has pulled blonde-haired, blue-eyed women for their IDF ads. That's not a lie. It's true.
But now they're being like, oh yeah, Israelis want to be Nazis. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Shut up.
That's not what I'm saying. Blonde hair, blue-eyed women and putting them in recruitment ads.
So fucking stupid.
And saying, oh, well, they're Jewish and they're indigenous to the region.
By the way, this might blow your mind, but...
I like how I explain it, and he's about to misrepresent it because he wasn't listening, because he's not capable of listening. Where I literally say, first of all, it's to make a distinction between the evil terrorist Arabs, and the easiest way to make that distinction is the complete opposite of like someone who's tan, dark hair, dark eyes, someone who's white, or like pale, fair skin or whatever, blue eyes, blonde hair, right? Something for Americans to sympathize with, since Americans have never been able to sympathize with brown children getting bombed. Second, it's pulling someone like that for an IDF ad and then pretending like they're indigenous to the region. That's the insane part. That's the insane part. That it's like, oh, well, I'm indigenous to Israel. Unlike these brown people, these terrorist brown people that we're allowed to genocide. I'm allowed to settle because I'm indigenous, unlike these people. So come on, you can move out now.
But there are blue-eyed, blonde people living in Israel, right?
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. Yes.
And their families are Ashkenazi. We all know that. Ashkenazi people know that we're not from like modern day the land of Israel, right? But if they're born there, dipshit, then they can't fucking leave, can they?
It's crazy that I'm talking about settlers and you're talking about people born there over and over and over again. Also, like, you can go to, like, look at the history of America, right? It's like a completely separate talking point. If white people immigrated here to the U.S. and they were born here and they couldn't go somewhere else, that still doesn't make them native or indigenous to the land.
Or maybe I'll do what Hassan says and go back to Iraq. Iraqi Jews can go back to Iraq, no problem. Is that your theory there, Denims? Genius?
I didn't comment on people born in Israel, like, at all, in any part of this. And it's like, okay, just because someone is Jewish does not, in fact, mean that they are indigenous to Israel. That does not. That's manufacturing consent for...
God, anytime someone says that is like oh, this is the dumbest person alive.
What do you, I don't understand. What does that even mean?
It's some nom-chum.
Anytime someone brings up manufacturing consent, it shows you that they're the dumbest person alive. It's from Noam Chomsky. And then Zach or whatever in the back being like, I don't even know. I've never even heard that term before. I'm the smarter one here. I've never heard that term before. What does that mean?
Chomsky. Oh, this is the dumbest person alive.
What do you, I don't understand. What does that even mean?
It's some Noam Chomsky fucking...
manufactured consent?
It's like... It's this buzzword that they always use. I think it's like when you creating propaganda in a country to justify war in another country. So you're creating consent amongst the citizenry to go to war.
I mean, that's one example of it. That's not what manufacturing consent is. Manufacturing consent is a broader, there's a broader definition for that, right? It's using the media to tell the people of a nation how to feel, and then telling them that they're allowed to be upset or want X, Y, or Z thing, right? It's to manufacture their consent for less taxes, lower taxes on billionaires, because we need trickle-down economics. It's manufacturing consent for a genocide in Gaza. It's that, like, the media, because it relies on advertising, because it relies on sponsorships, because it relies on money to keep the media going, and because it's all made up of these massive fucking, modern media in America, modern news networks in America are just giant conglomerates with a bunch of channels pretending to be, independent media, like Sinclair Media, that one video of, like, every single newscaster saying the exact same fucking script. But anyways.
Right? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Dumb.
There's just something so amazing about calling someone else dumb and then saying Noam Chomsky and then giving a poor definition of something and then saying, who cares? For Europeans and Americans to displace people who are actually indigenous to the fucking land. I do think genuinely that
Jews did live there, by the way.
Just gonna miss the point completely. Okay.
Yeah, in modern day, a lot of Jews did also live there, by the way.
That his. So the thing that I'm criticizing in the clip that you're watching, the manufacturing of consent by saying that Jews lived there 2,000 years ago. Literally the thing that I'm criticizing in this video, in this clip, actions over the past, and his like words over the past 2 years speak to his character.
You live in Florida. I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. You are, and this is no exaggeration, literally selling out your own people.
And this was a misspeak that was bad enough that I'm inclined to agree with Twitch on this ban because it is bad. But you have to be a very disingenuous person to take a look at like Mike's recent track record, like the past 3, 4, however many years. Like even just compare that shit to like how ContraPoints treated the situation in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza that she waited. Looks mad that you agreed. I know. I don't understand. I don't understand. Until it was safe to say that it was a genocide. And then she said like, but you guys need to understand.
I fucking despise how people talk
What does
about
what does any of that have to do with whether Twitch was justified in banning him?
This is so peak, dude. This is so peak. Pause the video right before I'm about to make the point and then say, I don't get what this has to do with this. I don't get how these things are related.
None. They like to group like all these like they go liberal Zionists. They call people like me in ContraPoints who don't like aren't in favor of like mass frankly ethnic cleansing the Jews that are there now who were born.
Frankly, ethnically cleansing the Jews that are there, born there now. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is this reach?
There. So they hand wave us all as liberal Zionists.
No, I understand that.
Just let me let the sentence play again.
So they hand wave us all as liberals. Cleansing the Jews aren't in favor of like mass frankly ethnic cleansing the Jews that are there now who were born there. So they hand wave us all as liberal Zionists.
No, I understand that. That's not.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Everyone who is arguing for Palestinians to have equal rights in Israel, to be able to use the same roads, to be able to live in the same street, to be able to have businesses on the same fucking, in the same zip codes, to not have to have fucking barricades outside their door. All of those people are demanding the ethnic cleansing of Jews. Like, what the fuck? And because you're against this thing that doesn't exist, or this thing that people don't adhere to or believe in, that's why you get called a liberal Zionist? What the fuck?
I'm confused by it.
It's unrelated. She just...
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The position of what? I don't want any more settlers, and if you've moved to Israel in the past decade, you should go back to the wherever you're from whatever European country you're from whatever American city you're from, and you shouldn't be able to just waltz in and then say, well, this is my home now, and I'm a settler, and I have American citizenship, and I moved here 5 years ago, and now if you move me out, you are asking for my ethnic cleansing. Like, being against that, like, what the fuck? Asian is not an ethnic?
Asian is not an ethnic.
Not an ethnic?
But I despise the way that these people now talk about ContraPoints. Like, she came out, she knew that she was going to get hell for expressing her opinion in the space she exists. She didn't wait till it was safe. She waited until it was the most unsafe time to express that opinion, to win against the grain. And
she literally waited until after the arrest warrant for Bibi Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. She waited for after any politicians were allowed to say, or even considered saying, that there's an ethnic cleansing, considered saying that there's war crimes, considered saying that there's a genocide. She waited 2 years to say, okay, they might be doing a genocide. But you guys are being really mean to Israel. She literally waited until it was safe to say that.
Look what happened. Now all the dipshits like you are falling in line to lie and shit on her. Like, give me a break. You want to talk? You
lie and shit on her is reading her statement on stream.
You will only ever take the safest, most obvious take. Okay, when have you ever taken a brave stance on anything? I guess saying that well.
What was he going to say? I need to know. I want to know so bad. What was he going to say?
I guess saying that well, we'll see. Anyway, that's Denim's.
Oh, dude. Sorry. I wanted to share that with you guys because it put a smile on my face, okay? Seeing someone try so hard to use this clip of me completely chopped up. Like, none of these segments play for more than, 10 seconds at most. Some of them are like 2-second segments. And they still, and there's even text in the middle of the fucking video that says, okay, technically true, but feels anti-Semitic, ? And try so hard to make that into something that it's not. Also, I explained why I brought up ContraPoints, which they would have known if they had let it play. If they had let it play, they would have known. I brought up ContraPoints to say that Mike has stood by a lot of dangerous positions to hold on the left, like, for example, criticizing what is it called? Sorry, I'm thinking of the positions I want, or I'm trying to remember the chronological order of these things. Criticizing people like Bo, criticizing people like Vosh way back before it was acceptable to do that, criticizing people, criticizing Israel for conducting a genocide a month after October 7th. Because the words that Israeli officials were saying, the Israeli government was saying, we're going to starve these people. These are human animals or something. That there will be no food, no water, no electricity. He stood by these positions. What that feels anti-Semitic part meant was true, but Denims, who was brown, said it, so I think it was anti-Semitic, says a chatter. Yeah. Not to be the friend that's too woke, but I feel like every single thing that comes out of his mouth is vaguely misogynistic. Says one chatter. But you were wrong, Denims. Chatters were saying that he literally was saying Jew, apparently. I don't know why people are saying this, by the way. We'll talk about the Mike thing really quickly. I've seen a handful of people saying, no, you're wrong, Denim. You're wrong about what Mike was saying. You're wrong. No. I was very accurate with what I said. I said that
your viewers would like this song as a rally cry for the masses.
Bro.
It's called Protest.
Muted. But I was accurate with what I said. I watched his stream covering it yesterday, the first hour of his stream where he talks about it. And I spoke to him afterward. What he said was anti-Semitic and he should have been banned and it was unacceptable behavior and he should apologize for making anyone feel unsafe and for engaging in rhetoric that is anti-Semitic. Saying that, saying what he said about it being demonic. I don't want to get fucking clip jimmed, which I know it's going to happen, but whatever. That's unacceptable, and it plays on anti-Semitic tropes, which he says in his stream. He also explains that he was trying to explain, he also explained that what he was trying to talk about was the fact that Jewish is an ethno-religion, and that Bibi actively uses Israel being the home of the Jews or being the home of the Jewish people as a way to manufacture consent. Even though this is a big camp and you can't cleanly put every single person in this group, and you only do it because it benefits the state of Israel and their settler colonial agenda. What I said is accurate. That's his position, and I would know that that's his position. I literally watched his stream yesterday where he apologized and he said he was playing, whether he intended to or not, even though he didn't intend to, he played on anti-Semitic tropes and it was completely unacceptable. And he apologized for it. And he apologized for making people uncomfortable. And he apologized for engaging in the language at all and that he should never engage in that type of language. And he also explained later more accurately what he was attempting to talk about. So I don't know why people are saying, no, he said he didn't misspeak. That's not accurate. No, he wanted to make sure that his apology was seen and he wanted to make sure people understood that he apologized, which is why he led with apologizing. And then later explained what his intention was and how he fucked up. I was watching Mike before this and he said something like yesterday's stream was emotionally raw. I mean, yeah, that doesn't disprove any of the things I said. If anything, it proves the things I've said. Do you know if he'll put a VOD from yesterday? I have no idea. I don't know. But like, I don't really, like, you don't have to, if you don't want to watch Mike's stream, you don't have to watch Mike's stream. I don't care. Like, I'm not going to tell anyone to watch anyone in particular. That doesn't matter to me. What I am going to say is just, he explained yesterday very clearly that he apologizes, that it was unacceptable, that his behavior was unacceptable, that he understands that Twitch needed to take action, and it was reasonable for them to take action. And then he explained his intent afterward. You said earlier he misspoke and meant to say Zionist, not Jewish, but you said right now, what you said right now is accurate. Yeah, when he was talking about a constructed identity, he was talking about Zionism. That's accurate. There are two parts of this. There's the part where he says it's wholly constructed. And then there's the part where he talks about it not being an ethnicity. The part talking about it not being an ethnicity, he corrected on his stream after apologizing and said that he meant ethno-religion. And then the part where he said it's constructed, he was obviously not talking about Jewish. That doesn't make any fucking sense. He was talking about Zionism being a constructed identity. Both of these things are true. So like, I watched his stream and I spoke to him and I wanted to understand how he got to these positions. Like, huh? Okay. All right. Moving on. What I really wanted to show all of you was this. Okay. All right. I think you guys will like this segment, all right? The Marlboros are gone on this one.
I think everybody's going to be surprised by this. We heard from the legal counsel of a new app, someone who we haven't heard from before. The H3 Snark mods have banded together and hired a boutique law firm located in San Francisco, which makes me raise my eyebrow.
What makes it boutique?
It just means like a small specialized. Okay. They seem like professionals.
Okay.
A boutique law firm in San Francisco to represent all of them. And the reason they've hired this lawyer is to challenge our subpoena request.
They don't want names.
This is the guy who made fun of me for misspeaking 2 seconds ago when I didn't say ethnicity. Please, just get some popcorn, chat. Please enjoy this.
They're scared. They're scared. Whatever's in there must be bad.
I respect the H3 Snark, and I believe that they're being silent.
Shut up, Adam. But the truth is, all we actually are asking for and need is their names.
All we need is their name. All we need is the information that they don't want to release because they don't want to be doxxed. That's all we need. We just need the information that doxes them. I wonder why people on the internet wouldn't want to be doxxed. I wonder why anyone on the internet doesn't want to get doxxed. That's crazy. Especially following like that, the one guy that got, he said his mom was having like bomb threats called into the school that she worked at. And his like sister's Instagram, and she's like underage, is getting like rape threats on it after he pulled up that one guy's Instagram because he had the audacity to say like go to hell or something like that.
So that we can serve them, right? So they're gonna have to do this motion to squash, which is very interesting. It's gonna essentially, they're gonna have to
motion to squash,
argue on behalf of the three defendants that what they did was not infringement, to therefore make themselves ineligible to be subpoenaed. So they have to, it's going to be basically a motion to dismiss in the form of a squash, because they have to argue
in the form of the squash
argument on behalf of them. So it's going to be it's
motion to carry, Your Honor.
This is going to happen sooner than all the other stuff, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because I think it's going to establish where this whole thing is going. Because if the judge says no to that, it's this, and I believe it's the same judge that's on Denim's case. Then that is not looking good for Denim.
Do you see? Who is the double agent, dude? Who's the double agent putting squash on the screen and pulling up the squash sport?
If the judge grants it, then it's like they don't think we have a case, right? If the judge denies it, it means they're all fucked, frankly. Right. And so they've made a weird step here in doing this. I assumed, what are you doing, Dan? Is this not interesting enough for you?
No. I was trying to supplement, give supplemental information.
I'm learning more
on
about
the legal
squash.
terms that you're throwing around.
Yeah. I think it's helpful.
Wait. I don't know if I can have two screens at the same time, but we can try. Hold up. I think we can.
Right?
How's that helpful?
I learned about world squash.
Go ahead. You want to talk about
English squash?
Well, squash is sometimes it's called squash rackets. It's a racket sport played by two single or four players.
Maybe pull up a video so they know, Dan.
In a four-wall court with a small hollow rubber ball, and the players alternate striking the ball with their rackets. Kind of sounds like tennis.
Pull up a video, Dan. You know
why? Oh, sure. Yeah.
Why?
Squash game.
Do you think there's any?
So
squash game.
Do you think there's any snarkers who actually play?
Here's everything you need to know about squash.
Start with the basics. Non-marking shoes, a racket, and a squash ball.
Oh,
Ready?
you need a
Let's
racket.
go.
Genius.
Serve from these boxes, hitting the front wall above the service line and landing in the opposite quarter. Don't let the ball
It's like
bounce twice.
racquetball.
Keep the rally going by hitting the front wall before the ball hits the floor. You can hit the side walls and back walls first. Just keep it in play. Score points by making your opponent miss or hit out of bounds.
I was just about
Strike
to ask.
11 wins.
Handball
Don't
with a
forget,
racket.
you'll need to win
Right,
by
yeah.
2 clear points.
Oh my God, just like elementary.
If your opponent stops you getting to the ball, call a let and the point's replayed. But if your opponent stops you from hitting it, it's a stroke. Point to you. Squash is an incredible sport to play. So.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, squash in a legal sense has nothing to do with the game squash. And, you know, for someone who accuses me of wasting time on the show, I really have to wonder.
I thought that was very helpful.
Facts.
Helpful for who?
I just learned about squash. I didn't know about that before.
You know about legal squashes?
Or about, I'm sure
Oh, now
Dan will
you want
probably
the
break it down
vegetable?
for us.
Bro, what are you doing? This is
Well, no, I listen. I feel like I owe it to you to make up for that. I took that in totally the wrong direction. I did not understand what you meant.
Legal squash. Legal squash.
Right.
Legal squash. Legal squash. Oblivious to the whole. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Starting the hype train. Legal squash.
Legal sense.
No,
That's
these
a
are.
vegetable.
I believe these can be traveled across state lines. Nope.
No, I believe these can be traveled across state lines. Legal squash.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
Legal squash. Legal squash. Oh my God. I've heard of quiet quitting, but this is hilarious. This is so much funnier than quiet quitting. Also, holy shit, experts, thank you for the 10,000 bits. Can we get a let's fucking go conjurement? Thank you for the 10 community gift subs.
Legal sense.
No,
That's
these
a
are.
vegetable.
I believe these can be traveled across state lines. No problem. You can. A lot of them are probably imported from the Southern American
Got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I think that's a Mesoamerican. I was. See, I do know a thing or two about squash. That
Also,
was off
chat-
the dome, bro.
Squash.
That was off that squash knowledge you just got. That
This is the funniest segment I have seen them do since the Hassan fallout, and he's so mad about it.
was right here.
It's a legal motion.
Chat saying it's quash, not squash. Legal quash.
Quash?
Yeah.
Quash?
I don't think so.
I looked it up. Give you the
Quash?
definition.
Means to nullify, void, or officially reject something in a legal context.
It's called a quash.
So you told me that you were squashing it, and I went
Yeah.
down this whole rabbit hole about various forms of squash, and you're coming at me like I'm wasting time?
But when you say, have I been saying this? You say something got squashed, like it got smashed.
Well, yeah, you could say that.
Squash the beef.
Yeah, squashing.
But is
That's
it,
not a legal term.
Yeah, it might be
think that's
not be
illegal.
illegal.
so it is squash when you say, oh, you got squashed.
Dan, could you appease me for 1 second and click that link in the Discord?
Can I what?
Can you click that link in the Discord for me?
Absolutely.
So this is my favorite air freshener. Is squash scented. It's
You
great
can
on
freshen up any dank space with this.
it's great on carpets for your car, interior. It's squash. Yeah.
Being paid by them, Zach?
Quashed.
No.
Not yet.
Well, that's a free ad then.
Whoa.
So
Crazy.
So I was researching legal squash. I'm sending a picture here. This is a
Squash.
Oh,
yeah.
Squash.
So this is what you were talking about probably.
Squash.
This is a lawyer squash.
Squash.
Ethan.
Squash.
I see it. I don't know what you want me to do, guys.
Ethan's like, he's checked out of this conversation.
I was trying to do an important update. I don't know what.
Squash. Squash.
All right, well, listen. I was trying to kind of add some texture to this discussion,
Squash.
but I apologize. I took us
Squash.
off the rails in the wrong
Squash.
direction. And
Squash.
You know what? The only thing getting
squashed.
what's not getting squashed is this fucking problem I've got with you, Bucko.
Oh,
that's right. It's got fucking wrecked. Well, now
I'm just hit you with.
Let me continue what I was saying. Okay, you can waste time during any other part. Okay, this is the headline story. This is what everybody's been waiting
People
for.
did say that they're gonna love these. People, I mean you, when you titled it this.
Squash. Squash salute.
When you and by you, I'm sorry, people are gonna love these, and by that I mean you when you titled this. And the title is Huge Lawsuit Updates. You're gonna love the
a motion to quash.
Also, yeah, they're like, sorry, I was trying to make the show actually funny. I know.
There's a formal request to a court to declare a legal proceeding.
Anyways, I just wanted to show that to you guys because I was laughing my fucking ass off. Squash. Squash. Dude, he was so mad. He was so mad. Oh my God, dude. Squash. Squash. Oh my. All right, I'm done. Motion to squash. No, I'm talking about legal squash. No, these look like they can cross state borders. How dare they make jokes during a comedy podcast? I know, right? Don't they know comedy is illegal?
Free Palestine.
Unlike what Elon Musk might make you believe, that comedy's legal. Make comedy legal again. Or whatever he says. It is actually illegal. Oh, all right. Okay, all right. I just wanted you guys to enjoy that because I personally enjoyed the shit out of that, and I thought you guys might get some joy out of it. And so, I wanted to share it with you guys. I want to share it with you.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.